Okay.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, I'm Jake Tapper. Welcome to this special Saturday edition of The Lead on President Trump's first full day in office. He attended a national prayer service and he visited the headquarters of the CIA in Langley, where he seemed to focus more on his feud with the Fourth Estate than on the sacrifices of our intelligence officers. We'll have more on that story in a moment. But first, huge crowds here in the U.S. and around the world. And while the mission statement of the protests do not mention Donald Trump by name, organizers say they're against the campaign rhetoric that dehumanized minorities and the larger issue of women's rights. Still, many of the speakers in Washington, at least today, took direct aim at the nation's 45th president. Events started as a march and have now taken over D.C.'s National Mall. Several other sister marches are happening throughout the globe, including in Boston, Chicago, Denver, Los Angeles, and overseas in London, Berlin, even down in Sydney, Australia. Demonstrators say they want to send a message that women's rights are human rights and that they need to be protected. And if you're wondering about those knit pink winter hats with the pussycat ears that many marchers are wearing, they are a reclaiming of that first word, a direct reference to that infamous Access Hollywood tape and the crude reference to grabbing. CNN has teams in several cities covering today's events. We'll start with CNN's Kyung La in Washington. And Kyung, marchers have several messages, it seems, that they want to send to the new president.
But they're all unified by one thing, Jake. They do not hesitate in saying that they have been unified by Donald Trump, that they plan on being the opposition, taking the energy that they felt here back to their home states, back to their home cities, and trying to form a grassroots opposition. That's something we kept hearing again and again, because the one thing you heard is that every single one of them had different issues. They had climate change as a pet issue, women's rights, anger towards Donald Trump's words against women. So there are various things that brought them here, but what unified them is that they wanted to go into Donald Trump's backyard. They wanted him to open his windows. They wanted to have him drive by and see their pink hats. So they have, in that regard, they believe, accomplished that mission. Now comes the hard work. Can they actually accomplish the next further steps about becoming a unified opposition? That's something that they just don't know at this point. And as far as the marchers themselves, what began as a big block of people, it's now spreading all over the city. Some people headed to Trump Hotel. And part of the reason why that they're spread out all over the place is because of the massive throng of people who descended on D.C. They had to reroute this parade, this march, Jake. So they are trying to, at this point, still fill parts of D.C. Jake?
All right, Kyung La in Washington, thank you. Here's a look at Boston. That's another city being flooded in this massive sea of pink. Let's bring in CNN national correspondent Miguel Marquez, who is in Boston. Miguel, tell us about what you're seeing there.
They are still in the streets of Boston. What's maybe more amazing than how many people came out for this march is that they waited so long and so patiently in Boston Common to actually make the march. There are still thousands of people on the streets here. You can see so many of the signs that they have out here. The organizers were expecting about 25,000 when they first started organizing this. A source in the Boston Police Department says that their photo analysis shows 120 to 125,000 people. It was a long, difficult, trying day. There were lost kids at point. There were people who got ill at points. They were able to make announcements to get everybody to where they had to be, but just an unbelievable number. Why are they out here? They had lots of speakers. The biggest the one that everybody wanted to hear from the most was Senator Elizabeth Warren. Here's a little of what she had to say.
We will not build a stupid wall. And we will not tear millions of families apart. Not on our watch.
Now, they say that they had hundreds of groups join into this march, not just women's groups. They also say this is sort of their first effort, the first point of a movement, a national sort of meeting, basically, organizing to keep the Donald Trump administration on its toes and let them know that they will be there in 2 years and, again, in 4 years. Jake?
All right, Miguel Marquez in Boston, thank you so much. Let's go down to New York City, where they're marching to Trump Tower. CNN's Jessica Schneider joins me live from the crowd. And Jessica, is it true that Trump Tower is blocked off right now?
It is, Jake. Protesters were hoping to get their voices heard right outside President Donald Trump's doorstep. Instead, they're being kept 2 blocks away. That's where I'm standing now. But take a look. That hasn't stopped the throngs of protesters from making their way up Fifth Avenue. We were in the midst of it just a short time ago. Incredible amounts of people. In fact, when this march first started, a few avenues east of here, we could not get out of the gridlock for 2 hours. People have been in those crowds marching since at 11 o'clock this morning, so now going on 5 hours strong. I've talked to the NYPD. They say that this has been peaceful and orderly, and so far, no arrests. So this has just been the NYPD doing really what they do best, letting people get out here and make their voices heard, looking to send that message, even though Donald Trump isn't here at Trump Tower, still trying to get that message to the president down in Washington. Jake?
All right, Jessica Schneider in New York, thank you. Let's go now to Denver, Colorado, where thousands are also taking this to the streets. CNN's Ana Cabrera joins me. And Ana, given the time difference, marchers where you are started gathering later than in D.C. or New York or Boston. How's the crowd looking?
Well, we are still going strong here at the rally in Colorado. You see the hundreds, perhaps thousands still gathered behind me, listening to some of the speakers that they have lined up here to really rally this crowd. I can tell you the folks here say there is power in numbers, and this, they hope, is just the beginning of a movement. That movement physically and literally happening starting 5 hours ago here in Colorado, where thousands of people weaved through the streets, culminating here at this park across from the state capitol. The organizers say that women are represented in every marginalized community or group. And so it's a women's march, but it also is a march for all people, for immigrants, for refugees, for women, for the disabled, for the sick, for the poor, these people who don't always have as strong a voice in their community or in politics. And so that's the message they want to send to the president and his administration, that we matter and that they are all united. And so, Jake, that's what this group is hoping to take moving forward, not just today and sending a message to the large administration, but also wanting to get involved civically here in this community and in the neighborhoods all around Colorado, so that they can perhaps push their agenda moving forward. Jake.
All right, Ana Cabrera in Colorado, thank you so much. Joining me now, one of the many celebrities attending the march here in Washington, D.C., celebrity chef Padma Lakshmi. Thank you so much for joining me. Really
Thank you for having me.
So first of all, what is this march about? Because I looked at the mission statement. It didn't mention Donald Trump. It alluded to rhetoric from the campaign, but didn't mention his name. But it seems like a lot of people here are protesting. They're not challenging necessarily his election, but they're protesting his view. Is that tell me what people are marching for?
Well, I can tell you what I'm marching
for, fair enough.
And I think I'm a good indication of many people that were shoulder to shoulder to me down there. We're marching because this is much bigger than Donald Trump, although I think the election of Donald Trump has given voice to a lot of racism and misogyny, and just given a boldness to a certain kind of hatred and violence and humiliation that we have not seen before. I am an immigrant. I came to this country when I was 4. I am a woman of color. I am a brown person working in a white culture and living in a white culture. And so I have 2 reasons to be wary of this administration, not just of him, but of his appointees, of Congress, who has vowed to turn back a lot of the rights and benefits that I hold very dear, like the right to choose.
The right to choose. So you're worried about abortion being made illegal by the Trump administration?
I am worried about Planned Parenthood being defunded. So little of what Planned Parenthood does is abortion, and they don't receive any federal money for that. They get reimbursed by Medicaid for other health services that they provide to people who cannot afford them, both men and women. like breast cancer screenings and pap smears. I am a co-founder of the Endometriosis Foundation of America, and so as someone who cares deeply about women's reproductive health, this is very distressing to me. Many women use birth control for things other than contraception. If you suffer from endometriosis, if you have PCOS, one of the first things they do to treat that symptomatically is to give you birth control. And for many women, that surgery for endometriosis is not covered by insurance unless you wind up in the hospital through the emergency room.
So the Republican Congress is going to try to defund Planned Parenthood, and I hear you. But in the primaries, you might remember this, President Trump actually said nice things about Planned Parenthood. He said he didn't like abortion, but he said Planned Parenthood does a lot of other great things, and I think they do a good job. I mean, I think that's almost a direct quote.
You know, it seems even when we have tape of Mr. Trump saying something, when we have him on video, somehow he's still able to backtrack from that and say that that's not really what he means. But, I'm a writer, I'm an author. To me, words matter. And they matter especially when they're coming from the person sitting in our highest office. And so this demonstration down there is also about words. It's about words of hatred and making sure we speak out against those words. And as Americans, I think we all value the words of the Constitution. I mean, I was making posters last night with my 6-year-old daughter, and I thought of so many things to say, like try grabbing the Constitution, or, many things like that. But I really had to be disciplined and not make any posters like that for me and my family.
What did your poster say?
Mine said equality, freedom, humanity. And my daughter's poster said girls' rights are human rights. And in parentheses, she said my. And in the back it said girl power, I think, And,
Sweet.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Jen Psaki, who was the White House communications director for President Obama, wrote something that I want to read to you. She wrote, quote, "My Facebook and Instagram feeds are already full of photos and anecdotes in anticipation of the march, of feminist quotes inviting others to join, and photos of homemade pink cat hats and nasty women T-shirts. But I have a sinking feeling in my stomach about the march." She goes on to explain, "I worry it will give too many people license to congratulate themselves for their activism and move on with their daily lives." So congratulations on a successful march.
Thank you.
Today. You obviously do a lot. You have co-founded the Endometriosis Society. But is that not a legitimate fear of Jen Psaki? We saw a lot of progressives talking about how horrible Donald Trump was. And then guess what? A lot of them didn't turn out to vote in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
But a lot of them turned out this morning. I mean, I have to tell you, I was there on the ground, and the energy is beautiful and really positive and strong, intense. I actually think that if you're in any major city and you're on the street and you're elbow to elbow with other people, I was on the train coming down here from New York, I think it actually galvanizes you to do more. I can't tell you how many people who came up to me because they love Top Chef and they wanted to do a selfie, and they said, "Thank you so much for being here," to which I said, "No, thank you for being here."
Well, I guess what the question is, and maybe it's not a fair question because you're an attendee, you didn't organize the march, but there has to be more than just marching, right? There has to be organization.
Sure.
Democrats have lost 1,000 offices in the last 8 years. I mean, there is a certain sloth and lethargy among progressives who turn out for things like this and then don't vote, don't organize, don't actually run for office. Am I being unfair, you think?
I think a lot more people voted for Trump than admitted it to their friends and family. I think that was one of the problems. I believe that something like this, I mean, nobody thought the turnout was going to be this big, and it is this big. I can tell you the energy down there is infectious. I mean, just while waiting to come on your show, I was trying to make a mental list about what else I could do because of the energy that fed me on the ground. I'm a feminist. I've written a memoir earlier this year that talks about a lot of these issues, about race, about color, about being a woman, about being an immigrant in this country. And it just being there today and listening to everybody made me feel like I haven't even done enough or begun to do anything. And it's not just about women. It is about the LGBT community. It is about, immigrants. Look, I am not Muslim and I am not Mexican, but on behalf of Muslims and Mexicans, I'm deeply offended by the remarks that I've heard.
Yeah, let me ask you one final question, which is, there was a feminist group that is anti-abortion that was originally supposed to be part of the march, and then they were uninvited because a lot of people who support abortion rights said, we don't want them to be part of this. Is that not a missed opportunity for this progressive community to say, if you disagree with us on this one issue, even though I know it's an important issue, if you disagree with us on this one issue, you're not wanted in this movement?
You know, I think that's a very astute question, and I may not speak for others or even those
just
that
for yourself.
share this.
I'm asking for yourself.
I think it is a missed opportunity. I do. I think that we have to show that we're different from those we are protesting against. And I think the women's movement is inclusive and should be inclusive. I don't think you have to be a woman to be a feminist. I think you have to be a sane person to be a feminist. I think if you're not a feminist, then I would consider you really just insane. Because
but doesn't that, even saying that, doesn't that chase away people who might want to support you? They say, like, well, to me, feminism is supporting abortion, and I'm Catholic and I don't support it. And this person who seems so nice, and now she's calling me insane.
No, well, I'm saying what I think is an opinion. I'm not calling you, a jerk. I'm saying, I think you're, insane is. I would say I think you're crazy. I would, because feminism is not about abortion. Feminism is about equal rights, and what you believe those rights to be. There's a secondary and deeper conversation to be had. All feminism means is that everyone is the same, and that's why it includes immigrants. That's why it includes all these other groups, which you said it yourself. Every one of those other groups has women in it.
Yeah.
And we are half the population.
I think you're more. 51%.
Probably.
It was an honor having you here. Thank you so much. Good luck to you. Have a safe. You live in Los Angeles, I
No, I live in New York.
Live in New York. Have a safe train ride back or whatever you do.
Thank you.
And I'm glad your daughter had a nice time. Thank you so much for being here. From coast to coast and around the world, our live coverage of the women's marches continue. More from the marches coming up next.
Of love.
We're not going to take this lying down.
Make some noise if you're going to continue to be out there on the front lines.
You will not roll back our rights. Not as long as we're here. Not as long as we're breathing.
Don't give up your power.
And that's it. Right. I want you to pledge to me that you will talk to your friends.
Trump takes power. I don't think so.
Feet on the ground. Not backing down.
Are you ready to fight? Are you ready to march?
I am nasty like Susan, Elizabeth, Eleanor, Amelia, Rosa, Gloria, Condoleezza, Sonia, Malala, Michelle, Hillary.
Welcome back to The Lead. We've been covering these massive marches for women's rights across the country today, with many celebrities and politicians lending their voices. Joining me now is one of today's speakers at the Washington, D.C. March, director and activist Michael Moore. Michael, thanks so much for being here. How much are these marches about Donald Trump, and how much are these marches about larger issues of immigrant rights, LGBT rights, women's rights, etc.?
Well, they're not separated because Trump has joined them together. Definitely and obviously, this is about Donald J. Trump and the fact that the majority of Americans did not vote for him. Not just the 3 million more that voted for Hillary, but also there's another 7 million that voted Green and Libertarian. So there's 10 million people that voted that didn't vote for him, that didn't want him as president. And the almost million. It's so hard to tell how many were here.
We have no idea.
We couldn't do the march because, I was up at the stage, and it's like it went all the way back to the Washington Monument from near the Capitol here. And I think symbolically, just as I was leaving to come to you, they were going to turn and march 3 steps because there was no room to march. There were so many people. And I'm sure you've heard the reports from around the country that have come in. 100,000 in Seattle, 100,000 in Denver. So if there were nearly 1 million here, 1 to 2 million in the 300 marches around this country, There's never been a day of demonstration like this in the history of the United States.
Just as policy, CNN doesn't support any crowd counts.
Right.
But a lot of people.
We
were
agree
here.
that it's
a lot of people were here. So
it's massive.
But here's my question. Is it possible, you're somebody that before the election was telling me that you were terrified that Trump was going to win Michigan, was going to win Wisconsin, was going to win Pennsylvania.
And Ohio.
And well, we all knew he was going to win Ohio, but those other three were surprises.
Yes, the Brexit.
And you were right. Is there a risk in this march, just to play devil's advocate here, is there a risk that you're like alienating these voters that Democrats need to win back? The Johnny Lunch Buckets in Michigan who think that Donald Trump's going to bring jobs back.
Yeah. That's an excellent question, actually, not a devil's advocate question. Number one, I don't know if the Democrats as we've known them, the old guard, I don't know if they can win them back right now. That's part of the problem, and I addressed it in my speech today at the rally, is that the old guard of the DNC has to go. We need new blood. We need young people. We need fresh ideas. In my opinion, we need Keith Ellison as the DNC chair. But this can't continue. I mean, Jake, twice in 16 years, twice, the Democrat who won, got the popular vote, didn't go into the White House.
Yeah.
That is not going to happen again in my lifetime. I've had it. And I think the people have had it. And so, but to win back Michigan and Wisconsin and places like this, we need a different Democratic Party to begin with. And I got to tell you, I think Trump will try to do some things that will look good, that will sound good, but eventually won't actually better the lives of the working class people in the Rust Belt.
So my job is kind of to rain on parades, right? So let me just ask you some more questions. Literally, in this case,
it would be impossible for you to rain on my parade.
So successful march.
Yes.
But one of the issues when you talk to Democratic officials and Democratic operatives in places like Ohio is the Democrats have this thing on LGBT rights, women's rights, African American rights. That's the Democrats win those votes. Mm-hmm. The problem is that Stronger Together, I'm paraphrasing what one Ohio county chair, Democratic county chair said, Stronger Together conveys all you care about is a diversity. Meanwhile, there are people and I don't need to tell you this, there are people in Michigan who are like, I need a job. My job went away, and the Democrats and the Republicans both parties were responsible for shipping those jobs away.
That is
Donald Trump's talking to me. He's talking about these trade deals.
Yep.
He sounds like Michael Moore on the trade deals. Yep. And that's what I care about.
Right.
Not that they're against the diversity or against the women's rights.
No, they're not.
But this wasn't about jobs. This wasn't about dignity for the voters who the white working class voters.
Well, first of all, there were so many people there from Michigan today. I mean, there was a whole Michigan march that started at 8 a.m. that marched for 2 hours before the 10 a.m. thing. All Michiganders. The people of the state of Michigan, as you accurately described the situation, that need work, need jobs. That's also what Bernie Sanders said he would do.
Yeah.
And who won the state of Michigan? Yeah. And who won the state of Wisconsin?
Right.
A man by the name of Bernie Sanders.
Right.
Who won the state of Minnesota? Bernie Sanders. I mean, I don't want to replay the election at this point.
Tough not to, though, huh?
Well, but it's hard not to. I think a lot of people think this. I know Hillary supporters. I mean, I supported her in the general election. Believe that it was clear the people wanted change, and in these three states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, if you put the difference between Hillary and Trump, the difference that she lost by, it doesn't fill the stadium in Ann Arbor. When you could, all three states
very narrow. What was it, 10,000 votes in Michigan, something like
10,000 in Michigan, 77,000 total between Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
I guess my point is, again, I'm not against the march. I don't have an opinion on the march, but if you're looking to 2020 or even 2018, does this message help you guys get power back in Congress?
Okay, you're talking long game. There's a short game too. We're not talking about 2018 necessarily right now. We're talking about Monday. Monday, fellow Michigander Betsy DeVos must not be in charge of the Department of Education. We know her in Michigan. We know what she's done to support the destruction of our public school system.
So it's about building a movement for action.
It's a whole movement, and it is building, and it will be there. It will be vocal. People are going to get involved. This is not just some picnic here to show up for. Seriously, I have never seen. I've been to a lot of. I was at the counter inaugural to Richard Nixon. Right out here. It was nothing like this.
Yeah.
this was something. And I couldn't tell from the stage, but 70 to 80% of the crowd had to be women. I mean, it was an amazing thing. I'd never seen anything like this in my lifetime. And they're going to go back home, and they're going to organize, and they are going to let their members of Congress know that we're not going to tolerate any of the things he's going to do. And we're going to send the message to the Democrats, new blood, a new day here. This cannot be the old way. And I think we have to do essentially what the Tea Party did to Republicans.
Primary them.
We are definitely going to primary them. We are going to run progressives in these congressional districts. If they don't stand up to Trump, if they don't start fighting for these things that you mentioned, these jobs that we need, if they keep pushing these trade deals that have hurt my family and the people that I know and love and grew up with, they are not coming back into office. And we're talking in Michigan though, Jake. It was 2 votes per precinct.
I know. It was a narrow loss.
Trump, just two Trump.
But it wasn't, just to be fair, just so you don't feel horrible about Michigan. Even if she had won Michigan, he still would have won. I mean,
because he would have had Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. But if those 3 states, those 77,000 votes, well, you see the anger and the frustration. But trust me, it's not just against Trump. It's against the party that's also let us down, and that has to change. And I know some of these officials are watching this right now, and they're not liking me saying this, but that's just the truth. I'm sorry, folks.
Tough Snuggies, you heard Michael Moore. Thank you so much. Good to see you, sir. Always good to have you here. President Trump just finished up his first visit to the CIA. Will he back off his battle with the intelligence community, or did he just pick a new fight? That's ahead. Plus, our coverage of the women's marches continue. You're looking at live picks from across the country. Stay with us.
I went straight to her speech because I wanted to tell you all about the unbelievable story of...
Welcome back to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper. We do have some breaking news in our politics lead. Donald Trump, the President of the United States, just wrapped up a visit to CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, where he spoke to agency employees and took the opportunity to hammer reporters and address questions about the size of the crowds at yesterday's inauguration. Let's bring in CNN's chief national security correspondent, Jim Sciutto. And Jim, one would think that after literally years of bashing intelligence officials and their work, sometimes not without cause, by the way, that he might seek this opportunity to talk about them and their risking of lives. He was standing in front of the CIA memorial wall with those anonymous stars behind him, but instead he talked about reporters.
Well, he talked about pretty much everything else, right? I mean, as reporters, he talked about favorable news coverage from Fox. He talked about crowd sizes yesterday, a whole host of things, really from the sort of Donald Trump greatest hits list of rally-like comments, as opposed to this kind of visit, which seemed to have the intention of going to the intelligence community after this rocky relationship, really reaching a peak after his election, these nasty tweets comparing the intelligence community to Nazi Germany, many others, criticizing and questioning their assessment of Russian interference in the election. It would have been very easy to go there and say, you guys are hard-working, you take a lot of risks, I support you. He did say that mixed in with a lot of other stuff. And frankly, and I've been getting texts and emails about this from intelligence professionals, to do it in front of that memorial wall, 117 stars there of many of them unknown intelligence agents who gave their lives in battle, to make it a rally kind of speech with a lot of offhand, some attempts at humor, was disrespectful in their view, and I think understandably so. And I have to say, it was not coincidence that that was the spot chosen for the president to speak before, in front of those stars, under the words, those who gave their lives for their country. And I'll tell you, I'm sure you have this often happen when you're covering an event on the air. You will get texts or emails from people inside the communities you cover. My phone has been lighting up with folks who were just insulted by it.
Yeah, and in fact, I think we have some of the sound of President Trump talking about reporters. Let's roll that.
That, as you know, I have a running war with the media. They are among the most dishonest human beings on earth. What? And they sort of made it sound like I had a feud with the intelligence community. And I just want to let you know, the reason you're number one stop, it is exactly the opposite.
Well, we didn't make it sound like he had a feud with the intelligence community. He made it sound
repeatedly.
He wrote a tweet comparing the intelligence community to Nazi Germany. How is that
intelligence in quotes? I mean, it's contrary to the facts, that statement, that we manufactured this disagreement.
Okay, Jim Sciutto, thank you so much. A lot of breaking news to talk about, from the Women's March to President Trump's visit to the CIA. We'll discuss when we come back. Stay with us. Welcome back to The Lead. After a busy day of inaugural festivities, today President Trump is putting in his first full day of work at the White House as he tries to deliver on promises he made to the American people. Senior White House correspondent Jim Acosta joins us now. And Jim, is there any sense that the president knows much about these protests happening throughout the world, really?
Jake, it is inescapable. We're standing on the north lawn of the White House right now, and you can hear this march that is taking place on the streets of the nation's capital right now. So undoubtedly, Jake, as he's been crossing the city today to go to the prayer service and over to the CIA, he has seen the size of these crowds out on the streets here in Washington. And speaking of crowd sizes, Jake, that appears to be on the new president's mind based on what he said at the CIA earlier this afternoon.
It was down to business for President Trump as he visited the CIA to face the same intelligence community he openly accused of leaking damaging information about him during his transition.
There is nobody that feels stronger about the intelligence community and the CIA than Donald Trump. There's nobody.
But instead of addressing his previous attacks on the people of the CIA, Trump stood in front of a wall honoring the agency's fallen officers and took swipes at the news media, accusing the press of intentionally misstating crowd sizes at his inaugural.
We had a massive field of people. You saw that. Packed. I get up this morning, I turn on one of the networks, and they show an empty field. I said, wait a minute. I made a speech. I looked out. The field was... It looked like 1.5 million people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there. And they said, Donald Trump did not draw well. I said, it was almost raining. The rain should have scared him away, but God looked down and he said, we're not going to let it rain on your speech.
His assault on the press was met with some applause inside the CIA.
They are among the most dishonest human beings on earth.
Trump also told the crowd he knew the military and intelligence community had voted for him.
Probably almost everybody in this room voted for me, but I will not ask you to raise your hands if you did.
Earlier in the day, the president's motorcade crossed the city past protesters on their way to the Women's March in Washington to attend an inaugural prayer service. An interfaith ceremony featuring more than 24 religious leaders, including an imam from Washington's Muslim community, who recited verses from the Quran praising diversity.
And among the signs of God is the creation of heaven and earth, and the variation in your languages and your colors. Verily, in that are signs for those who know.
It was a response to the new president, who made a point of using the term radical Islamic terrorism in his inaugural speech.
We will reinforce old alliances and form new ones and unite the civilized world against radical Islamic terrorism, which we will eradicate completely from the face of the earth.
In response to critics who slammed Mr. Trump's speech, including conservative columnist George Will, who dubbed it the most dreadful inaugural address in history, the president thanked Fox News and other news outlets for what he called great reviews of the speech.
There's no games, right? No games, right? We're not playing games.
Mr. Trump continued his pugnacious tone right into the inaugural balls, taunting detractors who criticize his use of social media.
Should I keep the Twitter going or not? Keep it going? I think so. I think so. You know, the enemies keep saying, oh, that's terrible. But, you know, it's a way of bypassing dishonest media, right?
And speaking of the president's use of social media, we should point out that representatives from the new Trump administration have sent instructions to the Department of Interior to stop tweeting themselves, Jake. That appears to be in response to the National Park Service yesterday retweeting a New York Times reporter's tweet showing images side by side of Barack Obama's inaugural crowd in 2009 and the crowd that was on hand yesterday. The National Park Service deleted that retweet of that New York Times reporter and then posted this tweet that says, we regret the mistaken RTs or retweets from our account yesterday and look forward to continuing to share the beauty and history of our parks with you. Jake, that's another sign right there that they are very much concerned about these crowd size estimates and pictures and tweets that have been out there for the last 24 hours, Jake. And it really cuts to one of the core insecurities of this new president. We were out on the campaign trail, and time and again, one of his main gripes about the news media was about our reporting about his crowd sizes. Jake?
I can't think of anything more important to the American people. Jim Acosta, thank you so much. Lots to talk about today with our all-star panel. That's next. Welcome back to The Lead. We have so much to discuss. Let's start with our panel. Rebecca, you are here for the march?
I am.
All the way from?
Montana.
Wow, that's quite a haul.
We drove.
And why are you here? Are you here to protest Donald Trump? Are you here for women's rights?
All of the above. We had a huge loss, not electorally, but we had something snatched from us. And I am here because I am outraged, and I am here because I am sad, and I am here because I needed some joy, and I needed to see other women and a few men who love women or don't hate them. And that's why I'm here. I am so glad to see a bunch of actual liberals on a news show. It's so delightful. But I really want to say something to Jan that I've been wanting to say. As governor of Arizona, you not only signed the expanded Medicaid, but you also threatened to veto every bill the legislature sent you until they passed the expanded Medicaid. And you probably saved a lot of lives.
I did.
I am almost a single-issue Obamacare voter. I am so horrified that I'm not going to be able to buy insurance for my family. I don't know what we're going to do if they rip this away from us. I'm terrified.
And it's a lovely little moment, I have to say. Governor Brewer,
I feel relieved.
Governor, I thought she was going to take you on too. And by the way, when Pat Benlakshi was here, Governor Brewer was giving her tips on, Well, let me ask you a question, Governor Brewer, as a supporter of President Trump. How do you think the inauguration is going? Is there anything that you wish that he were doing differently? What do you think he's hit out of the park?
I thought it was absolutely a phenomenal day yesterday. There was so much excitement and positive thoughts. There was a moment of euphoria out there on the mall. Unfortunately, we had some protesters that disrupted us when he was taking the pledge, when he was taking his oath of office, which was very disappointing, standing up there yelling and shouting and screaming. Those of us that were up close, we couldn't even hear him. They finally removed them. But other than that, I thought it was a phenomenal day, and I was thrilled and proud to be on the mall.
And Van, you have an interpretation of President Trump's appearance at the CIA today.
Well, yeah. Well, he does have an ongoing concern about crowd size, but it's not just some wacky thing. He has a theory of himself as leading a movement, and that this movement has now inherited the government and is now going to make changes. But the movement for him is primary. And the way that you measure a movement is with crowd sizes. That's just the way that it is. Now, it's frightening to people who are used to a liberal sense of democracy that someone who is both the head of state wants to lead a mass movement. There is a very bad history of that in Europe. In the last century, but he does have a sense. And so,
is it different from President Obama? And
I think quite different. And frankly, some people actually had criticisms of President Obama for turning off the spigot of the mass movements and the hope and the this and the that, and said, let's everybody go home, sit down, be quiet. We're going to pass some policies now. And so people felt, well, we got some change, but what happened to the hope machine? The hope machine got turned off. So Trump doesn't want to turn off his machine.
He wants both at the same time. Alice, what did you make of Mr. Trump, President Trump's appearance at the CIA?
I think the fact that it was his first major appearance after giving his inauguration address, I think was significant for the main reason is that there has been some criticism that he has given towards the intelligence community with regard to the Russian hacking and so forth. And it was important for him to go there and say, I am 100% behind you. No one will have your back more than the Trump administration. And that was important to hear. And judging from their response, it was very well received. I think it was important. But you also have to keep in mind, this is Donald Trump. It was his first opportunity to really address the media after there were some reports about the crowd size. And this was his opportunity to address those. But I think more than anything after this weekend, I think we had a tremendous event. There's great enthusiasm within the crowd. People realize the power's been returned to the people. But the biggest takeaway is the grace and dignity of the Obamas and the peaceful transfer of power, which is a hallmark of America. And I think that is the best takeaway from the weekend.
Were you out on the mall today? Were you marching? Were you watching it?
Well, no one actually got to march because the crowds were so large. But I was out there on the mall.
You did little
I was
loops?
out there.
Okay.
I saw Van doing his celebrity star thing. But it was great to see so many people, these real people that a lot of the Trump spokespeople always talk about. I saw real people out there on the mall today, folks who came out not anti-Trump, really. This was really a march for women's rights. It encompassed intersectionality. The speakers on the dais were diverse. The people in the crowd were diverse, and spirits were high. So I was glad to come out there and see it for myself.
I want to ask you, Mary Catherine, because a few months ago we on the show covered these Gold Star family members, Ryan Mannion and Amy Looney.
Right.
Ryan lost her brother in Iraq. Amy lost her husband in Afghanistan. And they're just amazing people. And they went to the American Legion's Salute to Heroes inaugural gala last night. And on the way in, they were accosted by some protesters.
Right. I think that we can all agree the tone of protesting yesterday was different than today.
Two different groups of protesters.
Well, and this was a non-partisan organization holding this ball. They work for a non-partisan veterans organization and are Gold Star families. But when they went in, they were surrounded by protesters, and they were spit upon, and they were cursed at on the way in and the way out. And the thing to me is that these were not like masked men anarchists. This was like more mainstream protesters. They were shaken but fine, but very disappointing. And here's what I want to say about it, and I want to be really clear. I don't think this characterizes the march and the movement that we saw out here today. I want to be really careful about that because I think that that's something people have unfairly done to conservative movements in the past and to Tea Partiers, where you pick one thing and you go, look at these awful people out there. Their concerns should be dismissed. But this is part of the story, as is Madonna on the day is saying that she thinks about blowing up the White House. Like, those are not great things, okay? And wait, if it were a conservative organization, if it were a conservative movement, we would hear a lot about it. If you don't think that the left has some prejudices of its own that can lead it very astray, like it did last night in that instance, then you're wrong. And if you think that that's not part of the reason many turned to Trump, you're also wrong.
Rebecca, you were there.
Well, at that point, I was in the green room when Madonna was on the dais. But if you end the clip with "I want to blow up the White House" and leave out the part she said in the next phrase, which was, "But we shouldn't blow up the White House, and we should get together in positive ways."
Caveat from her. I appreciate. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can talk about somebody's emotional feeling without actually blowing up the White House, and to curtail it in that way is dishonest, I think.
But I just want to say something. I was not aware of what you just said. What you said is disgusting and appalling and shouldn't be done by anybody, and it certainly shouldn't be done by people who call themselves progressives and liberal and humanitarians. That should never happen in our country, and it should not have happened last night. And I want to say one of the reasons that I said I got a chance to speak, which was amazing. I was one of, I think, 4 guys that got a chance to speak, so I felt special.
Honorary.
Exactly. It was my first opportunity.
Chicks love Van Jones.
But I did point out that if we're going to talk about having a movement based on love and talking about love trumps hate, then we can't look and sound more hateful than even Donald Trump in his worst moment, because there is a way forward. If we start looking out for the underdogs in red states and blue states and respecting each other, we can find some common ground.
This is where we're on the same page.
All right, everyone, thanks for joining us. Tune into CNN tomorrow for State of the Union. My guest will be Democratic Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Republican Congressman Devin Nunes. It all starts at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. That's it for me in this special Saturday edition of The Lead. Wolf Blitzer takes over in the Situation Room. Stay with us.
Happening now, breaking news. Marching for Women. Huge crowds turn out for 600 marches across the country. Women and men taking part, sending a message to President Trump the day after his inauguration. Will he respond? Overflow crowds. Hundreds of thousands of people fill the streets, shutting down portions of major American cities. The turnout in many cases much bigger than expected. The scenes repeated in cities, in fact, around the world. I'm so behind you. President Trump visits CIA headquarters after weeks of disparaging the U.S. intelligence community, at one point accusing it of leaking information about him. And in a rambling speech, he bashes and blames the news media. What impact will his words have? And making changes. The Trump administration hits the ground running, issuing new orders and taking action on multiple fronts. The Justice Department is now seeking a delay in a controversial case. Does it signal a policy change on voting rights? We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We're following breaking news. Huge demonstrations here in Washington and in cities across the country and around the world, all sending a message to the new president of the United States. The so-called women's marches drawing massive crowds protesting President Trump's agenda and paralyzing the heart of the nation's capital. The scene in Washington is being repeated in America's largest cities, from New York to Chicago to Los Angeles, and in cities around the world, with hundreds of thousands of people voicing opposition to the new administration. And just a little while ago, the president was over at CIA headquarters on a peace mission after repeatedly questioning and denigrating the intelligence community in the weeks before assuming power. He told agency workers today that he loves and respects them. And in an unusual speech in front of the memorial honoring fallen CIA employees, the president bashed the news media, accusing it of manufacturing a feud between him and the agency and of lying about the crowd size at his inauguration. We're covering all the breaking news this hour with our correspondents. They are in key locations. Our expert analysts are also standing by. CNN national correspondent Kyung Law begins our breaking news coverage. Kyung, you're here in Washington at the main march. Update our viewers on how it's unfolded.
Well, it is still going on. People are still packing the streets here in D.C. If you take a look over this way, you can still see that the pink hats are streaming all the way up some of these streets, even though the police are still trying to clear them. Throughout the day, the crowds have been simply massive, and they have had one message for the new president: we will not be ignored.
The president is not America. We are America.
A battle cry from a sea of pink on President Donald Trump's first full day as president. Why did you want to come here?
I needed to come here on the turf of Donald Trump to let him know I am not going to stand for it. I'm going to make a difference myself.
In the nation's capital, people from coast to coast descended. Hundreds of thousands of marchers filling almost every inch of the path on their way to the White House's backyard.
Love, not hate, makes America great.
Similar scenes playing out across the country. In St. Louis, the marchers filled the streets towards the Gateway Arch.
Hello, women of Massachusetts.
In Boston, New York, Chicago, and around the world, and more than 600 marches. According to organizers, the crowds were exponentially larger than expected.
We come here to stand shoulder to shoulder to make clear we are here. We will not be silent. We will not play dead. We will fight for what we believe in.
Some of the protesters came driven by fear.
I'm afraid of anybody who lacks the empathy to see their neighbor who's different than them and not treat them as equally American as anybody else.
We have to say to Trump that we are not afraid of him, that we are together.
Is today's march about Donald Trump? What is it about?
Today's march is about creating a brighter future despite who's in office.
A sentiment shared by celebrities headlining the events.
If we commit to what aligns us, if we stand together, steadfast and determined, then we stand a chance at saving the soul of our country.
We are here to be respected. We are here to be nasty. I am nasty, like Susan, Elizabeth, Eleanor, Amelia, Rosa, Gloria, Condoleezza, Sonia, Malala, Michelle, Hillary.
But some celebrity attendees did make it political.
Good did not win this election, but good will win in the end.
Marchers pledging to remain united as a loud opposition voice for the next 4 years.
So what happens now? Is there a clear path forward for those next 4 years? Well, a lot of these women say there is indeed, that they can become more engaged at the grassroots level, Wolf. But a lot of them say that they're just simply going to take this energy and try to put it forth on their issues. Wolf?
All right, Kyung, thank you. Kyung La reporting. Let's go near the spot now at the U.S. Capitol where the march began. Our national correspondent, Suzanne Malveaux, is on the scene for us. Suzanne, update our viewers.
Well, Wolf, as you can see, it's pretty much shutting down, despite the fact there's tens of thousands of people, a staggering number of people who are still in the city along Constitution Avenue heading to the Ellipse. But I have to tell you, at one point, Wolf, the numbers were so big here, it was quite frightening, quite scary. About 30 minutes or so, just getting from our live truck to this location here, you could not move. It was just jam-packed, and it really felt like it was on the brink, that threshold, if you will, of possibly crowds just, trampling each other, essentially. They told people stay in place, and that's what we did for a while, and it kind of disseminated, and eventually people moved on. But there is a lot of passion, a lot of emotion, and people give all kinds of reasons for why they're here. I had a chance to talk to a lot of the organizers and some of the speakers backstage earlier this morning, Reverend Jesse Jackson, Michael Moore, you saw Ashley Judd, as well as Gloria Steinem. And there are many people here, Wolf, who say they do not believe that they are going to be able to work with this new administration. Take a listen.
There is no place on earth that I would rather be than here. This is a wake-up call.
And who needs to wake up?
Going to sleep again. Anybody who cares about democracy. Anybody who cares about sanity in the presidency.
And do you have a message for President Trump now?
It's time to leave.
Wolf, there are other people who feel like they can reach out to the Trump administration as well as to the president, Cheryl Eiffel of the Legal Defense Fund, saying, look, they fight for racial and social justice, but she is willing to sit down with him if he has something to say, his cabinet, his administration, to push forward their agenda. Also talk with the D.C. Mayor, Muriel Bowser, who said she has had a chance to talk to him as president-elect, not as president, but she too says that what they want, what D.C. wants, is respect from this president and the new administration, that she too is willing to sit down and work with him. But a lot of emotions here, a lot of people who say, look, they're worried, they have a lot of fear, and they want to make sure that their rights as women and as Americans is reaffirmed, Wolf.
All right, Suzanne, thank you. Suzanne Malveaux reporting. Let's talk about these rallies, the message to President Trump. We're joined by our political team. We have a real good one. Gloria, let me start with you. Scope the reach of these marches, not only in the United States, but around the world. What are they trying to suggest to the new president of the United States?
I think they're trying to suggest that he needs to pay attention to them. And, we're on the eve of the repeal of Obamacare. And there are lots of issues that, for women in particular, are concerned about the funding of Planned Parenthood and how individual insurance policies need to cover prenatal care, for example, which did not occur routinely before Obamacare. I think, though, it goes beyond that. Obviously, the people who are marching are not Donald Trump supporters, and they are saying, we need to mobilize. It's late. There are lots of millennials who didn't vote in this last election, and this could be sort of the beginning of a call to arms. And I have to say, Wolf, that I believe this was in the back of the president's mind when he went to the CIA today to talk about his support for the CIA, but then digressed dramatically into talking about the crowd size at his inauguration, because the comparisons will be made about the crowd size here and around the country compared to the crowd size yesterday at the inauguration, in his own mind.
Ryan, compare what we saw today as opposed to what we saw yesterday.
Well, I mean, just compare what we saw yesterday to 2009, right? This was a relatively small turnout for a first president's inauguration. I think it's safe to say that based on the crowd estimates. If you just look at the pictures don't lie. The crowd estimates don't lie. There were more people that came to Washington for the march against Trump on Saturday today, then came to Washington to celebrate his inaugural. That's just a fact. Now, Friday's different than Saturday, right? It's a lot easier to get off work on a Saturday and come than it is on a Friday. So there are all sorts of factors about that. But there's obviously a very, very passionate opposition to this president. We all remember in 2009, it took a few months for the Tea Party to get going, and there was a passionate opposition to Obama. So presidents from one party, they engender backlashes from the other party. What I think is historic about this is how early it's starting and just the sort of level and intensity of the backlash against him from the other side so early in his presidency.
Mark Preston, we didn't see this level, this intensity from these women and men who showed up in Washington, elsewhere around the country before the election in support of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, and Hillary Clinton is back home in New York right now, and Donald Trump is at the White House. You know, a couple things is this movement today that we saw, you know, not only here in the United States, but around the world. Is it going to become the Tea Party movement, as Ryan had mentioned, or does it become an Occupy Wall Street movement, where it gets a lot of energy, a lot of power goes in at the beginning, and then it just fizzles out? Now, if they're able to harness what they had today, and they're able to do some real grassroots politicking, then this could be very advantageous to Democrats. And if you're a Republican, you have to be a little bit concerned about that. But that's still a little ways off. And speeches today don't necessarily turn into votes a couple of years from now. So we'll see what happens.
Jackie, how do you think the new president is going to respond to what happened today, not only in the United States, but in London and Paris, Sydney, Australia, Berlin, all over the world?
I think Gloria already, I think she made a great point. I think he already did in part, because he started talking about his crowd sizes at the CIA. You're standing at the CIA, an agency you really do need to mend fences with, and you're talking about how many people came to your inauguration. That's just silly and sad. There are so many other things going on in this country right now that need his attention. So his preoccupation with this is just, it's perplexing, frankly. And you have to imagine, if this doesn't go away, who knows, there may be mall truthers at the end of the day, people who are saying that, you know, the photographs were doctored. I wouldn't put anything past anyone at this point.
I want you to listen to Rebecca Berg, the new California Senator, Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, the senator from Massachusetts. They both spoke out today at these marches. Listen to this.
The fact is that the playing field has been tilted badly in favor of those at the top for a generation now. And now, President Trump and the Republican Congress are ready to ram through laws that will tilt it even harder. Now, we can whimper, we can whine, or we can fight back. Me, I'm here to fight back.
These are both very progressive, liberal senators speaking out right now, but they're going to generate a lot of support out there based on what we're already seeing.
That's right. And so the question is, and Mark raised this just a few minutes ago, is this going to be another Occupy Wall Street movement, or is this the next Tea Party where they can really channel this enthusiasm into gains in the Senate and House in 2018? But I think what we heard from Elizabeth Warren kind of signals what we could expect to hear from Democrats moving forward, which is this appeal to the working class, appeal to average Americans, appeal to Americans that Republicans are not looking out for the everyman like Donald Trump said he would. Donald Trump promised this sort of populism and nationalism in his campaign. He promised to lift up the forgotten American. And so if Democrats can point out where Republicans and Donald Trump are not accomplishing that over the next 2 to 4 years, and they can actually persuade Americans that they care more about the working American and their policies would better care for that sort of voter, then that, I think, could actually see these gains in 2018 and beyond.
You know, David Swerdlick, the whole coalition that came together today in Washington, elsewhere around the country, not just women, a lot of men were there as well. Various groups, including the NAACP, Renell William Brooks, the head of the NAACP, they were out there as well. Is this going to be a new coalition we're going to see put together to challenge the new administration?
Wolf, I think it's a restructuring of what was the Obama coalition and what was supposed to be the Hillary Clinton coalition, led by women today, but clearly with a lot of men participating, different groups, celebrities, as you said, the NAACP. I think the idea, as a number of us have said here today, is that progressives, folks left of center, have to reorganize and figure out how they're going to go forward. There's an ideological component that was totally successful today, saying clearly around the world we are in dissent against the Trump administration, but whether that translates into votes in 2018 and 2020 totally remains to be seen.
But I have to remind everybody that Donald Trump won with women who were less educated and lower income by 28 points during this last election. And I think that's a group that Democratic Party needs to reach out to if they're going to win in the midterm elections and beyond, because these were women who were voting on income inequality and not so much on so-called women's issues, and they voted for Donald Trump overwhelmingly. So this is something that's going to dog the Democratic Party. You need to get those women to join this march.
Right. And as Joe Biden pointed out in his recent interview with New York Times Magazine, he did at one point in the campaign hit that message of we are better for the working class. And he said in that interview, I wish I had said that over and over and over throughout the campaign, because things might have turned out so much differently. Democrats are realizing now that they didn't have a compelling message for those people, and they need to find that.
Mark, a lot of people said to me today, and we mentioned this, where were these women, these men before the election? And if you would have gone into the crowds, whether in Denver or Chicago or Los Angeles, and asked a lot of these people, did you actually show up? Did you vote? Did you participate? A lot of them were energized as a result of the winner of the election, as opposed to being energized going into the election by the Democrats, who did horribly this most recent round, not only in the Electoral College, but in the Senate, the House, the governor's races, the state legislatures. They were energized by what they saw after November 8th.
Absent of Colorado, but if you look at where a lot of these rallies took place, it took place in states that are Democratic, or certainly here in Washington, D.C., along the eastern seaboard. The Hillary Clinton did very well. She obviously lost Pennsylvania, which was a state, had she won, it would have been a different outcome. But a lot of these folks here were supporters of Hillary Clinton or were Democrats, but perhaps did not vote in many ways. And also there are women, as Gloria puts out in the statistics, there are a lot of women who are pro-life women. Not just because you're a woman doesn't necessarily mean that you are for abortion rights. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are for Planned Parenthood. So sometimes I do think we put things in boxes and try to simplify. I would say this, two things. One is, I wonder how many canvassers were out there trying to collect email addresses, okay? Because if you were an enterprising Democratic operative, that's what you would be doing. And in the aftermath of what we've seen, let us see who tries to harness this movement as their movement moving forward.
Jim Sciutto, we're going to have much more on the president's visit to CIA headquarters that he took on this first full day in office. We all watched it. We carried it live here on CNN. Mike Pence, the vice president, introduced the president. Mike Pence was very respectful of where they were standing in that lobby at CIA headquarters. But when you were watching it, all of a sudden the president started speaking about all sorts of other issues.
Too many to count, really. I had trouble keeping the list straight in my head. I mean, he started with praising Fox News for good coverage. He talked about his crowd size. He talked about Mike Flynn, Reince Priebus, the weather on Inauguration Day, etc. I mean, really, it was a visit during a difficult time with the CIA. One, he has publicly many times criticized the intelligence community for politicizing the investigation into Russian hacking. Plus, we should mention there are active investigations going on. One, continuing of Russian intervention in the election, but two, also, we know that the intelligence community is looking into other possibly more serious charges, connections. So a difficult time. The message could have been clear, but it certainly wasn't.
We're going to have much more on this part of this important historic day here in Washington. President Trump's unusual visit to the CIA, his pledge of support for the U.S. intelligence community, overshadowed by some rambling off-the-cuff remarks promoting himself, bashing the news media.
But we had a massive field of people. You saw them, packed. I get up this morning, I turn on one of the networks, and they show an empty field.
We're following the breaking news. Vast crowds of marchers across the country, indeed around the world, sending a message to President Trump. We have video, by the way, of what the president saw when he returned to the White House this afternoon after visiting the CIA. CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, across the Potomac River. Got a look at protesters filling the streets of Washington while his motorcade ferried him across town. The demonstrations are overshadowing the president's high-profile events on the inaugural weekend. Let's bring in our senior White House correspondent, Jim Acosta. Jim, the new president is keeping up a pretty hectic schedule.
He really is, Wolf, and what you said was exactly right. The size of this march today was inescapable over here at the White House. Not only could the president see it from his motorcade cutting across town over to the CIA and up to that prayer service earlier today, we could hear marchers here on the grounds of the White House all day long. And speaking of crowd sizes, that was certainly on the president's mind when he was speaking to the CIA earlier today. It was down to business for President Trump as he visited the CIA to face the same intelligence community he openly accused of leaking damaging information about him during his transition.
There is nobody that feels stronger about the intelligence community and the CIA than Donald Trump. There's nobody.
But instead of addressing his previous attacks on the people of the CIA, Trump stood in front of a wall honoring the agency's fallen officers and took swipes at the news media, accusing the press of intentionally misstating crowd sizes at his inaugural.
We had a massive field of people. You saw that. Packed. I get up this morning, I turn on one of the networks, and they show an empty field. I said, wait a minute. I made a speech. I looked out. The field was... It looked like 1.5 million people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there. And they said, Donald Trump did not draw well. I said, it was almost raining. The rain should have scared him away, but God looked down and he said, we're not going to let it rain on your speech.
His assault on the press was met with some applause inside the CIA.
They are among the most dishonest human beings on earth.
Trump also told the crowd he knew the military and intelligence community had voted for him.
Probably almost everybody in this room voted for me, but I will not ask you to raise your hands if you did.
Earlier in the day, the president's motorcade crossed the city past protesters on their way to the Women's March in Washington to attend an inaugural prayer service. An interfaith ceremony featuring more than 24 religious leaders, including an imam from Washington's Muslim community, who recited verses from the Quran praising diversity.
And among the signs of God is the creation of heaven and earth, and the variation in your languages and your colors. Verily, in that are signs for those who know.
It was a response to the new president, who made a point of using the term radical Islamic terrorism in his inaugural speech.
We will reinforce old alliances and form new ones and unite the civilized world against radical Islamic terrorism, which we will eradicate completely from the face of the earth.
In response to critics who slammed Mr. Trump's speech, including conservative columnist George Will, who dubbed it the most dreadful inaugural address in history, the president thanked Fox News and other news outlets for what he called great reviews of the speech.
There's no games, right? No games, right? We're not playing games.
Mr. Trump continued his pugnacious tone right into the inaugural balls, taunting detractors who criticize his use of social media.
Should I keep the Twitter going or not? Keep it going? I think so. I think so. You know, the enemies keep saying, oh, that's terrible. But, you know, it's a way of bypassing dishonest media, right?
And while the president will keep on tweeting, the White House appears to be cracking down on social media practices at federal agencies like the National Park Service, which retweeted a New York Times reporter comparing crowd sizes from Barack Obama's first inaugural in 2009 to the more sparse attendance on Friday. The Park Service deleted that retweet, then tweeted, "We regret the mistaken retweets from our account yesterday and look forward to continuing to share the beauty and history of our parks with you." And Wolf, I just received an email from a former administration official at the Interior Department, which of course oversees the National Park Service, who said that this is a ban on tweeting that is being carried out by the Trump administration, and called it the tip of the iceberg in terms of attempts to intimidate career public servants, all because it makes POTUS look bad. So there are career public servants, it appears, Wolf, inside this new administration who are concerned about this chill on free speech and on social media. And Wolf, we should point out to our viewers in just a few moments or shortly, we expect some kind of statement over here at the White House. And when we get those details, we'll bring them to you, Wolf.
Thanks very much, Jim Acosta, over at the White House for us. After his sharp dispute with the intelligence community in recent weeks, President Trump, he was over at the CIA headquarters today, and he's promising his 100% full support. He's also now blaming the feud on the news media, among other things. Let's bring back our experts. And Jim Sciutto, the criticism that the president is now getting is that the site where he went into all these other issues today, that's hallowed ground over at the CIA headquarters. You and I have been there.
It is. It's 117 stars, most without names attached to them, of intelligence operatives who've given their life the ultimate sacrifice in the service of their country. In fact, those words are right above those stars. They were right behind Donald Trump's head. And except for a very perfunctory mention of his support for the CIA, he didn't mention that sacrifice there. He mentioned a heck of a lot of other things, but not that sacrifice. And I just want to share this because as that was happening, I was getting messages from people who serve inside the intelligence community. I'll just read one of them. We on our side will all serve honorably and ignore the politics, but they must be held accountable for believing the facts are fungible. It is hallowed ground. It is your place to call it out. Facts are fungible. There's, of course, a reference to Donald Trump, who has attacked the intelligence community for its intelligence assessments, specifically on Russia and how it interfered in the election, and called it out, questioned them, and associated with past mistakes, for instance, on Iraq, weapons of mass destruction. But as you noted earlier, Wolf, even gone further, compared them to Nazi Germany. You know, this is in a speech where you imagine the intention was to go there and say, I support the intelligence community, we stand together. For many folks I speak with in the intelligence community, they certainly did not hear that message.
I think people took it personally who have worked with the intelligence community and for the intelligence community. I just heard from somebody who worked in the national security area who called it inappropriate and disrespectful to give any kind of a campaign speech or a political speech in front of that wall. And he went there with, I think, the best of intentions, which is to say, as he did, we are on the same wavelength. I now want to reiterate that I'm going to have my guy at the top, and I'm going to be with you, and you're going to get a lot of support from me, so don't worry about that. So while he intended to be reassuring, he wandered. It was as if he had no preparation for this, no staffer who would say to him, just be mindful of where you are standing and the importance of that wall to everybody who serves in that building.
And there is reassuring to be done to the intelligence community.
Yeah.
There is a criticism, and you hear it outside the intelligence community as well in the military, frustration with the Obama administration, how long it took, how many boxes you had to get checked to get things done, airstrike on a terrorist, that kind of thing. So you saw in his speech there were some oblique references, I think, to that frustration, but then going in 1,000 different directions. And one I'll just mention, I mean, he mentioned Iraq's oil. He said we should have taken its oil and maybe we'll have a chance again. Let me just say, contrary to U.S. policy, contrary to CIA recommendations, also contrary to a whole host of international laws about, you know, basically ravaging a country that you've invaded.
Mark, let me play the clip because the president today was blaming the news media for suggesting he wasn't supportive of the intelligence community. But listen to what he said on January 11th.
I think it was disgraceful that the intelligence agencies allowed any information that turned out to be so false and fake out. I think it's a disgrace. And I say that, and that's something that Nazi Germany would have done and did do. I think it's a disgrace.
And after that comparison to Nazi Germany, there was a lot of anger directed at him by intelligence community officials.
Yeah, right. And for Donald Trump, and I think as we go through his presidency, facts are very stubborn. And for him, though, facts are what he says and what he wants you to believe at the time that he says it. So they will go back and say, oh, he was not talking about the intelligence community, which clearly he said that and was. When he realized he got backed up against the wall, he said, no, I was talking about the leadership of the intelligence community, because that fit the narrative that he needed at that time. But strictly from a 50,000 foot view looking down on this, Donald Trump needs to have the thickest skin of anybody in the world. He is the leader of the free world. He is going to be taking arrows every minute of the day. And what we see is Donald Trump getting angry at the news media because he thinks that we disrespected him talking about crowd size. Last night, he was attacking the news media, attacking his enemies, and attacking the polls at what was supposed to be this celebratory, momentous occasion at balls honoring the military. He didn't even really talk about the military at these balls. He talked about himself. And I really think that that is the biggest problem right now going forward for Donald Trump.
We're getting more information, by the way, right here in the Situation Room. Let's take a quick break. We'll resume our coverage right after this. We're following breaking news. Some demonstrators here in Washington, they're now joining an anti-Trump protest just blocks away from the White House. So Brian Todd is on the scene for us. Brian, what are you seeing?
Well, Wolf, it's interesting. This is a group of protesters that came from the Women's March. We're going to try to cross the street here. My photojournalist Scott Piszczek and I are going to show you how they have blocked K Street here. These were people who came from the Women's March. They were going to stop in McPherson Square and join this rally by a group called resistfascism.org. They did join that rally. Then they came across here, and it's kind of a dance party / protest. They are blocking K Street. A bus just got stopped a little bit as they blocked the bus, but then they allowed the bus to go through. So they are, this is a very peaceful gathering here, but they are determined to kind of block traffic and state their message. I do have to draw a contrast from last night. Last night we, of course, had street clashes between protesters and police, got very violent. This is really nothing like that so far. Very, very peaceful. The police have just kind of come into the intersection to watch this, and we'll see how long they allow this to go on. What's interesting here, Wolf, is the diversity of messages, not just for women's rights, but we've talked to people who are here to campaign for the legalization of marijuana, for the rights of Muslims and other minorities. I talked to one lady who was here to campaign in favor of the people of Flint, Michigan, and their water crisis. So here's the gathering at K Street, Wolf.
All right, Brian Todd on the scene for us over there in downtown Washington. Ryan, Lizza, let's get back to the president's visit to CIA headquarters today. Clearly, he wanted to repair the damage in his relationship with the U.S. intelligence community. Congressman Mike Pompeo, his nominee to become the next CIA director, he went with him over there. Was it mission accomplished?
In a word, no. Donald Trump recently compared the intelligence community to Nazis, right? And then he went before a small crowd there on the weekends, not on a weekday when everyone's there, stood before what is really, as others here have pointed out, hallowed ground of the CIA. The stars of CIA service members lost. And he did four things that would have been a major headline if he had just done one of them. One, he stood before the CIA and attacked the news media. There's a bad history between the intelligence service and the news media if you go back far enough in this country.
And there were people there who were applauding him.
Who were applauding that. Look, that's fine. People can attack us, and the media doesn't always get it right. It's fine to attack us, but the president encouraging attacks on the media in front of intelligence officials, to me, is a little unseemly. Two, he talked about the crowd size yesterday in a way that is just not accurate. He talked about 1 million to the 1.5 million. I have seen no estimate that estimates it.
By the way, CNN does not do independent. We don't do independent.
Right, and obviously the National Park Service hasn't done it for years and years because there's so much controversy over the numbers. That was the second thing, and I just think the talking about the campaign and how these were people that voted for him is inappropriate for a president to do in front of members of the intelligence community. So no, not mission accomplished. I think he has a lot of work to do to sort of gain the trust and respect of the IC, because when you call someone Nazis, that tends to linger. And if you go there on the first time and you don't clean that up, he's going to have a problem.
And Wolf, to the extent that fences did need to be mended, President Trump can trace it back to December when he first went on the Sunday shows and dismissed the initial reports that Russia had meddled in our election process as quote unquote ridiculous. That's when this really gathered steam. And then a few weeks later, you have the Nazi comment. And so the idea that the media has generated this, I think, is simply, a misdirection.
We were talking about this a bit earlier, Wolf, but I do believe that what Donald Trump is trying to say is that we have a new team in town. Mm-hmm. And with my guys at the helm, this is going to be different. And I'm now going to trust everything you tell me. We're on the same page, as he put it. We're on the same wavelength. And so I think that was the message he was trying to deliver. But the people who work at the CIA, who do the hard work day in and day out anonymously, don't change. They're not partisans. Mm-hmm. They're providing the legwork and the intelligence that goes up the chain of command. And so he has to let them know that their work is valued. So if Mike Pompeo takes over, he's going to be getting the same intelligence. Now, maybe Trump believes they'll interpret it differently. Jim, you could speak to that. I don't know. But what's the difference
Before we
here?
get back to Jim, Jackie, he's going to get his national security team pretty much in place. He's got his defense secretary confirmed. He's got a secretary of Homeland Security confirmed. Mike Pompeo, the director of the CIA nominee, he'll be confirmed probably as early as Monday. The director of National Intelligence, Senator Dan Coates, he's going to be confirmed. He's getting his team in place.
He needs to show the intelligence community that he's going to support them. Talking about it, he goes back and forth so much on so many different issues, on so many different groups, on so many different agencies. I feel like there needs to be more action here than just his words, because his words have already done a lot of damage, and just saying I love you and I support you, I don't think mends the damage that has been done. And he can do that through his picks. He can do that through Mike Pompeo or Rex Tillerson or Dan Coates. But I think at some point there has to be okay, fine, show me.
And he will be tested on this in the near term as it happens, because the Senate Intelligence Committee is going to be starting its hearings on the Russian hacking and its influence on the election. They are going to be holding some open hearings in addition to their closed classified hearings. They're going to be subpoenaing witnesses, calling in witnesses. Trump will be tested. How will he react to whatever they find?
Right.
And when I heard earlier today that he would be going out to CIA headquarters, like I'm sure most of us, we thought, well, that was a nice gesture. He wants to repair that relationship. Let him go out there, see the stars on that wall, speak to intelligence officials, and I thought that was going to be a positive gesture, but he's getting a lot of criticism, as we just heard, for the way he handled it. All right, everybody stand by. More breaking news coming up next. Crowds at the women's marches across the U.S. are a lot larger than expected. We're going to have another live update. Stay with us. I want to quickly go to Jim Acosta, our senior White House correspondent. Jim, I understand Sean Spicer, the White House press secretary, just made a statement where you are. Right. Tell our viewers what he said.
That's right, Wolf. Just a few moments ago, the new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, used this opportunity. This is the first time he has ever been in the briefing room of the White House to address reporters. And I can tell you that this was almost entirely about complaints about crowd sizes at the inauguration yesterday. And I'm getting some cues in my ear. I apologize for talking about this on the air when our viewers are listening. I don't know, getting cues about talking to different cameras, but anyway, Wolf, what happened here just a few moments ago is that Sean Spicer was basically complaining to all of us about news coverage about the crowd sizes. He said that there was inaccurate reporting about some of the tweets and the pictures that were put out there on the national news media, not by CNN. We did not obviously talk about specific crowd sizes. We may have shown some pictures, but he was complaining that this presented an inaccurate presentation to the world in terms of how many people were at this inauguration yesterday. At one point, he even said, Wolf, that this was the largest crowd to watch a presidential inauguration, but then he added that included people watching from around the world. But obviously, if you look at those pictures that we saw yesterday, Wolf, this was not obviously the biggest attendance at an inauguration in U.S. presidential history. That's certainly not the case. But for Sean Spicer to come out here and to launch that that sort of attack on the news media is really something that is just unprecedented. We've just not seen that happen before. And at one point, he issued a warning to the news media saying that people in the news media talk about holding this new president accountable. He said, well, it's a two-way street. We're going to hold the news media accountable. That's that kind of language we just have never heard before, at least in my knowledge in the White House briefing room for many, many years. We've never heard a press secretary come out and warn the news media in that fashion. He did go on to say, Wolf, that earlier today, President Trump did talk with the Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau and President of Mexico Enrique Peña Nieto, and will be welcoming the British Prime Minister Theresa May on Friday. So there were some other items that the president was taking care of today besides that visit to the CIA and that interfaith prayer service that we saw at the National Cathedral. But Wolf, there was really no mention of what Donald Trump said over at the CIA earlier today when he stood in front of that wall that honors fallen CIA officers and then launched that blistering attack on the news media. Again, I think that's worth repeating, Wolf, because it seems that Donald Trump's insecurities about the reporting on crowd sizes and so forth during the inauguration yesterday is trickling down to his staff, and that is probably very likely what led Sean Spicer to come into this room today and just blast all of us. It is just something that we're not used to seeing from a White House press secretary going after the news media in that fashion. And to have that happen, Wolf, in the very first briefing here in the room from the White House press secretary, it is rather astonishing. We were expecting to see Sean Spicer on Monday. Instead, they arranged this sort of hastily scheduled press briefing to give that statement. There were no questions from reporters. He made that statement and then left the room, Wolf.
All right, Jim Acosta, thanks very much, Jim Acosta, with that update. Gloria, that's usually when a press secretary goes into the briefing room, they make a statement, they give some information, update reporters. I speak as a former White House correspondent, but then they stick around to answer some questions. Surprising that he just made the statement and left.
I think this is something that the president clearly wanted him to do. The president spoke about it today at the CIA event. There's large march going on in Washington, and around the country, which was not addressed in this statement that Sean made. And it's one of those statements that you can see that the president's upset. He goes out there, he makes a statement, and then he leaves. And I guarantee you that it's because Donald Trump is angry about this. And in terms of the statement, it was carefully worded, as Ryan pointed out while we were listening, because he may have included TV ratings and all the rest. But why are we arguing about how many people were on the mall?
I'm glad there's no other problems in the country now. Everything else is fixed.
I mean, why is this even a topic?
And former White House press secretary under George W. Bush, Ari Fleischer, actually agrees with you, Gloria.
Yes.
He tweeted just a few minutes ago that this is called a statement you're told to make by the president, and the president is watching.
Well, could there be any other reason to do that?
There are different ways that White House press secretaries operate, Wolf, as you know better than anyone. Some of them, more traditionally, like Marlin Fitzwater, always described himself as a bridge between the press and the White House, almost arguing that they worked on behalf of the American people through the press as much as they worked for the president. This is a very important moment because you have the White House press secretary setting down the ground rules for how he's going to operate. And that is that he is going to be an attack dog for the president, that he does not apparently see himself as a sort of bridge between us and the president. And I think it's an important moment as well that the first fight he decided to pick with the press was something that is so obviously debunked. At least if you're talking about the crowd size, it's not this other metric that he seems to be talking about. But I'd be eager to see what the facts are behind that. Maybe Sean has a point.
Mark Preston, CNN does not give crowd estimates. Right. We don't do that. Right. But we do have two pictures from 2009 and a picture from yesterday, taken from the same location, almost exactly at the same time. And you can see the crowd size there in 2009 versus the crowd size yesterday. That picture taken from the same location along the Washington Mall, looking towards the U.S. Capitol, that says something.
Yeah, picture's worth 1,000 words. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But the metrics by which Spicer might be, as Gloria says, he might be using metrics that we don't fully quite understand where they think they're getting their numbers, TV viewership, online viewership, whatever those numbers may be. And maybe that's the case. You know, to the point of having to go out and make that statement. I mean, we all know Sean Spicer. We have worked, with him for a very long time. I mean, he's somebody I think that when he was hired by the Trump White House, there was a bit of relief because there was a thought of somebody that you can work with, and I do believe going forward that we are going to be able to work with him. But the bottom line is you serve at the behest of the president, right? And I think that Donald Trump said, you go out there and you say this.
Yeah. Sometimes when you join a new gang, you've got to prove your colors.
We should highlight this. It's not new that Trump and his team attacked the media. That was during the campaign, since the election, and now since the inauguration. We should also highlight, though, that in that attack, they are willing to do and say things that defy the facts. And let's separate the crowd size just for a moment, because, frankly, it doesn't matter that much.
No.
What does matter is what the
let
president...
me interrupt for one moment. I want to play the clip. This is Sean Spicer just moments ago. This is what he said, and then we'll assess.
Photographs of the inaugural proceedings were intentionally framed in a way, in one particular tweet, to minimize the enormous support that had gathered on the National Mall. This was the first time in our nation's history that floor coverings have been used to protect the grass in the mall. That had the effect of highlighting any areas where people were not standing, while in years past, the grass eliminated this visual. This was also the first time that fencing and magnetometers went as far back on the wall, preventing hundreds of thousands of people from being able to access the mall as quickly as they had in inaugurations past. Inaccurate numbers involving crowd size were also tweeted. No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. By the way, this applies to any attempts to try to count the number of protesters today in the same fashion. We do know a few things, so let's go through the facts. We know that from the platform where the president was sworn in to 4th Street holds about 250,000 people. From 4th Street to the media tent is about another 220,000. And from the media tent to the Washington Monument, another 250,000 people. All of this space was full when the president took the oath of office. We know that 420,000 people used the D.C. Metro public transit yesterday, which actually compares to 317,000 that used it for President Obama's last inaugural. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe. Even the New York Times printed a photograph showing that a misrepresentation of the crowd in the original tweet in their paper, which showed the full extent of the support, depth, and crowd and intensity that existed. These attempts to lessen the enthusiasm of the inauguration are shameful and wrong.
All right, Jim Sciutto, I interrupted you, and we played the clip. There is a precise statement. Clearly, Sean Spicer was reading from a prepared statement.
No, quite. I mean, listen, they want to fight this. The point I was going to make is that the president went to the CIA and said something that was not true, right? He said that the media manufactured this battle between Trump and the intelligence community when there were 1,000 public statements, tweets, etc., of Donald Trump saying it himself in the last couple of weeks. So the point I was going to make is that the team, the campaign and the administration were willing to say things that defied the facts in their attack on the media when there's information that either they don't like or they're uncomfortable with. Listen, we could spend days and weeks, on the crowds there. I saw a lot of pictures yesterday, and forget the mall. If you looked at the stages along the path leading up to the White House, those were pretty empty too.
All right, everybody stand by because we're going to leave it at this point. There's a lot more coming up. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. Thanks very much for watching. Smirconish takes over right after a quick break.
I'm Michael Smirconish coming to you live from our nation's capital on the first day of the Trump administration. We welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. Our new president prayed and then traveled to Langley to meet with employees of the CIA. He complained about the media, including contradicting crowd estimates for his inauguration, and then sent Sean Spicer to the White House press room to make this claim just moments ago.
This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe. These attempts to lessen the enthusiasm of the inauguration are shameful and wrong.
Day one of the nation's divide is, well, huge. Protest marches staged by women here in Washington and over 600 sister marches across the U.S. and around the globe trumped the size of yesterday's inaugural festivities. Many celebrities and politicians spoke and marched. Two of them are here to report back: documentary gadfly Michael Moore and Oscar-winning actress Patricia Arquette. When Trump delivered his inaugural address, an indictment of the establishment, former President Obama still told him, "Good job." What does David Axelrod think of this? We'll find out. But first, President Donald Trump is nothing if not consistent. For the last 18 months, many waited in vain for a pivot that never came. From the moment he descended the escalator at Trump Tower to announce his candidacy, through all the primaries and caucuses, the GOP convention, and 3 debates, he maintained a steady populist tone. And yesterday was no exception. He wrote an inaugural address that was intended for the 46% who supported him, not the 73 million who voted otherwise. We've grown accustomed to politicians extending olive branches and making public pleas for unity, even if they don't mean it. Yesterday, he felt no such obligation. The closest he came was to say, quote, "What truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people," unquote. Equally sad, if he had done so, his words would have been missed by the 60 or so House Democrats who didn't attend the inauguration. I think all of Congress should have been there. They'd be under no more obligation to support the Trump agenda by having participated, but they'd have upheld a public face in support of the office of the presidency. Just as it was wrong for President Obama to have been treated with such contempt by so many for so long, it is equally destructive for the nation that an incoming president not be given a chance to prove his detractors wrong. It's possible to support the institution of the presidency and the peaceful transfer of power without applauding its latest inhabitants' plans. Not everyone who was there yesterday was doing so in celebration. Just ask Hillary Clinton. The morning after our bitter election, President Obama, standing next to Vice President Joe Biden and surrounded by White House staff, spoke to the nation, and he said this, quote, "Now everybody is sad when their side loses an election, but the day after we have to remember that we're actually all on one team. This is an intramural scrimmage. We're not Democrats first, we're not Republicans first, we are all Americans first." Barack Obama was right. Yesterday may have been the inauguration, but as President Trump's inaugural address and today's march proved, the recent campaign isn't ending anytime soon. Joining me now to discuss this and more, Tom Barrack, President-elect Donald Trump's longtime friend and chair of his presidential inaugural committee. I think I said president-elect. I have to stop saying that now. The President of the United States.
You get a 24-hour transition.
It's like writing 2016 or 17 on your checks in January.
It is.
Let's talk about what just happened today. He went to the CIA and saw fit to talk about crowd sizes in the space behind us at the inauguration. Was that appropriate?
Sure. Look, I think it's appropriate because this president is just putting his fingerprint on what it's going to be like for him to be president. And it's the same consistency of straight talk. So he went to these people to pay tribute. I don't remember what President Obama, I think, went to the CIA, and President Bush did also at some point, to say, look, I'm behind you, I believe in you, the rhetoric that you've heard is confused, and let me explain why. And then he talked to him like he would to a rally group, instead of the protocol of what everybody was anticipating might be done to an intelligence community. And I think that's what was offsetting. But the consistency of the man as he gave them straight talk. So, and it was on his mind. You know, this whole idea of crowds is not worthy of all of us spending our dialogue. It was a wonderful tribute. The inauguration, President Obama, another great president, was great. Whatever it was in both instances was significant. For President Trump, it was phenomenal. He had a week, 6 days of the events. It was a different security regime. We can talk about all the elements that made it more complicated, but it was equally awesome. And now he's president of the United States, and he's off to work. So,
but he needs to have thicker skin, right? He's the president now. He's got to be able to turn the other cheek. And if elements within the media want to have a debate as to this photograph versus that photograph, You know, that's on all of us in the pundit class. Wouldn't you agree with me that as President of the United States, he's got to be done with all that?
Yeah, look, I think.
And would you say that to him?
Well, I think the issue wasn't that. I think he agrees with that. In other words, he's saying just make it equal. And I think what upset him was the tweeting. In other words, that if he's criticized for tweeting and being irresponsible on a set of facts, that he holds the press equally accountable for what this all started from a tweet. It's not worthy of all of the time that we spend on how it got started, but I think what upset him was that. It started with a tweet from a New York Times reporter that got retweeted by the National Park Service. And the allocation of apples to apples and oranges to oranges is complicated. And so is the time and the sequence. And of course, the president, when he was president-elect, is looking out and seeing a full mall. Now remember, that mall was cordoned off by fences. You had 99 mags that take 400 people an hour. You had a parade route that was blocked by protesters, so you had a couple 100,000 people that couldn't get in. And what the numbers were is not in his bailiwick. It's in my bailiwick, right? So I can calculate what we think the numbers are.
Let me ask you this. Do you have this sort of relationship with him? I'm concerned about an emperor having no clothes kind of a situation when he was a captain of industry. Now he's the president of the United States. It would seem to me that you're probably one of the few who could speak to him mano a mano and say, Mr. President, you can't engage CIA personnel in a conversation about crowd size at your inauguration or trash the media in front of the CIA. For goodness sakes, you're standing in front of a wall where we're paying homage to those that we've lost in service to their country. Can you say that, and do you say that to him?
I didn't say that to him, but look, he would accept that 1,000%. And I tell him what I think, and his first-class staff do the same. He has a rationale. Look, the man became president of the United States against all odds. And we keep on talking about pivot. He didn't pivot, and he won the election.
I just said that.
Right?
There was never a pivot.
No, and he won the election. So he sees a fissure, just with the CIA. He got a standing ovation from all of the CIA staff, because I think they finally felt the personality of the man. And I think that's all he's doing. And he's not trashing the press. You know, you guys are punching back and forth a little bit and finding a space. Is it elegant all the time? On neither side, and it's needless, right? We're all saying, look, let's get about making America united, making it better, making it bigger.
Okay.
He's doing it his way.
Let me pursue that subject then. And I try and be an equal opportunity offender in the way in which I approach this. So you just sat here and you heard me say that I think every one of those House Democrats should have been there. As Americans, like Hillary Clinton, they should have been there yesterday and accepting at least the process. My criticism of him yesterday is that speech, I thought for sure there would be a few paragraphs of inclusion along the lines of, let me speak to the many who didn't support me, who supported a third party or Secretary Clinton, and that moment never came. I was shocked by that.
Look, he is one of the best listeners, honestly, that I've ever seen. He had to give that speech to his constituency. If it would have been anything else, it would have been hypocrisy. It doesn't mean that it's exclusive. I came to Starbucks on the way in this morning. I mean, I thought the display of the Women's March was terrific, and most of them are charming, and they have a point of view, and they're expressing it in the proper way. And this is the beauty of America. I mean, I said, this is America. You have a president who's elected the first day. You have a demonstration of women from everywhere who are responsibly giving him another point of view, and he's hearing it, just like he does on global warming and all of the other issues. The way this president is interacting with the community is different, and we're all going to have to get used to it, right? Whether it's right or wrong, it's a much more intimate, blunt message than we're used to. And the way the media and he are dealing, I honestly think that he'll have a great relationship with the media once it gets to parity. And that's all he was saying today.
However many there may have been here today and across the country and around the globe, they've got grievances. And they want to know that he hears them. Does he hear them?
Absolutely hears them. Absolutely hears them. And look, the great thing is the man was really not a politician, so he doesn't have these entrenched themes. He's pragmatically approaching each and every theme. So when he sees the women moving across America, he's paying attention and saying, okay, how do I curate these issues in a responsible way to pay attention on all bases. And he will, because he doesn't have a philosophical bias against it. He has a constituency. He knows what the constituency was that got him elected. Now his job is, I've got a constituency who were never Trumpers that I need to bring back in to be always American.
That's my point, but I'm not hearing him make that overture. I didn't hear it yesterday, and if his reaction was to wake up in the White House today and to see that crowd size as he's en route to the CIA, and to, instead of saying, you know, I understand some of the issues that are being raised by these women, men too, across the country and around the globe, and I want them to know I hear them, and let's build bridges. But instead, Tom, it was, well, you know, it's a bad pun if I say, you know, mine is bigger than what happened today. But that's what he turned it into.
Well, not really. If you think about it from his point of view, yesterday was the most incredible day for America, this peaceful transition of partisan power. And he was moved. When he went to Arlington Cemetery,
right,
I saw a change in the man. I mean, he's a very emotional person, a very sensitive person. When he got on to the mall and the concert and started saying, wow, I really now am leader of the free world. I think he was disappointed this morning at just the point of view. In other words, that these photographs that were shown, he felt were deceptively displayed to show a point of view that was not encouraging to a new administration. So he said, if that's the case, I'm going to take it on head on. And that's all that it was. It's not saying he's not listening to any other point of view. He listens, and it's his first day. You know, they're just finding the electricity in the White House.
I get it. He needs to learn to turn the other cheek, and some among us need to learn to give him a shot.
Yes.
Because it's day one.
Yes.
Okay? That's the bottom line.
Look, I really believe if we all just said for 1 minute, give the guy 100 days. Let's all get on side, and let's be hopeful, and let's help him, and let's present a positive point of view, not a negative point of view. We have a world out here. I mean, just in the consequence of what he has today, he has 100 calls from world leaders. And we all look like idiots. The beauty of the democracy is we can have different points of view, but we've been through this for 2 years. Now we have a president.
I know, but it hasn't ended. Like, I thought, holy smokes, man, the campaign's over. It's not over, unfortunately, and for some, it'll never be over. Anyway, I'm appreciative that you would come on and discuss it, given your role as chair of the inauguration. So thank you for that.
No, thank you.
Folks are already tweeting me at Smirkanish, I am sure. Let's put up on the screen while Mr. Barrack is still here. See some of what has come in. First full day, Trump embarrassed the U.S. in front of the world with that ridiculous whine about crowd size. We're a laughingstock. You want to take that on? Or did you just take it on?
Yeah, look, I think the same consistent theme is it's not a laughingstock. What he's looking is parity with the press, saying when you present a point of view that's not accurate or you tweet something that's not accountable, you should be held equally accountable as I am when I tweet and you criticize me. That's the issue.
Tom Barrack, appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Coming up, today's anti-Trump demonstrations were massive and remarkable. What impact, if any, will they have? And are they why Trump obsessing over the reported attendance at his inaugural? I'll speak to famed participants Michael Moore and Patricia Arquette. Plus, Donald Trump visits the CIA, tells them that he's behind them, and blames his feud with them on the media.
We got through day one. And the headline read, Trump takes power. I don't think so. Here's the power. Here's the majority of America right here.
That was legendary filmmaker Michael Moore addressing today's Women's March on D.C. The first day of Donald Trump's presidency brought more than 600 massive anti-Trump protests around America and the world. In D.C., among many celebrities and politicians who addressed the crowd, I caught up with Moore as the protest in D.C. was winding down. President Trump, I have to get used to saying that.
Yes.
President Trump spoke at the CIA today, and he addressed, among other things, the issue of crowd size, the size of the crowd yesterday compared to today.
He's talking about that at the CIA.
At the CIA.
This is his first meeting at the CIA.
True.
And he's obsessed with how big the crowd was yesterday.
Versus today.
Versus today.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Well, first of all, did he even see this today? I've never seen anything this huge here. I mean, I was at the protest against Nixon at his inauguration. It was tiny crowd compared to this. I couldn't see how far back it went, and I was on the stage.
So even you were surprised as one who spoke.
Oh yeah. They said 200,000 would come. I thought, you know what, it's going to be closer to 500,000. By the end of it, and the metro subways were still jammed and people getting off 4 hours later. It had to be around 1 million, in my estimation, from having been to so many demonstrations here. And I think the reason why is because I asked the crowd during my speech, how many of you are here for the first time at a demonstration in Washington, D.C.? And I would say half of the crowd raised their hand. And I thought, yeah, because I talked to a group of ladies from Asheville, North Carolina. They called themselves the Asheville 9. And I said, how many of you are here from Asheville that have never been here before to a demonstration?
All 9?
8 had never been here at a demonstration.
I listened to your speech. You talked about running for office. I mean, you had a message. Your message was, hey, I ran when I was 18 years old in Michigan for the school board, and I was elected.
Correct.
And you wanted them to get out there and do likewise.
Yes, I want as many people as possible, anybody watching this, I want you to run for office, even if it's just for precinct delegate. Everybody has to now get off the bench and participate in the democracy. This is not a spectator sport. It's a participatory event. And I'm telling you, if you are feeling bad that the gene pool has been so depleted when it comes to politicians in both parties, this is the time now to get up off the bench. If you think you can do better, I'm going to tell you what, you probably can do better. Don't hold back now. This is the time to get involved. Run for office. Form your local rapid response team. Call Congress every day. They have a phone number. You pay for that number, 202-225-3121. Right?
Spoken like a man who's dialed those digits.
I have dialed these digits, and here's the good news: a human being picks up.
Right.
It's not a robo thing. It's not somebody in Singapore. It's been outsourced. They've actually kept the jobs right here behind us. A person picks up the phone and says, and you say, I want to talk to my Congress person, but I don't know his name. Well, what's your zip code? She goes, 10003. Well, bingo. There it is. And then they ask you, would you like the private line? They'll give you the direct line. That's how cool this democracy still is.
Does part of Michael Moore, looking out at that sea of people today, not just women, but that sea of people, say, damn it, where were y'all on November the 8th?
Well, I think this crowd was there. I'm sure they voted. It's what didn't we do to bring our friends and neighbors?
What's the answer to that?
Next time, don't, first of all, too many, I'm sure these people here today would admit that they were doing an end zone dance, a victory dance, popping the corks back after the convention in the summer. Everybody said it. The network said it. The polls said it. She's going to win. And she did when you count a national vote.
Popular vote.
But that's not how the system works. I don't like the system the way it is. I want to change it.
Right.
But didn't anybody at the DNC or in the campaign in Brooklyn do some math and go, you know what, it is an electoral college thing. How are we doing in those states? And I'm like trying to call them in the summer, in the fall. Listen, I live in Michigan. This isn't good. Hillary hasn't been to Wisconsin in 7 months. We love her. Let's get her out here. Come on. And couldn't get through.
One final issue.
Yeah.
What of the idea that says, hey, give the guy a chance? I mean, it's day one for him, and you've got hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people coming out today. He's not done anything yet.
I actually usually believe in that sentiment. The problem is he has done something. He spent 18 months viciously offending and attacking mostly people who are voiceless and powerless. He didn't set the table for us to sit down together and break bread and work together. That's the problem. We didn't start that. He started that. He has never apologized for it. And even in his speech yesterday was still in this angry mood. And this guy is constantly, it's like you said, he's over at the CIA right now talking about, my numbers are bigger. And it's like, dude, you won. Don't be a sore winner. Why are you still refighting the election and the numbers here today and all this? You sound like a guy who thinks he lost. Methinks you protest too much about the protest. It's really, but you see, can I just say quickly, that's his Achilles heel. that he is so sensitive. He has such a thin skin. So I encourage everybody, we need to form an army of comedy and satire. This is his undoing. He can't take Alec Baldwin. Wait till he starts taking the rest of America, who's ridiculing him and making fun of him and using their sense of humor. That will discombobulate him so much. It could be his undoing. I honestly believe it could be the first president brought down by satire.
I know I said that was my last question. I promise this will be.
Okay, I promise. And I promise to make it the last answer.
I've never seen so much creativity as I saw today on the signs.
Oh, they were great.
Has the word been normalized?
Oh, that word. Yeah. Women have normalized it and owned it.
But not us.
No. Okay. No, I think that's not a good idea. And I think women have had enough of us and our language.
Right.
That it's time to show some respect, but let them own the word. The word has now power that they're going to use with it. But you're right, not just that, but the creativity of all these signs. I think my favorite sign was the one that said, "Hey, I don't usually like carrying signs, but geez, this guy is so bad. Right. I had to carry a sign today." So it's listen, we got a lot of work to do, but I think everybody feels good about the fact that they know they're in the majority. And in past demonstrations on this mall, Martin Luther King, you go back all the way, he didn't have the majority of the country with him at that time. The suffragettes didn't have the majority of the people with them at that time. And yet, victory after victory after victory has moved this great country forward to being in a better place, and it will happen again.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Appreciate it. Another celebrity participant in today's D.C. March, the woman who won Best Supporting Actress Oscar for the 2014 film Boyhood, Patricia Arquette, who memorably used her victory speech to plea for women's rights and equal pay. Patricia joins me now along with fellow marchers, Georgetown freshman Libby Bloom and her mom, Ann, who flew in last night from Seattle just to participate. Patricia, it's day one. You heard perhaps what I said to Tom Barrack, who was the chair of the inaugural festivities. Doesn't he deserve a chance, meaning President Trump?
Well, I think he really put a lot of people in a nervous position during his whole campaign. He had a lot of divisive speeches, and he didn't choose to meet with women leaders then. He didn't choose to meet with advocates then. He didn't choose to meet with Black Lives Matter then. He didn't choose to meet with the Muslim community then. That's part of the problem. And for a lot of people, how are you going to lead this half of the country? How is that going to happen? How are we going to come together as a country and meet in the middle and all feel comfortable with this? So people, I think, were really depressed when he won and needed to come out and say, we're afraid for our country, we're afraid for democracy, we're afraid for civil rights. And it is concerning that his response, instead of, I hear you, I am your leader, I'm going to lead for all of the people, because you can't just say that. You've got to act like that. You've got to do things towards that. Instead of saying that, I want to meet with these advocates. I want to meet with these women's groups. I want to meet with these people. I want to hear what your grievances are. I want to hear what your fears are. He's not saying that.
We live in our own respective silos. Does it occur to you that perhaps, politically speaking, you play into his hands insofar as you are an A-list Hollywood actor, you won an Oscar, and if you're the face of this type of opposition, and I know, believe me, you were surrounded by many other faces, but the celebrity component kind of cuts both ways. I want to have you here on my program, but he gets to say to Middle America, it's a bunch of Hollywood liberals.
Well, I want to tell you something. I've been really trying hard to get the press to allow me to bring with me advocates who are women of color, who are disadvantaged groups of women, women who never get an opportunity to communicate. And I can't tell you how many people pulled out of interviews because of that. So I'm going to put that on the press, and I'm going to say you guys need to change that, because we do need to hear different women's voices. We need to hear from Native American women who are basically invisible in their own nation. So he can say it's Hollywood, but part of it is that the press only wants to talk to Hollywood.
All right, these two are in Hollywood. I met them today
and
at the march.
And I appreciate you bringing them.
Okay. Mom, you flew from Seattle. Why?
I flew from Seattle because I felt like I needed to participate, that I needed to engage and feel like I can make a change. So I got on the plane, and 5 hours later, there were 200 new friends, because everybody...
All coming?
all coming for the march. So I do feel that there's a collective energy by being here at the march that's very, very, very powerful.
Libby, you are first year at Georgetown.
A freshman at Georgetown, yes.
Okay, why today? Why were you out there?
I was
Why the
there.
hat? Tell me.
I wanted to be there with my mother, who's my hero, and I just felt like I had to do something. I had to take action. My generation, we're the future, and I thought, like, all my friends went there. We were all doing this together, and it was just such a good feeling to be there with everyone and have friends and make friends, and we're all wearing pink hats, and it just felt like a team, and it was great.
Patricia, were you blown away by the outpouring? Did you anticipate this?
No, I didn't. I mean, I did anticipate actually a lot of people, and I anticipated a lot of people at all of these marches, but not to this level. I've been to D.C. many times, and I have never seen anything like this. And even the photographs are inaccurate, because you would look down one street and it would be packed as far as you could see, and you turn down another street and the whole different direction was packed as far as you could see. So the march didn't stay on the parade route.
Right.
It broke off, and it was just a natural, random march, and it was everywhere.
Ladies, I wish I had more time. Thank you all for being here.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it very,
Thank
very
you.
much.
So
Keep
much.
tweeting me at Smirkanish. In fact, put one up so we can all look at it together at the same time. Let's see what just came in. Smirkanish, I appreciate Michael Moore's perspective on getting the electorate more involved, but hasn't he added to the partisanship too? Has he added to the partisanship, Patricia? Do you add to the partisanship?
I think everybody who has an opinion probably adds to the partisanship, but again, sometimes I'll fight with members of my family. It doesn't mean I don't love them. It doesn't mean we can't have a conversation. I may have a strong opinion. My brother may have a differing strong opinion. But in a healthy family, you communicate these things with a certain level of respect. But you don't hang up the phone and never speak to that person again. That is an unhealthy
You
sort
save
of
it
a
until next
relationship.
Thanksgiving.
Exactly.
That's what we do in our house. Up next, thank you again. When newly sworn in President Donald Trump finished his inaugural address, his predecessor mouthed the words, "Good job," despite the fact that Trump remarkably had implicitly criticized not just President Obama, but all other ex-presidents in attendance. I want to ask David Axelrod about that, and I'll do it next.
This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe. These attempts to lessen the enthusiasm of the inauguration are shameful and wrong.
That was Sean Spicer earlier today. David Axelrod joins me now. Here's my question. What the hell?
Yeah, I really, I know Sean Spicer very well, and so do many people in this town. He's a very credible person. He's a very experienced person. And I can only assume that he was sent out there to do what he did, because it made no sense to go out there to go on a rant about the size of the crowds, which, and make representations that clearly weren't right, and then leave without taking questions. But it followed 18 hours in which the wheels kind of came off in many ways. First, the president goes to the ball for the military personnel last night and spends his time mostly talking about himself. When he is the commander-in-chief, these are young people who he may have to send into battle, who have enlisted to protect our country. It should have been an opportunity to express his gratitude. Then he goes to the CIA today, stands in front of the wall of the fallen there, American heroes, and uses it as a backdrop to complain about how the crowds were covered on his inaugural day. Unthinkable.
I want to back up the 18 hours because your old boss, our former president, seemed to have mouthed the words, "Good job," at least as we were doing the lip reading. Do you think that Barack Obama believed that it was a good job in the inaugural speech that was delivered?
I think he probably believed it was a good job of Trump delivering the message Trump wanted to deliver. And I would agree with that. Trump spoke to his supporters. It was basically a campaign speech updated for inaugural purposes, but he didn't, as we spoke yesterday, expand his base. I think it probably thrilled those people who voted for him, that 46% of the public who voted for him. But the point here is, this is your debut on the stage as the leader, not just of America, but the free world. And some thought should be given to what you do and say. And it seems to me that he is behaving on whim, on his own whim, and others are allowing him to do it. And,
I believe
he needs less enabling and more stabilizing here.
I believe that your boss was treated with contempt and disrespect from day one by some who never got over his election and never let him off the canvas, so to speak, for 8 years. And I don't want a repeat of that.
I agree with that.
Okay, so how do we keep it fair?
I'm making clinical judgments here. I'm not. I would have been happy if the president had gone to that ball last night and done what he should have done as the commander-in-chief. I would have been happy if he had gone to the CIA and talked about the important role that they play in keeping this country safe and the meaning of those stars behind him. I would have been very pleased if he had done that, and I certainly would have been happy if they hadn't sent poor Sean Spicer out there to do what he did. The question is, can they fix this? And they got plenty of time to do it, but each one of these erodes credibility.
We agreed together yesterday we would have liked the 60 House Democrats to be behind us at the inauguration. I'm sure you got a lot of blowback from that after you said it here, and I know I did after I said it here. But that's the kind of fresh beginning. I'm not asking anybody forget what transpired in the campaign, not to forget the Access Hollywood tape and so forth. But there's got to be some kind of a coming together where we say we're going to have our disagreements, but business has got to get accomplished.
I certainly agree with that. And, I've rejected this notion that Trump is not a legitimate president. He's not only legitimate, he is the president. He's all our president. Not just the president of the people who voted for him. But then he has to recognize that as well and really reach out to people in a variety of ways. There's a lot of symbolism to what a president has to do, particularly in these early days when he is being evaluated by the American people and by the world. And this has to be given some thought. This has to be given some care. This can't be reactive. It can't be peevish. And it can't be foolish. What this whole debate about the size of the crowds is foolish. And I wonder whether part of it is he understood that there was a huge crowd of protesters here in Washington today, and he was worried about invidious comparisons to the fairly sparse relative to other inaugural ceremonies crowd that was out here yesterday. And these are the kinds of things that get to him. He has to have a thicker skin.
Got to turn the other cheek.
Yeah,
got to turn the other cheek.
Absolutely.
David, thank you. Twitter is on fire. Put another one up on the screen quickly if you can while David Axelrod is still here. Smirkanish, until you and the lying media start telling the truth, expect to be blasted by POTUS Trump, period. You see what I put up with here, David? Still to come, after attacking the intelligence community's abilities, Donald Trump paid his first visit to the CIA today and told them he was behind them. And then the speech got a little political. Was that the right way to begin? We'll discuss. On his first full day in office, President Donald Trump paid an official visit to the CIA and announced that he was behind the agency. This despite repeatedly attacking the work of the intelligence community, especially in the past several weeks.
There is nobody that feels stronger about the intelligence community and the CIA than Donald Trump. There's nobody. These are really special, amazing people. Very, very few people could do the job you people do. And I want to just let you know, I am so behind you.
So how was he received? Joining me now, Malcolm Nance, former counterterrorism and intelligence officer for Special Ops, Homeland Security, and intelligence agencies, and author of The Plot to Hack America, How Putin's Cyber Spies and WikiLeaks Tried to Steal the 2016 Election. How did it play, Malcolm?
Well, from all accounts that I have from my fellow intelligence officers, it played very poorly. Donald Trump standing in front of the Wall of Honor, where I have friends whose names are logged in that book, whose stars I've put my hands up on. Having that political talk there, ignoring the dignity and sanctity of that hallowed ground, to the officers in the intelligence community, CIA officers as well. It was a disgusting display. And I'm not sure whether that was his staff who initiated the clapping, but it shouldn't have happened.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, look, to my ear, it seemed like he was well received. I think there was also a combination of applause and laughter when he spoke of having carried that room and saying something like, I'm not going to ask you how you voted. But you're saying that despite what we may have heard in terms of the applause meter, you don't think it played well?
Well, no, I think it played poorly. Of the officers who weren't at work that day. This is a Saturday. I don't know who would have been invited there, perhaps some people on the guard staff, maybe cafeteria staff, but the officers who come into work on Sunday and the watchstanders who were standing watches in other divisions, they might have been able to shake away, but this is not who they addressed. Donald Trump referred to the agency and its staff at one point as Nazis, referred to them as disgusting and ludicrous. His staff have actually lied to my face about their belief of what the CIA was doing. I don't think it's going to play well at all. And I mean, it was just showmanship for him, but I think he dishonored the actual true meaning of the people who gave their lives, who swear Nathan Hale's oath every day that they regret that they have but one life to lose for their country.
John Brennan is gone now. The president, as president-elect, certainly had his differences with the head of the CIA. Do you think that the spat that he had with Brennan transmitted to the staff, meaning that there was spillover and that they sided with Brennan as opposed to the incoming president?
The fight that Donald Trump has is not with just the executive leadership. His fight was with the day-to-day work, the analysis of what the people are doing there, their collection operations, their operations out in the field. He said these were the exact same people who brought us the Iraq War. He's claimed that some of these people are, in their analysis of what was going on with the Russians and the Russian hacking, were equal to the Nazis. I mean, this is just absolutely ludicrous. That is street-level collections operators, analysts, and people who are doing the day-to-day work keeping this nation safe. It's not just about John Brennan. Bringing in Mike Pompeo is going to help, but he's going to have to reset his relations with the entirety of not just that agency, the other 15 intelligence agencies that he spent months insulting as well.
Monday will be an interesting day with regard to Congressman Pompeo. Malcolm Nance, thank you so much. Still to come, your best and worst tweets like this one. Put it up. Smerconish, what the hell, right? Well, I mean, that's really the appropriate question. Given all that has transpired in the last 24 hours, it's hard to keep pace. Back in a sec. Keep tweeting me at Smerconish. I don't see them until you do, so put it up. Let's see what just came in. Smerconish, these liberal lunatics lost. Elections have consequences. Sound familiar? Yeah, the words are ringing in my ear for sure. I think these quote-unquote liberal lunatics would say that the crowd size today was an affirmation of who won the popular vote, and so the debate will go. Hit me with another one. I think that what upset him was a tweet. Tom Barrack just admitted at Smerconish that Trump became unhinged by a tweet. Look, I thought Tom Barrack was a straight shooter in the conversation that we just had, and I wanted to know from him, does he have the sort of relationship where he can say to the president, this is something you can't do because you're the commander-in-chief? And I don't know that he gave me a direct answer to that, but I think he made it pretty clear that he does have that relationship, and I surmised that he had said that to President Trump. One more, quickly, if we can. Smerconish, you have a voice that at POTUS obviously listens to. Please tell him he is making the U.S. government look like a joke so sad. I couldn't be any more clear than I was. I think it was a mistake for the president to engage in a discussion as to crowd size of the inauguration versus the protest, because I think it demeans everything that just transpired. Whether he listens to me, I seriously doubt. I'll see you next week back at our usual 9 a.m. Eastern start time.
Out front next, the breaking news this evening. Massive protests in Washington, D.C. and around the world tonight. Hundreds of thousands marching against Donald Trump. We are live around the nation. Plus, the White House tonight says President Trump's audience was the largest ever to witness an inauguration, quote, period. Well, we're going to check the facts. And Ivanka's matching overcoat and headband, her sister-in-law's high heels in the White House bowling alley. The Trump fashion watch is now in full swing. Let's go out front. Good evening and welcome to a special Saturday edition of Out Front. We are live in Washington tonight. I'm Erin Burnett, and Out Front this evening we begin with the breaking news. Donald Trump returning to the White House tonight. The streets of the nation's capital overflowing with protesters. Trump's motorcade returning from CIA headquarters just a short time ago. Secret Service agents formed a cordon basically to block off the protesters because they had come and gathered, of course, around the White House. Massive crowds descended on the city, which was the epicenter of protests across the country and around the world. Thousands turning out in New York, Boston, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Women taking to the streets, joining hands with some men to raise awareness of women's rights and civil rights, standing up against Donald Trump on his second day in office. Overseas, similar protests in London, Paris, Barcelona, and Sydney, Australia. Politicians and celebrities were at the major rallies, speaker after speaker firing up the crowds.
We will not build a stupid wall. If you force Muslims to register, we will all register as Muslims.
So I woke up this morning, picked up the Washington Post, and the headline read, "Trump takes power." I don't think so.
Let's begin our coverage tonight with Jessica Schneider. She's out front outside Trump Tower in New York. Thousands gathered there today. Jessica, what is the scene where you are?
Aaron, 8 hours after this rally and march kicked off, protesters are still flooding Fifth Avenue. Just behind me, they were aiming to bring their message directly to Donald Trump's doorstep. They'll fall about 2 blocks short of that. That's because the NYPD has closed down the 2 blocks surrounding Trump Tower. But the elation and the cheers keep erupting from that crowd. They have been marching all day long here, spending some hours in gridlock before making their way through the streets of New York City. The crowd's absolutely packing Manhattan today. People out here telling me it wasn't about one singular message. It wasn't just about women's rights. This was about human rights and civil rights. People I spoke with, they spanned men and women, young and old, parents and their children. I talked to one 10-year-old boy who was very emotional, telling me he was out here because he wants things done when it comes to climate change. He's worried about immigration policies. The NYPD, though, keeping these protesters back from Trump Tower itself, but that not dampening the message out here. The NYPD, they do tell me this has been peaceful, this has been orderly, and tonight, Aaron, they do say there have been no arrests. So a huge turnout, very peaceful out here. Aaron?
All right, Jessica, thank you. And of course, the center of today's protest is where we're sitting tonight, Washington, D.C. That is where demonstrators from across the country took to the streets to bring their message straight to President Trump's front door. And they did so. He could hear them inside the White House. Kyung La is out front.
The president is not America. We are America.
A battle cry from a sea of pink on President Donald Trump's first full day as president. Why did you want to come here?
I needed to come here on the turf of Donald Trump to let him know I am not going to stand for it. I'm going to make a difference myself.
This is what democracy looks like.
In the nation's capital, people from coast to coast descended. Hundreds of thousands of marchers filling almost every inch of the path on their way to the White House's backyard.
Makes America great!
Similar scenes playing out across the country. In St. Louis, the marchers filled the streets towards the Gateway Arch.
Hello, women of Massachusetts.
In Boston, New York, Chicago, and around the world, and more than 600 marches. According to organizers, the crowds were exponentially larger than expected.
We come here to stand shoulder to shoulder to make clear we are here. We will not be silent. We will not play dead. We will fight for what we believe in.
Some of the protesters came driven by fear.
I'm afraid of anybody who
lacks the empathy to see their neighbor who's different than them and not treat them as equally American as anybody else.
We have to say to Trump that we are not afraid of him, that we are together.
Is today's march about Donald Trump? What is it about?
Today's march is about creating a brighter future despite who's in office.
A sentiment shared by celebrities headlining the events.
If we commit to what aligns us, if we stand together, steadfast and determined, then we stand a chance at saving the soul of our country.
We are here to be respected. We are here to be nasty. I am nasty like Susan, Elizabeth, Eleanor, Amelia, Rosa, Gloria, Condoleezza, Sonia, Malala, Michelle, Hillary.
Good did not win this election, but good will win in the end.
Marchers pledging to remain united as a loud opposition voice for the next 4 years. So it was an incredible showing. So what happens now? Well, we spoke to a lot of these women who say they're going to go back home. They're going to continue and begin some sort of grassroots action on the community level. Just as this was the first full day for Donald Trump in office, they pledge that this is day one of their opposition. Aaron?
All right, Kyung, thank you very much. Now, Mark Preston, our senior political analyst, Nia Malika Henderson, senior political reporter, Wendy Sherman, the former Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs under President Obama. She was in the march today. Kayleigh McEnany, conservative contributor for The Hill. Sally Kuhn, political commentator, also participated in, organized today's march, and the former senator from Pennsylvania, Republican Rick Santorum. Wendy, let me start with you. You were marching. How did you make that decision that this was the place you wanted to be today?
Well, it was really quite extraordinary, as I think anybody else who went to the march felt today. I made the decision because, quite frankly, I was watching way too much of Say Yes to the Dress, drinking way too much wine, really needing to find some solidarity for the future and some energy that I've long had and seemed to be dissipated by the darkness of the rhetoric that I was hearing not only during the campaign, but as Donald Trump became president of the United States. And if you look at the difference, and quite frankly, the person who really got me to do this march was my daughter, who lives on the web and knew about this march before I ever did, because this was the most democratic march that I have ever been part of. And I've been taken on marches since I was a teenager. My parents took me on civil rights marches. So this was really amazing.
And I have to say, here in Washington, there were a lot of young children and mothers and children. It was very much that sort of a thing as well. Sally, you were there. Jen Psaki, the former communications director for President Obama, was there too. She was concerned. And she wrote this today about it. I have a sinking feeling in my stomach about this march, not because I am worried about the cold or the chaos, but because I worry it will give too many people license to congratulate themselves for their activism and move on with their daily lives. Do you share that concern? I mean, they've done their march. You go home.
In the context of a lot of positive things she said. And look, I mean, let me clarify too. I didn't organize the march. I was proud to endorse the march, be on the Artist Council. But I have in my career as an organizer. I've organized marches like these. And you know what's funny is they're usually like old reunions for us organizers. You see the same people every single time. And we were expecting, my partner and I were expecting we'd see all our old friends. During the march, we didn't see a single person we knew. These are new people being turned out, being mobilized. It is inspiring. It is incredible. And let me say, if 10% of the people who march today go home and do 10% more, we're going to see a more powerful, positive social movement and social justice movement in this country than we have seen in a very long time. I am inspired. I am hopeful. I am so proud of our country today. I am proud, and we're doing our job as we the people. This is our job to hold the president accountable.
So, Senator, obviously the president was aware of this. We know that he was aware of the march. And he could hear it in the White House. It impacted him when he was coming back from the CIA, when the marchers were there, Secret Service was involved. How should he respond?
Well, I mean, look, I mean, the president knows people have the right to protest and peacefully protest, which by and large, I heard this protest was pretty peaceful.
Thank you.
I think he's going to be struck. I don't know anyone wouldn't be struck by the fact that he's been in office less than 24 hours and already there's hundreds of thousands of people out there complaining about what he hasn't done. or what he's going to do. And they don't even know what he's going to do. That's one of the things that is sort of shocking about all this. If you would have had a protest like this back in 2009, the day after Barack Obama was put in office, can you imagine what the reports would be like? If you'd have had a third of the Republican caucus not showing up for Barack Obama's inauguration, imagine what the reports would be about. Donald Trump has done almost nothing officially. And in fact, a lot of the things officially that he's actually talked about doing are supported by someone on the other side of the aisle. And yet you see this tremendous outpouring of concern before the guy has had a chance to do anything.
You have a point, but Kayleigh, they are there because he said he would ban Muslims. They are there because he said he would build a wall, and most Mexican immigrants who came across were rapists. They are there for those reasons, for things he said. Granted, he hasn't done anything yet, you're right, but things he said. That's why they are there.
That's right. And look, I respect the right of people to protest. I respect the First Amendment. I respect this. And by all means, show up and voice your opinion. But do not call yourself a women's march. I'm a woman. I'm part of the 42% of women who showed up and voted for Donald Trump. 42%. To call yourself a women's march, but then to purport and propose liberal values all day, to have Ashley Judd stand up and compare our new commander-in-chief to Hitler, to have Michael Moore stand up, to have Elizabeth Warren standing up in a Planned Parenthood scarf, where nearly half of women think that what Planned Parenthood does is commit genocide against the unborn, against unborn women. To call this a women's march is tremendously disrespectful to the half of women who don't agree with the values.
Let me, Wendy, just give you this question, though, because you said it was your daughter who inspired you. Was that a mistake? Forget. I know you're going to disagree with the
yeah, sure.
Be part of what she said, but was it a mistake to make it a women's march and not something bigger? Call it a people's march, or
you know, it was a women's march because it was inspired by women and our concern about losing our reproductive rights. People can make a choice. Kayleigh, you can have your choice and your position about being against abortion. But I'm a pro-choice woman, and that is my choice, and that ought to be honored as well. And the government shouldn't decide what happens to my life. I should get to make that decision. So I think this is about women. This is about inclusivity. There were lots of men. My husband went with me on this march, and there were plenty of men at this march that also wanted, we all have mothers, sisters, wives, daughters, and we want a bright and good and strong future for them. And there is great concern. But you know what? Most people didn't even hear the folks who were at the podium because there were so many women you couldn't get close to the stage. Yeah. Women were there to be with each other and to move forward, and I think they will go back and organize at the local level.
All right, thank you. We're going to just pause for a moment. We have news here from the press secretary, Sean Spicer. Just a little bit ago, he held a briefing, and the point of it was to criticize the media for underreporting the size of the crowd at Trump's inauguration. You're going to hear exactly what he said, and we're going to check the facts. Plus, Trump's controversial visit to the CIA and his message to the agency today, and Donald Trump's daughter-in-law bowling in the White House in heels, and she did a pretty good job. I think she only missed 3. Check me. That and other Trump family fashion statements coming up, too. Breaking news moments ago, the new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer. It was his first briefing, and it was exactly that. There was no Q&A. It was not a press conference the way that they usually are. He came out with one thing to say, and that is this. The Trump administration says the audience for yesterday's inauguration was the largest ever.
Photographs of the inaugural proceedings were intentionally framed in a way, in one particular tweet, to minimize the enormous support that had gathered on the National Mall. This was the first time in our nation's history that floor coverings have been used to protect the grass in the mall. That had the effect of highlighting any areas where people were not standing, while in years past, the grass eliminated this visual. This was also the first time that fencing and magnetometers went as far back on the wall, preventing hundreds of thousands of people from being able to access the mall as quickly as they had in inaugurations past. Inaccurate numbers involving crowd size were also tweeted. No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. By the way, this applies to any attempts to try to count the number of protesters today in the same fashion. We do know a few things, so let's go through the facts. We know that from the platform where the president was sworn in to 4th Street holds about 250,000 people. From 4th Street to the media tent is about another 220,000. And from the media tent to the Washington Monument, another 250,000 people. All of this space was full when the president took the oath of office. We know that 420,000 people used the D.C. Metro public transit yesterday, which actually compares to 317,000 that used it for President Obama's last inaugural. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe. Even the New York Times printed a photograph showing that a misrepresentation of the crowd in the original tweet in their paper, which showed the full extent of the support, depth, and crowd and intensity that existed. These attempts to lessen the enthusiasm of the inauguration are shameful and wrong.
All right, here's the reality, though. If they're going to lay down the gauntlet like this, then we're going to show you the facts. That is not what it looked like on the ground. When you compare these aerial images of yesterday's inauguration to President Obama's in 2009, the photo of Trump's inauguration was taken from television during his speech, peak time for the crowd. Jim Acosta is out front at the White House. Jim, I just want to go through this detail by detail. Sean Spicer threw out a lot of numbers there. What exactly is he talking about, and what do we know?
Aaron, I think the simple answer to your question, but we'll get more complicated about it. The simple answer to your question at first is we don't know what he's talking about. But when you go through these numbers line by line, he starts off by saying, let's go through the facts. From the platform to 4th Street, that holds 250,000 people. Then from 4th Street to the media tent is another 220,000. And from the media tent to the Washington Monument is another 250,000 people. I've asked the White House where they're getting those numbers from. We're just not getting those numbers at this point. Hopefully they'll send them to us. It's also contradicted by the fact, Aaron, that Sean Spicer said in that sound that you played that you don't have numbers because the National Park Service does not do numbers. Well, where do these numbers come from? It would be helpful to us if the White House were to provide that information. Now, the other thing that should be mentioned is during the statement, he said that this is the first time in the history of inaugurations that this white ground covering, which is used to protect the grass on the mall, was ever used. That is just not the case. Our White House team has dug up pictures, one from Getty Images. If you have those pictures, we can put them up on screen, Aaron. It shows workers back in 2013. Here's one image right here, laying those white ground coverings on the National Mall to protect the grass. So that statement from the White House press secretary that this is the first time they've ever used these ground coverings is just not accurate. And the list goes on and on, Aaron.
So one thing, specifically when he was going through those numbers where he made a comparison, Jim, was regarding the subway ridership, right? He said, I believe it was 420,000 people through the whole day. You've had a chance to go through that and fact check that.
That's right. The Washington Post, and we want to credit the Washington Post, they put out the latest numbers from the metro system here in the nation's capital. And the Washington Post reported this morning that Metro says 570,000 people took trips in the system between early 4 a.m. Friday through midnight closing, which would have been midnight last night. In 2009, there were 1.1 million trips on the Metro. And in 2013, there were 782,000 trips taken on the Metro. Aaron, part of what Sean is doing here during this briefing, and by the way, there were no opportunities to ask questions, he left the room, is he's trying to say, well, this is the biggest inauguration crowd in the history of this country, but he says both in person and around the globe. He is trying to create a new metric here and saying that, well, if you count the number of people watching here in Washington, on the ground in Washington, and then on their TVs and on their phones and on their computers around the world, then you have the largest viewing audience in the history of inaugurations. Aaron, that's just not how we measure the audience for an inauguration. You measure it by the people who are on the ground at these inaugurations. This just cuts to the core of one of Donald Trump's biggest insecurities. We saw it throughout the campaign. He is just very insecure about reporting about crowd sizes. It happened time and again during the campaign.
Time and time again. All right. Thank you very much, Jim. Mark Preston's back with me. Our chief political analyst, Gloria Borger, joins me as well. I mean, Mark, there is an absurdity in this entire conversation. Okay, I think we all can acknowledge that. But if they're going to send out the press secretary to walk out of the Oval Office and walk to the podium and make this statement and not take questions and lay out all these things and that with the subway ridership, the numbers are not even true. then we're going to do our job, and we're going to come, as Jim Acosta just did and did his job. The facts are the facts here.
The facts are the facts, and can you imagine that we are, 31 hours plus into Donald Trump's presidency, and he chose today at a time when he could be working on so many things. He talked about right before he was sworn in, he was going to use his first days in the office to really move forward and get some things done. But he goes over to the CIA. He makes it about himself. He attacks the news media over there, and then he makes his press secretary, well, we can propose, walk the gangplank with absurd information.
And we're going to talk more about the CIA in a moment. But, Gloria, I mean, what do you make of that? Sean Spicer just coming out. I mean, clearly that was a marching order. You go out and you do that, and then you walk back in here.
Okay, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out the President of the United States was very upset because he thought his crowds were underestimated. And I don't care what size the crowd was. This is day one of his administration. And it's incomprehensible to me that what he wants the discussion to be in the first time Sean Spicer goes to the podium is about how many people were out there on the mall. Obviously, what's in his mind is the fact that millions of people are marching around the country. There's a large march going on in Washington today in opposition to Donald Trump. And he wants to make sure that we know that
his
lots of people that his was bigger.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's it clearly shows that if this is what he cares about on day one of the administration, he was over at the CIA today at that memorial wall. And I have heard from people who served in the CIA and people who served in the last administration, and former CIA Director Brennan just came out with a statement on the record saying that Donald Trump, quote, should be ashamed of himself. All of this about the numbers makes him look smaller.
Right. And I said we're going to talk about more about the CIA in a moment. Ari Fleischer, obviously Press Secretary under George W. Bush, Mark, came out and said, this is called a statement you're told to make by the president, and you know the president is watching. He continued to say, he's going to get Sean Spicer is going to get patted on the back for this. That this is going to be perceived as a success for him in that Oval Office, in that inner circle of Donald Trump and Kellyanne Conway and Steve Bannon and
well, unfortunately, there's only a finite number of people that can actually fit into that Oval Office, right? Because it becomes a bigger issue at this point. Let's just, so our viewers understand how this really works in Washington. The president gets upset about something. The president now is Donald Trump. He gets so upset about something, he brings his people into the office. He gives them marching orders. What do you do if you are the spokesperson for the leader of the free world? You feel this enormous amount of pressure that's put upon you, and you agree.
Well, Sean Spicer had no choice.
You agree to go out and
do.
I mean, what was his choice?
I don't
Gloria?
know.
I resign.
I don't know. I like Sean a lot, but did he have a choice? I mean, you can say to the president, Mr. President, I don't think on day one of your administration that talking about crowd size at your inauguration is the best thing to do, nor is it a great thing to do at the memorial wall at the CIA.
But this is even a bigger thing, too, right? We've been talking about this day in and day out, and quite frankly, he did it on his inauguration day last night, where he went to the military balls. Yeah. He supposedly took questions from soldiers over in Afghanistan, which they were all congratulatory salutations, which we would expect from soldiers saying that to their commander-in-chief. And Donald Trump said, it's so nice. You're being so nice to me. Wow, it's so nice to get. These are really nice questions.
Well, and then he said, I was sitting in the room. He says, as opposed to those people in the back of the room, right? I mean, it was his usual media riff.
This is what scares me, and I think it should scare everybody. Quite frankly, if Donald Trump feels like he has been attacked, then he is going to do something to try to attack you back. Okay, that's fine during a presidential campaign. When you're the leader of the free world, you have got to be careful. And I don't know if he has, right now, what we've seen today, does he really have the fortitude to hold it in, the inner strength?
We've seen thin skin.
But this is thin-skinned, it's insecurity, but he did say in his inaugural address, this is about you, the people. And if it's about you, the people, then stop saying it's about me and my crowd size and everything else. You measure a president by what he achieves.
Right, in his actions.
That's the ultimate measurement.
All right. Thank you both. And out front next, 3 generations of women descending on Washington today with a message for President Trump. That family is out front tonight. Plus, President Trump's visit to the CIA. I want to play for you what he said so you can understand exactly what happened. Those stars behind him are representative of those who died in line of service for the CIA. And our exclusive video of the now former president, his first day away from the Oval Office. He wasn't watching the crowds. He was playing golf. Breaking news, the former CIA Director John Brennan coming out against President Trump about his visit today to the CIA. Brennan's former deputy chief of staff tweeting this. Former CIA Director Brennan is deeply saddened and angered at Trump's despicable display of self-aggrandizement in front of CIA's memorial wall of agency heroes. Brennan says that Trump should be ashamed of himself. And it is just one of multiple fights that is already brewing in Washington for President Trump on the second day of his presidency, the first full day. Manu Raju is out front.
So help me God. Moments after he was sworn into office, President Donald Trump and the leaders of Congress were all smiles. But now he will have to navigate the landmines his foes are setting for him on Capitol Hill. Trump is still waiting for the Senate to confirm most of his cabinet, with just 2 of his nominees confirmed on his first day in office. At the CIA on Saturday, he complained that Democrats were holding up a final vote on his nominee to run the agency, Congressman Mike Pompeo, who was expected to be confirmed on Monday.
They're doing little political games.
Oregon Senator Ron Wyden, who delayed Pompeo's confirmation vote, is firing back.
Mike Pompeo is proposing a brand new system of collecting an enormous amount of data on Americans, law-abiding Americans, including lifestyle information. I think that's the kind of thing that you ought to take a little bit of time to examine.
Trump is facing more Democratic resistance over 8 of his cabinet nominees, including Jeff Sessions to be Attorney General, Betsy DeVos to lead the Education Department, and Tom Price to run Health and Human Services.
My concern is that candidate Trump talked at every rally in my state and elsewhere about clearing the swamp, and this one nominee after another looks to be a White House full of Goldman Sachs executive retreat.
On Monday, Trump's next big test, his pick for Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, faces a vote in the Foreign Relations Committee. That's where Republican Senator Marco Rubio is considering voting with Democrats to try and stall the nomination over his concerns on Tillerson's views on Russia. Rubio is still on the fence.
No, I don't have anything to announce on that yet.
Later in the week, Trump will travel to Philadelphia to meet with House and Senate Republicans at a party retreat. At the top of the agenda, getting on the same page over plans to repeal and replace Obamacare. Already, some Republicans are pushing back on Trump's recent call to provide everybody with health insurance.
The problem is that you can't do it and make overpromise on everything. So we have to be very careful because there is a limit to what we can do.
And the healthcare fight in a lot of ways is tied to the nomination of Congressman Price to lead the Health and Human Services Department. And one of Trump's first move as president, he actually signed an executive order that would give Price, if he's confirmed, more discretion to weaken the law. And Republicans expect him to issue new regulations as part of their overall replacement plan. Price, however, continues to face questions about some of his financial transactions. He's going to undergo a second day of questioning from senators in the coming week. Aaron, while Trump may get most of his, if not all of his nominees confirmed, Democrats can certainly slow down the process. Aaron?
All right. Certainly. Thank you very much, Manu. And I want to talk a lot more about what happened at the CIA today. First, though, Doug Brinkley, I want to go to you, presidential historian, also joining this conversation. Jim Sciutto, our national security correspondent, is as well. But on this issue of the nominees, right, Chuck Schumer had said, day one, you're going to get Mike Pompeo at the CIA. Not happening. Obviously, Mike Pompeo will be confirmed. He was at the CIA today for Trump's appearance there. But this is a risk for Democrats, that they are seen as slowing this down, or Chuck Schumer is seen as not keeping his word.
Yes, it is seen as a bit of a risk because ultimately all of Trump's picks are going to get pushed through. I mean, but it's going to be a delay and a stall. And I think the Women's March gave Democrats a little bit of oomph. Let's fight. The big words here was fight Donald Trump. But in the end of the day, I doubt any Republicans are going to bolt Donald Trump. And so he's going to get the cabinet he wants.
So I want to talk about what happened today with Mike Pompeo. He went to the CIA and he appeared before that wall of stars. And I want to talk about the importance of that in a moment. But first, just something that he said. He started by praising the CIA. Okay, that's important. Then he went on.
He actually started by praising Fox News. Then he went to the CIA.
Okay, so I'm going to get my order right. Then he went on to slam the media, as he did at his balls last night, including the Armed Services Ball that I was attending. Here's what he said about crowd size.
I have a running war with the media. They are among the most dishonest human beings on earth. What? And they sort of made it sound like I had a feud with the intelligence community. And I just want to let you know, the reason you're number one stop, it is exactly the opposite.
So these are the things where it's important to call Donald Trump out and to speak truth to power. It is not the media that said that Donald Trump had a feud with the intelligence community. Let me just play for everyone what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump.
I think it was disgraceful that the intelligence agencies allowed any information that turned out to be so false and fake out. I think it's a disgrace. And I say that, and that's something that Nazi Germany would have done and did do. I think it's a disgrace.
The facts are the facts in this case.
Listen, what he said at the CIA today was contrary to the facts. And the record is there, not just from his statements on camera, but his many tweets accusing the intelligence community of politicizing the intelligence, specifically on Russian interference in the election. The phrase like Nazi Germany, a lot of tweets where he said intelligence in quotes, in effect, impugning the reputation and assessment of the U.S. intelligence community. So those are the facts. What he said today at the CIA today was just flatly contrary to the facts, but it was the place where he said it. And I speak to a lot of folks in the CIA and other agencies in the intelligence community, which particularly upset people. That's in front of the memorial wall. Each of those stars is, of the 117 stars, CIA operatives who died in the line of duty. Some of them we know, some of them we don't. Some we'll never know because of the nature of what they do. But let me just, for the sake of our audience, name a couple of them. Johnny Michael Spann. He was the first American killed in Afghanistan after 9/11 in November inside a Taliban prison in the north. I remember covering that story as it happened. The two CIA officers who were killed in Benghazi, Glenn Doherty and Tyrone Woods. They're two of the stars named there. There was no mention of that sacrifice, and this is hallowed ground. This is the CIA's Arlington, in effect, because that's what they have. And the nature of their service is quiet service. They have those stars there. The president came to the CIA putatively to express his support for the CIA and didn't make a mention of that. And that's what, don't listen to what I have to say about it. Listen to the texts and the emails I've been getting from folks inside the intelligence community all day talking about that hallowed ground and just the insult and disrespect they felt.
And so, Kay, let me give you a chance to just answer the question as to why Trump would do that, right? He went in front of those stars. There had to be someone around him to say, this is important. There are people who walk by this every single day at the CIA, and they pay homage to those who lost their lives. The former CIA director coming out and saying what he said, a display of self-aggrandizement in front of the CIA's memorial wall of agency heroes. He's arguing about his crowd size. He's arguing about who it was that picked a fight with the intelligence community. Would you agree that it was in bad taste?
No, I don't think so, because look, let's put this in context. Last night, Donald Trump stood at a military ball and praised the heroes there. There is no one who doubts Donald Trump's respect for the military, his commitment to the military. These armed servicemen and women, in fact, voted for Donald Trump far more than they came out and voted for Hillary Clinton. What he did today, I think, breaks with the norms of what the punditry class expects of him. But I think the factory worker in Michigan, looks at the speech, for instance, Donald Trump gave yesterday, and they don't care about the poetic prose that were in there or were not in there, or how it compared to Lincoln's address. I don't think they mind that today he called out the media at the CIA. He did, in fact, we have to mention, praise the CIA and say I have immense respect for the intelligence community.
Right.
I think the people out there who voted for Donald Trump care about if they have a job coming forward in the next few months, care about if they have food on the table for their families.
But Kayleigh, wasn't the audience there not that person? The audience there, Senator Santorum, was the people who work for the CIA, the people who walk by that wall. He continued. Let me just play a little bit more of what he said. Here he is again at the CIA this afternoon.
And they said Donald Trump did not draw well. I said, it was almost raining. The rain should have scared him away, but God looked down and he said, we're not going to let it rain on your speech.
Senator, do you think what he did today at the CIA was appropriate for the venue, or that someone should have said, not there, not now?
I'm a big fan of what Donald Trump campaigned on. I'm a big fan of what he talked about in his speech. I think Donald Trump is the most effective when he sticks to the script of what he talked about at the inaugural, which is, I'm here fighting for you. When he goes off and talks about things that have to do with him, he's not talking about things that really got him elected. And so my feeling is he's stronger if he sticks to the script. Having said that, Donald Trump hasn't stuck to the script since the moment he went up that escalator and announced for president. Over time, I believe he will be chastened a little bit because of some of the things he's doing and the reaction. You're seeing the reaction, and I think it's a fairly broad reaction to what he said. And I'm hopeful that he'll realize that your comments about his inaugural, which was negative and dark, I don't know of anybody out there that I've talked to, or anybody I've talked to, period, who believed he had a negative and dark inaugural address. You may, but what he talked about was there are millions of people out there who are experiencing these things, and there are. And that's what they heard. That's not what many here heard. And so I would just say that Donald Trump is best when Donald Trump is out there fighting for working men and women, and that's where he's got to keep his focus.
Let me just ask you a question, because you talked to him. Is this something that he could learn from? I'm talking again about specifically what happened today, what Jim is talking about, what others are hearing.
He's not going to learn, guys. This is what you're going to get. Yeah. There's an unhinged quality to him. That's his personality. I think we have to stop thinking there's a new Donald Trump coming down the road. Today, I thought I've never seen a president of the United States since the birth of TV that unhinged at a memorial service, essentially, talking to the CIA. I think it was great he said he's 1,000% behind you, but to start talking about yourself nonstop, it seemed like a little 7-year-old. I'm worried about that aspect of him. Yeah. This isn't a campaign trail, and we don't have time for personality change.
Jim, in this conversation, let me just give the last word to you, because I want to give you a chance to, when you're talking to people who work at the CIA, is their morale fundamentally affected, or no? Is this something, they serve the country, Donald Trump can say and do what he wants, and they're going to continue to serve their country?
Listen, they're tough guys, right? And women, men and women who are, many of them out in the field, many of them here, they have very hard work, and they're focused on their jobs. But I will tell you, these weeks, and keep in mind, it's not just today, but these weeks of critical comments coming from the president-elect and now the president, raise serious questions. One being, will the work that I do as an intelligence professional be accused of being politicized if it's information that the president finds uncomfortable? And that's the concern.
And
right?
Will another government share intelligence with me anymore?
Well, that's a question too. And I just want to, Kayleigh said earlier, it's a punditry class view of this, and I just want to be clear that I'm hearing from folks inside. And I just want to quote one of the many texts I got today. It is, and this is surrounded by asterisks, it is our hallowed ground. It is your place to call it out. We intel professionals are apolitical and quiet. You have to call it like it is. I'm not getting those from like Democratic Party operatives. I'm getting from folks who take their job very seriously, and they've heard this for some time.
And I will say, just before we go, sort of just something I want to share. Last night I was at that Armed Services Ball, and at the end, several, more than I can count specifically, so I would say somewhere between 5 and 10 people came over and said, we fight for freedom of the press. Don't worry about what he says. We trust in what you all are doing. You're doing a good job. And I thought that was significant because you know what? The people in that room, they were Trump supporters. They weren't saying this to be negative about Donald Trump. They were saying it because they believed in the media's job to do its job. And that is what we will endeavor to try to do. All right, well, next, breaking news, crowds growing tonight in San Francisco at an anti-Trump rally. You're looking at live pictures of people in the streets, plus 3 women, a daughter, a mother, a grandmother, 3 very different stories. They were marching today. And the fashion designer behind the First Lady. We know a whole lot more about him tonight, and you will soon, too. The breaking news tonight, protesters filling the streets in cities across the country on President Trump's first full day in office. Right now, live pictures of demonstrators in San Francisco. Meanwhile, in Washington, a sea of pink for the Women's March. In New York, people packing in, sidewalk to sidewalk. Protesters in downtown Los Angeles, the LAPD saying crowd estimates there right now well past 100,000. Out front now, 3 generations of women who were at today's march in Washington. Virginia Wilcox, her daughter Catherine Clark, and her granddaughter Breonna Clark. And I appreciate all of you coming and talking to me. So you all made the trip here from Pennsylvania, from Massachusetts, to come together.
Yes.
Why?
Because we think women's rights are human rights, and we think it's important for the generations to have these experiences and form a community that will continue to speak truth to power.
And Catherine, why was it so important that you all come together, right? I mean, you came as a family, 3 generations.
We did. Family is really important. Family is how you teach the next generation of people how to live in the world, how to be appropriate with other people, how to treat them, how to respect them, how to be around them. And so it's important to come together with ourselves and with all the others.
So, Breonna, when I know you had a chance to speak to our producer about an experience you had that was the reason you came here, and I wanted to give you a chance to share it because you said something about how you realize that because of who you are, because of the color of your skin, when you walk into a room, you expect that people will hear you. And when you learn and listen to you, and then when you realize that others that you work with as a grocery store manager don't feel that way, that's part of why you're here. Explain what you meant.
That's definitely true. I feel like I was sort of afforded the privilege to expect that, fair or not. And to me, it's important to be here today to stand up for the members of our community that are most vulnerable. And it's important to me to protest on the behalf of vulnerable women, Black women, people of color, immigrant women, and I want to stand up today with my family to hold those women up.
And do you all feel that Donald Trump might listen to you, that he has a chance to listen to you and make you end up saying, okay, he has done things for women, right? He's put forward things like paid maternal leave. Is there something that he could do that would make you say, okay, I think he heard me and he listened?
New cabinet picks.
Yeah, new cabinet picks. Pay attention to the environment, LGBTQ community.
Let in more refugees.
Not stigmatize people of any other faith.
Hold up Roe v. Wade.
A lot of things that. Some of which, of course, we know he will not do. All right. Well, Virginia, Catherine, Breonna, I appreciate all of you taking the time. Thank you so much for coming and talking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And President Trump today attended an interfaith prayer service today. That is in line with inaugural tradition on the day after inauguration. After a night of balls, the first family kept making waves. Today, jackets were the highlight. The First Lady in black, Ivanka Trump wearing a maroon coat, a matching headband. Last night, though, of course, was about the gowns. Jessica Schneider is out front.
The band played Hail to the Chief, but all eyes were on the First Lady, Melania Trump, simply elegant in an off-the-shoulder white crepe column gown with just a hint of color, a thin burgundy belt, as the new President and Mrs. Trump were introduced at 3 inaugural balls.
I did it my way.
Mrs. Trump helped design her gown. The former model knows high fashion, and she worked with designer Hervé Pierre, French-born, but now an American citizen. American designers a must, given her husband's strong rhetoric against products made overseas. Finding American designers, though, no easy task. Several, including Marc Jacobs and Tom Ford, reportedly refused to dress Mrs. Trump for political reasons.
There's Mrs. Pence and there's Melania Trump. Let's listen in.
The First Lady began the day making an entrance that can only be called stunning. Ralph Lauren designed her powder blue cashmere coat and dress, accented with suede gloves. Across the aisle, Hillary Clinton wore her trademark pantsuit, all in white, and ironically, also by Ralph Lauren.
We saw her come out in this blue outfit, and everyone immediately thought, Jackie.
She doesn't even need to say that Mrs. Kennedy is going to be her role model because her clothes are saying it loud and clear for her.
But it was Jackie Kennedy who many remembered as they commented on Mrs. Trump's ensemble. The color, the style, reminiscent of Mrs. Kennedy's regal inaugural dress 56 years earlier. First daughter Ivanka Trump was not to be outdone. With her children close at hand, Ivanka wore a dramatic white pantsuit to the inauguration, designed by Oscar de la Renta. For evening wear, she chose another powerhouse, Carolina Herrera, dressed in a gold ball gown, jeweled sleeves and bodice, and a bell-shaped skirt. Tiffany Trump wore a strapless metallic gown, and the wives of Eric and Donald Trump Jr., Lara and Vanessa, wore gowns in shades of red and gold. Trump's senior advisor Kellyanne Conway's coat went viral. She called the red, white, and blue military-inspired look Trump Revolution wear. Conway broke with the day's theme, her coat from the Italian house of Gucci. This morning, the fashion parade continued. Vanessa Trump, wearing a plum coat accented with matching ball, was spotted bowling at the White House in heels. Jessica Schneider, CNN, New York.
Kate Betts is out front now, fashion journalist. She wrote the book Everyday Icon about Michelle Obama's style. And obviously, when we look at what we saw last night and now today, these women have a lot of style. And they are seem to be very coordinated as well, right? Which is not easy to do when you're thinking about the sheer number of outfits they have to consider. But down to their coats, it seems that way.
Well, they do come to the White House with a certain amount of fashion fluency. They are kind of a fashion family from New York. Ivanka has her own brand. Melania was a model, so they know how to dress for this occasion. And then there's also the fact that they're a large family, and so they want to have this kind of look on the tableau, as we keep talking about. Right. The kind of color coordinated
they want to look consistent.
They want to look consistent. They want to stand out. They're wearing certain colors that are very obvious in the crowd. And I think I think the feeling is that obviously there are some allusions to Jackie Kennedy with what Melania wore to the inauguration, and Ivanka dressing in a very coordinated kind of colorful palette shows her kind of fashion fluency and the fact that she's very groomed and wants to stand out. She wants to be seen.
Of course, what they've worn so far, incredibly expensive clothes. People can't afford them. Mm-hmm. Will there be a lot of knockoffs? I mean, immediately, is it going to spark that or no?
Well, I think because they are in this incredible position, obviously women are looking to them, and there will be a lot of knockoffs. Now, one thing I'd like to point out historically is that Jackie Kennedy's clothing was knocked off a lot, but it was very simple. The shapes were very simple. It was easy to copy. Right. These clothes are high fashion, couture. They're harder to copy. So it will be interesting to see how many knockoffs are.
Right, or adjustments. All right. Thank you very much, Kate Betts. And right now we have some exclusive video in, actually, the former President Obama playing golf in Rancho Mirage, California on his first full day out of office, even driving the golf cart. That was probably something that he really relished doing. The Obamas left Washington right after the inauguration yesterday. They were actually forced to delay the start of their Palm Springs vacation because of bad weather on the West Coast, and Southern California caused their plane to be diverted. But there he was on the golf course, certainly not watching television. We'll be right back. All right. Well, thanks so much to all of you for joining us on this special coverage out of Washington, our breaking news coverage of the first full day of Donald Trump's administration and of the Women's March on Washington and around the country. It begins right now, or continues right now, with Anderson Cooper 360.
And good evening. Thanks very much for joining us for the special Saturday edition of 360. On this, the first full day of Donald Trump's presidency, the pictures tell the story. And the story is about women standing together, trying to make their voices heard. The Women's March in Washington drew massive crowds. The mission, they said, to stand together to protect women's rights and to stand with all who say they have been insulted, demonized, and threatened by President Trump's rhetoric. Organizers say the vision was, quote, to join in diversity to show our presence in numbers too great to ignore. that is exactly what happened in terms of numbers. Hundreds of marches all over the country and around the world, women and men, in Boston and in Denver, in Chicago and in Phoenix, from coast to coast, and many cities in between. The pictures show the turnout has been overwhelming. This is drone video from St. Louis, and the pictures are similar from marches in a number of cities around the country. Suzanne Malveaux has more on the march in Washington.
Tonight, Americans of all faiths and walks of life converging on the nation's capital, protesting the agenda of the 45th president, Donald Trump.
It's been a heart-rending time to be both a woman and an immigrant in this country. Our dignity, our character, our rights have all been under attack.
I am unafraid to be nasty because I am nasty, like Susan, Elizabeth, Eleanor, Amelia, Rosa, Gloria, Condoleezza, Sonia, Malala, Michelle, Hillary.
A powerful, eclectic group bringing their message of equal rights for all Americans directly to the steps of the White House.
The message is we're here representing the majority of Americans. The majority of our fellow Americans did not want this man in the White House.
We're not anti-Trump. We're pro-America. We're pro-inclusion. We're pro-grace.
Where do we go from here? We stay here. We keep this fight up. We keep letting them know that we're not going anywhere.
This is a wake-up call.
And who needs to wake up?
Going to sleep again. Anybody who cares about democracy. Anybody who cares about sanity in the presidency.
And do you have a message for President Trump now?
It's time to leave.
And the movement spanned well beyond just Washington, as hundreds of thousands of dissenting Americans gathered in all 50 states, from Chicago to Los Angeles, St. Louis, New York, Denver, and Boston.
Hello, women of Massachusetts.
Celebrities, politicians, and everyday Americans uniting.
This girl is on fire.
In rebuke of President Trump's past statements, standing up to say they will fight for the country they know and love.
President Trump, I did not vote for you.
My husband and I fought for 35 years for marriage, and I lost him right before Christmas. And I'm here for both of us.
Jessica Aguyo's mother fell ill at 48 years old, upending her life, while the old health care system devastated her financially and left her in ruins.
I hope she'd be very proud. I hope she'd be very proud, and I miss her terribly. And I'm sorry she had to go the way she went, because it was not a righteous way to go.
Suzanne Malveaux joins us now. I know there aren't official crowd estimates. CNN doesn't do crowd estimates. It certainly seemed like a huge number of people, probably more people, have showed up in some of these cities than had been planned for.
It's interesting, too, the people who are in this house behind me, Anderson, have made no mention of the massive crowds, but just to demonstrate that it was early on when they were supposed to be leaving from Independence and 4th down Constitution. The crowd was so thick, and you could not move. Just getting from the truck to our live shot location, people were pleading with each other not to move. You could barely breathe. There was a sense of tension, almost like you would be crushed or a stampede. Fortunately, that feeling kind of subsided, but it took a while. The announcers begging people not to move at that moment. And it really just underscores, Anderson, that this massive, staggering crowd was much, much more than even the organizers expected. Anderson?
Suzanne Malveaux, thanks very much. Now, we don't have, as I said, an exact count of the numbers of people who showed up to the march today. The pictures, though, are certainly striking. Take a look at Los Angeles. And the marches weren't just in the United States today, it should be pointed out. They were in cities around the world. Take a look at pictures from Barcelona, from London, Paris, Melbourne, Australia. There also were marches in cities in Germany, Italy, New Zealand, South Africa, Ghana. The list goes on. These are the scenes from across the country and across the world. Joining me tonight now on the panel, Inside Politics anchor John King, CNN political analyst and USA Today columnist Kirsten Powers, chief political analyst Gloria Borger, chief political correspondent Dana Bash, senior political commentator and former Obama senior advisor David Axelrod, CNN political commentator and Trump supporter Jeffrey Lord, CNN political commentator and attorney Corey Sellers, and Trump supporter Penny Nance of Concerned Women for America. Appreciate all of you being with us. Dan, I mean, how much of these marches are about sort of a rejection of Donald Trump, a rejection of his presidency? How much are they about sort of diverse, larger issues? Because it seemed like there were a lot of different signs with a lot of different causes. It wasn't sort of one message.
Absolutely. And it was, you're right. I think it was truly a combination of all of those things. But what Gloria Steinem said, she used the term wake-up call. And I think that's also what Madonna said before she dropped the F-bomb. That's a different story. The idea that a lot of people, especially young people who really only in their adult lives knew President Obama, and didn't have an understanding, these are Democrats I'm talking about, or people who tend to vote Democratic, that things could not go their way, didn't go their way on Election Day. And the way it was put is they didn't realize that bad could triumph over good, and it did. Again, this is their perspective. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but that is what motivated a lot of people to get out there to say, you know what? We realized you can't just rely on good prevailing. You have to get out, use your voice, and use the power of protest and the power of masses of people to do so. So the question of whether or not it is going to be the beginning of something else, we don't know yet, but it certainly could be.
Yeah, I mean, that is the question. You look at the Tea Party, which had, success at the ballot box, at the next election cycle. In this, you had a lot of people who are Facebooking their friends, photos who are sort of like-minded people. That's not necessarily activism. Activism is actually sort of making inroads with people who don't share the same philosophy as you. The question is, what happens now? Does this actually become a wake-up call in as they see it?
I think that's a big question. I think you could argue that a lot of the people who were marching felt that they had a safety net with Barack Obama as president of the United States. So if Congress screwed up, maybe Barack Obama would veto something or save things, and that's not there anymore. But the truth of the matter is that at the state level and at the legislative level, the Democratic Party has been hollowed out over the last 8 years. They've lost 1,000 seats in state legislatures, and now the process begins of starting to win those back. And I think what you've got to start seeing at these rallies are some of those white, non-college educated, working class women whom Trump won by 28 points. Once those women start showing up at these marches, then I think you'll get something cooking that's a lot larger. But you have to start at the local level, and that's what they're talking about right now.
Kirsten?
Yeah, I think one of the things about this that doesn't bode well is that this actually was a march that was called the Women's March, but it also was then told a lot of women that they weren't allowed to come and that they didn't want them there because they weren't pro-choice. And so there actually are a lot of women, I personally know them, who knocked on doors for Hillary Clinton, who are very progressive, but who are Catholics or serious Christians who are pro-life. But in every other way would agree with everything that was being said today.
Women who were not quote-unquote pro-choice were told not to come?
Yes, they were told to, and Penny can probably talk more to this, but they were specifically told not to come, and that it was that being pro-abortion rights was part of this march. Yes. It just speaks to the same kind of, I think, tone deafness that I've seen in the Democratic Party, and I think it's sad. I really think that there are a lot of women that, what's so funny, Bakari?
No, I think that today was the beginning of something that was amazing, and I don't think anyone's giving it its due. Today we had protests and marches across the entire country. You had it across the entire world. You had women who came out. You literally had metro stations that were 2-hour waits to get there. And I think that what we saw today, it may not be the end of anything, but I do think it was the beginning of something. And what we saw, of course, it was a collection of issues, but even more importantly, there was a common theme that united everybody who protested today, and that was this theme of freedom and justice. And people came out today because they believe in those things. And the Democratic Party is hollowed out. We did lose 1,000 seats. We did lose governor's mansions. I mean, there's no question about it. People are looking to Eric Garcetti. They're looking to Mitch Landrieu. They're looking to my friend who's the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, for leadership now. But the fact is that people came out today in something that we haven't seen in this country or around this world in a very long period of time. This is not anti-Trump. This is pro-America.
Okay. Actually, we'll see a lot of people at the March for Life. How many show up for the March for Life?
So, the March for Life, by the way, which has been going on for 43 years, will have about
400,000, 500,000 next weekend. So I'll meet all of you back here to have the same conversation next weekend, because that is ignored on a regular basis. This is not new. I welcome it, by the way. I believe in the First Amendment. Anytime women and men get together and show their beliefs and strongly support their candidates or whatever that is, that's fantastic. It's good for America, but this was not a women's
And also,
march.
you know what,
Women were
I want to
told-
say also to Bakari, you know,
Pro-life women were told need not apply. We were not welcomed here. Kellyanne Conway was not invited to speak at this march. Concerned Women for America was not welcomed. Why are you laughing? It's a women's march. We should have been included. We are not. And so therefore, women are not monolithic. This was the same group of progressives who have been all along fighting against Donald Trump and what conservative values, and they're welcome to do it, but let's not misname it.
We can actually cast this aside. We can castigate it as if it's something that's not.
No, I say what's happening.
It's fine. I mean, we're going to have 400,000 people who march here who are pro-life, and I appreciate that.
No, Penny's point is it shouldn't have been called a women's march. I mean, it seems like you're arguing past each other. Do you have any issue with what it was billed as?
Not at all.
Okay.
I mean, listen, the women are the backbone of this country.
It was a march for
in
liberalism,
the civil rights movement, you don't have a Hillary Clinton unless you have a Shirley Chisholm. You don't have a Hillary Clinton or anyone else unless you have a Fannie Lou Hamer. Women are the backbone of this country.
Can I just say one thing in response to that? I just want to say one thing in response to the idea that people aren't giving them enough credit. Okay, I do think part of the problem is that Donald Trump made such a spectacle today and has distracted from this march.
By the way,
that's a fair point.
It was not an accident.
We're leading the broadcast with this march. We're not being distracted. We were going to cover all the stuff Donald Trump said today.
Yeah. No. It's being, I'm saying it's being covered, but I think it could be covered more. But I just want to say, I personally tweeted out pictures from my hometown, Fairbanks, Alaska, of women marching. I think this is a wonderful march. I think that you can say that and also say that it should be more inclusive. I don't think that it's a denigrating.
What's interesting is that it wasn't.
It's not anti-Trump.
First of all,
what Trump supporters were there.
Just as a clinical matter, as an observer of politics, it is highly unusual to have the streets of Washington and all these cities jammed the day after someone takes office. So something happened, okay? And that ought to be noted. It's not just like every other thing.
But on January 21st of every year.
Just let me say this. The other thing is there wasn't just women out there; it was men. Now, one of the complications here is there were an amalgam of issues and causes represented there. How you translate that into a political movement that ends in the election of candidates when people were motivated by different things.
How does that next step happen, though?
I think that's not clear. I think that's not clear. I suspect, I walked around the streets today.
Yeah.
I think there was an awful lot of energy there. I suspect that energy will translate into some political activity, but there's no obvious vehicle for that yet. And I think there's some work to be done to get there.
We just got to take a quick break. We're going to have more on this and much more to talk about tonight. Coming up next, also what Kirsten referred to as that spectacle, what Donald Trump said today at CIA headquarters that has the former director of the CIA up in arms, actually making a very public criticism of the president. Also, more on one aspect of it, his focus and his press secretary's amplification of it, that somehow these photos notwithstanding, that the audience for the inauguration was bigger than it actually was or was the biggest ever. Well, details on that. Well, in his first full day in office, President Donald Trump put the CIA at the top of his official agenda. The intention, presumably, mending fences with the intelligence community, which he disparaged openly during the campaign. The outcome, however, might not be what the president had in mind. The reason has to do with what he said and where he said it. What's more, the item that he fixated on, crowd size at the inauguration, carried over into the day, dominating the first White House press conference. I want to take the day in order just so you can see how the issue escalated. So the CIA first, CNN's Chief National Security Correspondent Jim Sciutto reports.
Well, I want to thank everybody, very, very special people. And it is true. This is my first stop, officially.
Day one as president, and Donald Trump visiting the CIA to face the same intelligence community he has repeatedly accused of politicizing intelligence and leaking damaging information about him.
There is nobody that feels stronger about the intelligence community and the CIA than Donald Trump. There's nobody.
But Trump spent more than half his speech, 9 out of 15 minutes to be exact, talking about issues other than the intelligence community. Standing in front of a wall honoring 117 fallen CIA officers, he took swipes at the news media and, defying the facts, blaming his feud with the intelligence community on the media.
As you know, I have a running war with the media. They are among the most dishonest human beings on earth. And they sort of made it sound like I had a feud with the intelligence community. And I just want to let you know, the reason you're number one stop, it is exactly the opposite. Exactly. And they understand that, too.
Fact is, the president has repeatedly criticized the intelligence community in public comments and in tweets regarding its assessment that Russia hacked the U.S. election to help him win. The intelligence briefing on so-called Russian hacking was delayed until Friday. Perhaps more time needed to build a case. Very strange. Intelligence agencies should never have allowed this fake news to leak into the public. One last shot at me. Are we living in Nazi Germany? The president also used the moment to accuse the press of intentionally misstating crowd sizes at his inaugural.
It looked, honestly, it looked like 1.5 million people. Whatever it was, it was. But it went all the way back to the Washington Monument. And I turn on the thing, and by mistake, I get this network. And it showed an empty field. And it said we drew 250,000 people. Now, that's not bad, but it's a lie. We had 250,000 people literally around, in the little bowl that we constructed. That was 250,000 people. The rest of the, 20-block area all the way back to the Washington Monument was packed. So we caught them, and we caught them in a beauty, and I think they're going to pay a big price.
His assault on the press was met with some applause inside the CIA.
They are among the most dishonest human beings on earth. What?
Trump telling the crowd that he knew the military and intelligence community had mostly voted for him.
And probably almost everybody in this room voted for me, but I will not ask you to raise your hands if you did.
Mr. Trump ended on a positive tone for the gathered audience.
Now, I just wanted to really say that I love you, I respect you, there's nobody I respect more. You're going to do a fantastic job, and we're going to start winning again, and you're going to be leading the charge.
And Jim Sciutto joins us now as well as the panel. Strong reaction from the former CIA director, John Brennan.
That's right, very strongly worded statement, former for a little more than 24 hours. Let me read it. Former CIA Director Brennan is deeply saddened and angered at Donald Trump's despicable display of self-aggrandizement in front of the CIA's memorial wall of agency heroes. Brennan says that Trump should be ashamed of himself. It's remarkable. It gets to that point that is in effect the CIA's Arlington, right? Those 117 stars there, many without names, though many we know the names of those who gave their lives.
Right, those are CIA officers, agents who have sacrificed their lives, and many even now can't be named.
Exactly right. Some we know. Johnny Michael Spann, the first American killed in Afghanistan after the invasion. The two CIA officers killed in the Benghazi attack, for instance. But I want to make this clear because there's been a lot of talk about the politicization of intelligence agencies. Brennan was in the CIA for 25 years. He served as National Counterterrorism Director under George W. Bush. So he served Republicans and Democrats. Yes, he served the Obama administration for a number of years, but he served Republicans, and as a CIA agent, he served under multiple administrations. So, his service has been to not related to party, right, although he's an Obama appointee. And this is when I speak to folks inside the agency, that's their mantra, right, is that we do our intelligence work, often at great risk, to presidents and administrations regardless of party.
Jeffrey Lord?
I am hard-pressed, based on the clips that you've shown tonight of Donald Trump at the CIA, to understand when the man looks at these people right in the eye and says, I love you, why this is some sort of diss of the intelligence community. I mean, the disses that you talked about were from previous times. He didn't stand there today and do that.
Well, he denied that he had, first of all, dissed them in the past.
Well, he clearly doesn't think that
calling them
Let me,
Nazis.
wait. There is a problem, and we've talked about this before. There is a problem in the intelligence community, and it isn't just the intelligence community, it's the entire Washington bureaucracy of leaking things.
There's a problem in the Trump administration of leaking stuff. They all leak. They all leak.
I understand, but this is the intelligence community, and this specific leak that he was talking about, or has been talking about, that got him all so fired up.
You can't deny he has disparaged the intelligence community, putting the word intelligence in quotes and comparing leaking, alleged leaking by the intelligence community to
Did he do that today?
No, he's denied he did it in the past today in front of that wall.
But Jeffrey, he did disrespect them today, and I've heard from people who were in the intelligence community and people who are in national security who said that he did disrespect them because he spent most of his time during this speech in front of that hallowed wall talking about crowd size at his inauguration instead of talking about the hard work that these people do. So he went there on a mission, but he didn't spend most of his time talking about the intelligence community. He said, yeah, we're all going to work off the same page. We're on the same wavelength.
Well, why is that? Why are you dismissing that, though, Glo?
Because he spent most of his time talking about other things. It was inappropriate, Jeffrey.
His leadership style as an executive is to work with people, to be a leader, but also to set a fire under them. Now, I think frankly, I think you're going to see, not only today, but you're going to see a lot as he deals with all these different bureaucracies. You're going to see more of this kind of thing because what he's trying to do is inspire them, ignite them, get them.
But what is talking about crowd size at the CIA have to do with inspiring CIA
in front
officers?
of the wall of the fallen.
Had he gone to Arlington when he laid that wreath so beautifully on Inauguration Day, had he done the exact same thing, would you say
Anderson,
this too?
Anderson, what he's doing is communicating.
I'm asking you, if he had done this at Arlington, would that have been appropriate?
No.
Okay.
Did he do it at Arlington? No, he didn't.
That's hallowed ground at CIA at Langley, where I got to say, I worked for 2 summers while I was in college. That is hallowed ground in that.
I understand that. I understand that. What I'm trying to say is that he is communicating to them his leadership style with them. That's going to be the leadership style of the White House for 4 years.
No doubt about it.
Last night, the president went to this ball for the armed services, and his first line was, "I'm glad to be here because you all voted for me," much like we saw there. And then he went on to talk to troops who were being beamed in from Afghanistan, and he asked them to ask questions. They said, "Congratulations." Most of them, that's all they say is, "Oh, I love your questions. You like me, not like these people." And never once did he say, this is a man who now has the power to send these young people into situations that could very well cost them their lives. And how about thank you for your service? We appreciate the sacrifices you and your families make for this country. And I'm only saying this because that is the role of the commander-in-chief. And and when he went to the CIA today and stood before that wall, he should have known this is not the place to talk about crowd sizes or to talk about votes. This is serious business in front of an audience of people who have committed their lives to protect this country. That is part of being president. That is part of being commander-in-chief. He has to pick up this role.
But, David, with all due respect, and you know I'm not yelling at you here, but part of being commander-in-chief is not withdrawing troops from Iraq. No. Because that was a direct action of the commander-in-chief that wound up killing some of these kids.
I'm not going to dignify that, Jeffrey. I am trying to make a point about what the role of a president is. And you are making a political point.
I am saying if that's the role of the commander-in-chief, then it should have been executed.
If you feel that the president was appropriate last night and today, you should say so. Do you think he behaved appropriately?
I think that we are making.
Do you think he behaved appropriately?
I think that the entire question is a needle out of a haystack, and it's a typical media sort of thing.
But I mean, I got to pin you down. You say it is inappropriate if you did it at Arlington, but you can't say you won't directly criticize what the president did.
He's standing in front of a group of people. He got applause, at least in the clips that we did he not?
Yes, he did. But do you think he had a sense?
there were no boos.
Do you think he had a sense or was adequately prepared about the meaning of that space in the CIA? Do you think he knew?
Of course, I'm sure he did.
And then he did it anyway and started
this is pretty
talking
common
about
general
himself.
knowledge what that wall represents, right?
That
Well,
doesn't mean that he knew.
But then he started talking about himself. Okay.
I mean, but for the larger point is, I mean, there's no reason to believe. I mean, you know, people can express shock, people can defend it, whatever. This is who Donald Trump is. This is the way it's going to be moving forward. I mean, John, that is more clear than ever.
You live in interesting times. Yes, it's who he is, and part of it is we're going to have to get used to this, but part of it, to David's point, and I don't want to get into the back and forth there, part of it is he's going to have to get used to it. And we'll see. Maybe he's right. Maybe he can say all these things as president that he said as a candidate or he said as the president-elect, and it won't cause trouble. Maybe it won't move markets. Maybe it won't offend world leaders. But we do know part of those demonstrations today, especially the ones overseas, were people who... He has the world's attention right now. He has the world's attention, and we'll see what he does with it. But last night, at the ball we were at, when we were sitting at the ball last night, when he came out and he asked the rhetorical question, should I stay on the Twitter, he went on to talk about the enemies. He didn't say his critics. He didn't say his political opponents. He didn't say the Democrats. He didn't say those who agree with my policies. He said the enemies. That is unusual language. I'm being polite. That is unusual language in our American political discourse, to call someone who disagrees with you your enemy, as opposed to your critic or your opponent.
So then the conversation, there was that at the CIA today, and then I moved over to the White House, and we're going to report on that, why the administration's focus with everything that's going on, everything that is happening today, the first day, remember, day one, essentially, all the things they could be talking about, the focus from them seemed to be on the crowd size yesterday, which, frankly, we didn't report much about yesterday. We didn't really talk much about it because of the importance of the day, but they have made now a big story today. We'll have more on that ahead. With protesters lining the streets, most notably in Washington, White House spokesman Sean Spicer gave his first press briefing from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and he did not take any questions. It was, in a word, brief, and in another, combative, could be an adjective to describe it. CNN senior White House correspondent Jim Acosta was at the briefing. He joins us now. So this was an unscheduled briefing. Explain what happened.
Yeah, Anderson, it was an extraordinary scene. Obviously, Donald Trump does not like the news coverage that he's gotten over the last 24 hours, and some of that news coverage has shown how the attendance at his inaugural does not measure up to past inaugural attendances, most notably Barack Obama's in 2009. As you heard, he lashed out at the CIA earlier today, and then Sean Spicer, his press secretary, at his very first briefing inside the White House, used that opportunity to go right after the news media. Here's what he had to say.
This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe. Even the New York Times printed a photograph showing that a misrepresentation of the crowd in the original tweet in their paper, which showed the full extent of the support, depth, and crowd and intensity that existed. These attempts to lessen the enthusiasm of the inauguration are shameful and wrong. The president is committed to unifying our country, and that was the focus of his inaugural address. This kind of dishonesty in the media, the challenging that bringing about our nation together, is making it more difficult. There's been a lot of talk in the media about the responsibility to hold Donald Trump accountable. And I'm here to tell you that it goes two ways. We're going to hold the press accountable as well. The American people deserve better, and as long as he serves as the messenger for this incredible movement, he will take his message directly to the American people, where his focus will always be.
And Anderson, that final message that we just played there from Sean Spicer, I think, is critical, because he said that they're going to hold the news media accountable. I talked to a Republican source right after he made that comment, who said that, make no mistake, that was a threat from the White House press secretary at his very first briefing, aimed at the news media. And the other thing that is extraordinary about this statement that Sean Spicer gave in the briefing room is that if you go down the list of these metrics that he laid out, you can fact check nearly all of them, which is something we've done.
You know, it's interesting because, I mean, he keeps talking about how his focus is just the American people, but, I mean, Donald Trump talks about himself, and did this today, you know, the size of his crowds more than many people do, how smart he is. I think he talked about that again today. And Sean Spicer seemed like he was reading directly from a statement that certainly seemed to be carefully worded.
It was carefully worded, but he was careless with the facts. Keep in mind, he talked about how this was the first inaugural where they used white ground coverings to protect the grass on the National Mall. That is not true, Anderson. We found photographs from 2013. Here they are Actually, those are different photographs, but we have photographs from 2013 that show ground crews laying those white ground coverings on the National Mall. There it is right there. You can see those crews doing that work at President Obama's second inaugural. He also said during the briefing, Anderson, that magnetometers were used around the mall and that prevented people from getting to the inauguration site and hearing Donald Trump. We asked the Secret Service about that claim, and the U.S. Secret Service tells us that magnetometers were not used around the mall. So that is not true. And then finally, he cited metro numbers. He cited the wrong metro numbers, Anderson. He talked about incomplete metro numbers that were not encompassing for the full day. Let's put this up on screen and tell you that according to Metro, Donald Trump drew 570.5 thousand people in terms of riders on the Metro system from 4 in the morning until about midnight. In 2009, it was 1.1 million for Barack Obama at that first inaugural and 782,000 in 2013. So, Anderson, those are 3 different metrics right there that are just incorrect, factually incorrect. So either Sean Spicer is deliberately misleading us and giving us bad information, or he went into this extraordinary briefing earlier today totally unprepared, which is something you can't do as White House press secretary. There are going to be days where we're going to be talking about things. Yeah, go ahead.
That's even the weird thing, though, about the numbers he gave on the Metro. They were actually, the numbers he gave were actually lower than the real numbers. Actually, more people were riding the Metro, according to the Metro, than Sean Spicer said they actually were. So even in his argument, he was giving his numbers were wrong, but they were wrong in a way that did not favor Donald Trump, who seems to care about how big the numbers are.
That's right, Anderson. And there's going to come a day when we're going to be talking about more important things than Donald Trump's crowd size. And on those days, the White House press secretary has to be accurate with his information. Now, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody flubs and slips over a word and that sort of thing. But I think this should be a teachable moment for this new administration. They can't come out and just blast the news media with bad facts. And that's what they did today.
Jim Costa, thanks very much. Back with the panel. John, I mean, we would not even be talking today about crowd sizes. It's the most ridiculous thing to be focusing on. But this is what the White House was actually focusing on today.
Look, we've seen this throughout the campaign. And to his credit, candidate Trump drew some amazing crowds. To his credit, candidate Trump used those crowds to build the political movement that surprised everybody, first to win the Republican nomination and then to win the presidential election. He's the president now. He's the president now. If he gave a speech yesterday. The Democrats disagree with it. The conservatives at the table probably like most, if not all of it. He says he's going to completely eradicate ISIS from the earth. He says he wants to revive the inner cities. He says he wants to cut taxes and create jobs. He's about to make a Supreme Court pick that is going to send this town into a tizzy. If why we're talking about crowd size, to me, is just absurd. But again, he's the president of the United States. He has a bully pulpit, and he proved again today that if you get under his skin, and look, no doubt he saw the marches going on in the country today. I don't remember us talking about crowd size on CNN yesterday.
We didn't.
And we were on TV all day long.
Yeah.
Now maybe
I was on from 8:30 to
a New York Times reporter tweeted out the back and forth 2009 and yesterday. If one tweet is going to send the president of the United States off, this is. Hillary Clinton tried this in the debates. She's watching from home tonight, so maybe Donald Trump is right. But if one tweet can so get under the president of the United States' skin, I just hope he finds a better use for his time.
You know, you have to believe that Sean Spicer didn't go out there on his own.
No.
Well, you saw him looking down. That was not from the heart. That was from the piece of paper.
Well, and clearly you had a president who was agitated, who had spoken about it earlier, inappropriately, I believe, at the CIA, who was mad about this because he saw these pictures. He didn't like these pictures. And this is day one of the administration. This is day one. You want to talk about crowd size? The numbers we ought to be talking about 6 months from now are job creation and other kinds of things. This is incomprehensible. It is absurd. And I think ultimately it's self-destructive for the president to be doing this. This is not it makes him look smaller, not bigger.
And look, somebody said this to me who knows these people, that Sean Spicer did this for an audience of one. His boss, Donald Trump. And going down the line, hopefully Sean Spicer, as the White House spokesperson, will be speaking to the world, not be speaking to his boss. Meaning, his boss clearly was angry, agitated about crowd sizes.
Right,
because
which, by the way, is something Ari Fleischer also tweeted out.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, let's put up the Ari Fleischer tweet. He said this is called a statement you're told to make by the president.
Right, there you go.
You know the president
There you
is
go.
watching.
Exactly.
Or like
Okay.
the former press secretary.
Right, exactly. And so that's, I mean, Sean Spicer was clearly doing this because he was told to do it, and it seemed as though he had two choices: do this or quit, because his boss
Maybe you heard the
clearly
Ron
was,
Ziegler,
was agitated. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, does he want to be 5 o'clock
But,
follies or not?
you know-
But let me just finish one thing.
You mean there are no Iraqi troops in Kuwait?
Okay, I'm not going down the Baghdad Bob route. But the day that Donald Trump landed here, a couple days ago, and went to Arlington, I texted an aide who was with him, and I wanted, because we were doing live coverage, and it was very, positive about the pomp and circumstance, and I said, I just want a little color. How does he feel? He just did his first official act, and the response was, the crowd sizes are amazing.
Right.
It's a very special day. It's how he measures himself. It's how he measured himself ratings, which is the equivalent when he was in television. The question going forward is whether or not he can try to put that aside, or more importantly, if he can't, if the people around him who successfully rotated in and out, Jared Kushner, Reince Priebus, and Steve Bannon rotated in and out through the last month and a half of the campaign, successfully keeping him calm, away from these things, and focused on the prize, which was winning.
Let me tell you.
We got to take a quick break. We'll have it from the side of the panel, though, in just when we come back. Much more to talk about on a day, fair to say, unlike any we've seen. Day one. We'll be right back. Talking about Sean Spicer's first press statement today from the White House, for the most part focused on the size of the inaugural crowd, back with the panel, and also gave out, frankly, incorrect information about it. David, you wanted to...
Yeah, I did. As someone who was a senior aide to a president, I still remember getting my ears singed every once in a while when I went in and said, no, sir, you can't do that. This is a bad idea. But I think it's important to have people around you who do that. And so, we should emphasize it is the first day. There are many days to go. But if this president's going to be successful, then the people around him owe it to him to say, you cannot do that. That is a bad idea. And in terms of Sean Spicer, who is a guy who's built credibility in this town over 20 years, everyone here knows him.
Yep.
To send him out there to do what he did tonight is to basically cripple someone or at least lessen his effectiveness when he actually has to go out and talk about something.
Let me ask you about this, because there's probably a lot of people out in the country watching tonight who say, you know what, this is all just media carping about how they're treated. It's all hand-wringing.
Yeah,
this doesn't matter.
Nor does the size of the crowd. I'm sure they're thinking.
Well, but how do you what do you answer to that?
Well, the answer is that if reporters can't trust the information that they're getting from the press secretary, if they don't feel like they're getting real, honest, true facts, then it makes it much harder for them moving forward to do their jobs, and they begin to discount things that he says. And I just think it's extraordinarily important for the press secretary to always be in a position to deliver what he knows to be.
Penny,
Well, if I could just say, I know Sean Spicer, most of you do. First off, he is his own man. And I don't know if anybody here has not gotten a tongue lashing at some point from Sean Spicer, and sometimes deserved. And you know what? I have to agree that most people don't care.
Right, but because people don't care, I mean, you can say people don't care about facts, but nevertheless, facts do matter. So whether people care about it or not.
Of course, he needs to have his facts straight. And perhaps, I don't know what happened, but I do know this. Sean Spicer's not a robot. He thinks for himself. He is a very strong man and will be a great president.
It's a tough job.
I think respectfully, we're missing something here that a lot of folks missed for the last 2 years. Is that there is an underlying strategy with Donald Trump when he does things. As I think I've said to you before, I spoke to him 3 years ago now, and what you were hearing here about the press, he said personally to me, he really believes this. Now he's president, and first of all, he was a candidate. And I think he had a strategy of going after the press because he felt, and I think everybody here would agree, that the press gets, just in general, gets low marks from the American public. So when we're talking here about Sean Spicer comes out and says something that's factually not true, you've got lots of people in America pointing to the television and saying you're telling us things that are not true.
If I can briefly, one of the things that we haven't discussed in this. And I think that there were many things, and I think it was Gloria who laid it out. There were many things that the president and the White House could have spoken about today. The Affordable Care Act. They could have talked about the fact that of their mortgage rates, the executive order that he signed, which is going to make it extremely hard for millennials to get their first homes. But even or the Women's March, if you want to talk about unity. I mean, he could have tweeted or talked about that, the millions of people who are in the streets. But even more importantly, the White House lied today to the American public. I mean, we can call it whatever we want to call it. We can say that Sean may have had his facts incorrect. Sean is a great individual. I love Sean. Sean gave me a pair of George H.W. Bush socks that I wear often. I absolutely adore him as a husband and a father. But today the White House lied to the American public. The first day in office, we can call it whatever we want to call it, but that is very, very dangerous. And that undermines one of our very, very credible tenets of our democracy. And you can call it whatever you want to, but today the White House lied.
Most of America believes Sean Spicer over all of you.
Right.
You just need to know that.
But in this case,
it won't hold up.
But his credibility is higher than yours.
Right, but in this case, what he said was actually not correct.
Yeah. Perhaps.
But it was a lie. Do you recognize that?
I don't know what the numbers
This is a very
but
cynical
I don't think he went
view.
out there and
What you guys are stating is a very cynical
I'm
view.
giving you the honest
he didn't
truth.
lie to. He didn't lie. He stood in front of the American people. I love Sean. I really do. He stood in front of the American people and he said something that he should have known wasn't.
He did not
true.
purposely lie.
Do you believe that yesterday's inauguration, the crowd size was larger than 2009 with Barack Obama? Do you believe that?
I don't know, nor do I care.
Well,
and
look-
the fact
look at-
that we're even
right there.
covering
Look at
this
that. But if you look- if you-
but nobody cares.
But the
No,
White
that's
but
right.
actually, but what's funny is actually
Yes.
the president of the United
Exactly.
States cares.
Right, that's the
and
problem.
Sean Spicer seems to care, and that is the picture. I know from the other vantage point,
You
it
all
doesn't
care more
look like
because
that.
he was sticking it to the media.
No, we don't care. I don't care. That's my
Yes,
job.
you
know,
do.
my job
No, we
isn't to
don't.
be loved
I-
by the president. My job is to do credible, serious
Oh, you seem awfully
journalism.
upset.
I'm upset. I'm upset because the president of the United States, I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I think anybody watching this show knows that I didn't vote for Donald Trump. However, I do expect the president of the United States, I'm sorry, I'm not jaded by reality yet. I expect the president of the United States to actually tell the truth.
Look,
If
he
you
did
want
an
your doctor,
incredible
you
thing.
can keep your doctor, and he lied
Guys-
about a really big thing, and
Guys,
you gave him
he
a
did an
pass.
incredible thing. He won the presidency in an unbelievable way. He should own that and not worry about the crowd
All
size.
right, we're going to take a break.
cares?
What's
Who
next? We're going to take a look at what's next for the Obamas. The former president and first lady are taking some vacation time. They'll be back in Washington soon, not far actually from the White House. We'll be right back. And tonight's breaking news, protesters across the country and around the world are out in force on President Trump's first full day in office. Women and men, adults and kids turned out to voice their objection to the new president's agenda. A lot of different issues they were representing. While images like these have flooded social media and television all day, the Trump White House team has been silent about the actual protest. Meanwhile, Barack Obama hit the links on his first full day out of office. The former president and first lady are vacationing in the California desert near Palm Springs. A first step back into private life, though they will not be going far from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, at least for the first year. Randy Kay tonight reports.
It is surreal that once he's done with golfing in California, he'll be coming right back into Trump's Washington.
It wasn't goodbye, but more of a see you soon for President Barack Obama. In Washington, D.C., he has plenty of unfinished business, including trying to keep the Affordable Care Act from being dismantled.
He's going to have to lead a charge on trying to save parts of the Affordable Care Act or all of it.
The former president already has an office in the World Wildlife Fund building.
He's going to be working a lot on climate change, along with Pope Francis. He's one of the most potent voices on that issue. And he is deeply concerned about the planet and saving rainforests, saving ecosystems, species survival.
Presidential historian Douglas Brinkley says Mr. Obama will also work to curb gun violence, help African American youth, and promote literacy and the arts.
President Obama is the first president to stay here in Washington, D.C. after his term since Woodrow Wilson. President Wilson remained here after World War I because he'd had a stroke and was incapacitated. But President Obama and his wife are staying so their youngest daughter, Sasha, can finish out high school.
The Obamas are renting this 9-bedroom home that was built back in 1928. It's sure to be a must-stop for tourists. The president himself will also be a draw in town.
He'll become almost like the Lincoln Memorial or the Washington Monument. People are going to want a glimpse of Barack Obama in a cafe, restaurant, bookstore.
The former president has plans outside D.C. too. The Obama Foundation is building his presidential library on Chicago's South Side, where Michelle Obama grew up. Beyond that, Mr. Obama has plans to write his memoir. He'll also likely be in high demand on the speaking circuit.
Ronald Reagan was a big deal. He got $1 million a speech for going to Japan. Imagine what people would be willing to pay Barack Obama. He is sort of the top of the heap on the planet now for public speaking.
He may no longer be in the Oval Office, but this former president has a hefty to-do list.
My fellow Americans, it has been the honor of my life to serve you. I won't stop.
Randy Kay, CNN, Washington.
Much more ahead on this special Saturday edition of 360. The first full day of the Trump White House saw huge turnouts at women's marches across the country and the world. Huge crowds turning out to protest the new president and his agenda. More on that ahead. And thanks for joining us for the second hour of 360 tonight, a special Saturday night edition. President Trump is spending a considerable amount of energy on his first full day of his presidency, focusing on the size of the crowd at his inauguration yesterday. We'll have more on that this hour, but we begin with different crowds, the ones protesting Mr. Trump and his policies. They were bigger than even the organizers expected. This is the Women's March in Washington. That's what it was called today, where a massive crowd of women, men, and kids of all ages and races and beliefs stood together. It is a scene that played out in cities around the country: Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, many cities in between. In Denver, Memphis, Nashville, and hundreds of cities, large and small, masses of people gathered, rallied, marched for, they said, for women, against racism and homophobia, for unity. It wasn't just in the United States. Nina Dos Santos tonight reports.
We will not be silent!
Across the globe, they flooded the streets, young and old, women and men. From Berlin to Barcelona, Sydney to Mexico City, protesting the politics of America's new president and urging him not to turn harsh rhetoric into reality.
It was a sad day yesterday. I was at Barack Obama's inauguration 8 years ago, and yesterday was just a completely different feel. And I don't want that for my daughters. I want a much brighter, more loving future for them.
We're afraid of the bigoted rhetoric that is happening within America, transferring to Australia and becoming normalized and legitimized, and we don't want that to happen.
Between the signs and speeches, slogans of solidarity.
I am a feminist. Show me a feminist.
And a sea of pink knitted hats. In Britain, even the pets had a message, and women's rights were top of the agenda.
People think of it as a zero-sum game, that if you take more equality, it diminishes somebody else's. A lot of men, as a lot of women, understand that the opposite is true, that gender equality is better for everyone.
I'm here to stand up for equality and against bigotry and hatred. I'm here to show that we can be angry, but also funny.
This may have been a women's march, but it was also about so much more. Here in London, people took to the streets despite freezing temperatures and stayed on them for hours to make their views heard. Their message to the new US president: we may not have been your electorate, but your decisions will affect the whole world.
I'm here, Amnesty International is here amongst all of these thousands of other people, because we're concerned that rights that are being fought for and rights that we have been used to are under attack now. So it is hearing President Trump talk about immigrants, Muslims, the way that he talks about women. It is our concerns and our worries about that.
Worries that are being echoed the world over as Donald Trump takes his place in the White House. Nina Dos Santos, CNN, London.
Planned Parenthood President Cecile Richards spoke at the Women's March in Washington today. She said it was an honor to be there on behalf of the 1 in 5 women in America who have been to Planned Parenthood for health care. Listen.
I wish every single one of them could see you. You are a beautiful sight, or for some folks in Congress, a terrifying one. We're here today to thank generations of organizers and troublemakers and hellraisers who formed secret sisterhoods who opened Planned Parenthood health centers in their communities and demanded the right to control their own bodies. And today we're here to deliver a message. We're not going to take this lying down.
And Cecile Richards joins me now. First of all, was this what you expected today in terms of crowds, in terms of just overall atmosphere?
It was overwhelming, Anderson. I think it was more than anyone expected. And not only in Washington, D.C., but as we're seeing around the world and, of course, around the country, really literally millions of people marching for women's rights. And it was an incredible spirit, too. I thought that was the thing that really struck me, is how positive it was.
In terms of what impact it has, obviously, look, the huge crowds, as you said, 6 months from now, does it, how do you translate this into an actual turning point, if that's what it's supposed to be?
Well, I think what folks were, definitely the spirit today was, this is not the end, this is actually the beginning. And I think the folks were very clear that this is about sending a message to this administration and to U.S. Congress that women have made enormous gains in this country and they're not going to go back. And again, I think the incredible thing was it was generations. It was women who marched in the 60s and young people who had never marched before. And it was so widespread, people from every walk of life. It was amazing. And folks are committed to standing up.
In order to make change to the ballot box, there are women who you need to reach who are not, who did not vote for Hillary Clinton, who voted for Donald Trump in a number of states. How do you go about doing that?
Well, it's interesting. Of course, we're seeing at Planned Parenthood, 1 in 5 women have been to Planned Parenthood. A lot of women who voted for Donald Trump are Planned Parenthood patients. And in fact, they're very deeply concerned about any agenda that would take away their right to go to the health care provider of their choice. They say they voted for him to shake up things in Washington, not to take away their right to health care.
The defunding, though, of Planned Parenthood is obviously high, very high on the Republican agenda. Are you prepared for that?
We are absolutely, but we are, again, I think today is an opportunity for members of Congress, including Paul Ryan, Speaker Ryan, who said he wanted to defund Planned Parenthood. Today, I think, was a time for folks to listen to women and men who care about them, saying, don't take away our right to health care. I think that's why you're seeing not only hundreds of thousands of people protesting today, but also protesting about the repeal of the Affordable Care Act, which will take away the rights of millions of women to birth control in this country.
But if, how do you adjust for defunding? If Planned Parenthood is defunded, what is the impact?
Well, Planned Parenthood has been around for 100 years and will be around for 100 more. I think the important thing to know, Anderson, is we're not a line item in the federal budget. So defunding is sort of a misnomer. What it really means is saying to women on Medicaid, and many women who have the least access to care, you can no longer go to Planned Parenthood for birth control, for family planning, for cancer screenings. It's really important to know it has nothing to do with abortion, because federal funds don't go for abortion. It has to do with helping women get access to preventive care. And I would note that even in Paul Ryan's own district, we operate 3 health centers that do nothing but provide family planning and breast cancer screenings and cancer screenings that keep women healthy and safe. And I hope that Paul Ryan is paying attention to the needs of the women in his district.
It's interesting because when you look at the Tea Party, what began as protests did make change at the ballot box a year, yes. 2 years later. I guess I'm questioning how you go about doing that. Beyond just, it's one thing to protest to get out massive numbers, but a lot of the people who came out probably voted for Hillary Clinton, and that wasn't enough. So what really will change?
Well, I think this was this is the biggest women's march I think that any of us have seen in our lifetime. I think this shows that people are willing to not just sit back and see what happens in this administration, but take an active part in influencing Congress and influencing the administration to protect women's health and rights. And I believe you're going to see, we are already seeing hundreds of thousands of people sign up for Planned Parenthood, sign up to work with organizations that they believe will stand and fight against any efforts to repeal women's rights.
Cecile Richards, appreciate you being with us.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Good to see you, Anderson.
All right. Coming up next, the Trump administration wants you to believe that the crowd in the photo on the right is bigger than the one on the left. In fact, as you'll see, pushing that notion kind of took over the agenda of the White House today, even during a fence-mending trip to the CIA. We'll talk about the fallout from that when 360 continues. Well, as marchers filled the streets around the country, the world, especially in Washington, President Trump got down to business. It was not, as you'll see throughout the hour, not business as usual, though, certainly not. CNN's Jim Acosta joins us now from the White House with more. So let's talk about this press briefing. It was an unscheduled briefing today. Explain what the new White House press secretary focused on.
Yeah, certainly not business as usual. That's correct, Anderson. And it was interesting because Sean Spicer came into the room, delivered a statement, and left. And that is very unusual for a White House press secretary. A president can come into the briefing room and give a statement and leave, but typically the press secretary takes questions. That didn't happen today. But just to back up a little bit, what Sean Spicer did in the briefing room was basically echo what his boss, the president, said over at the CIA, that he's outraged over this coverage of crowd estimates and crowd sizes at the inauguration yesterday. Here's what Sean Spicer said to reporters earlier today.
This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe. Even the New York Times printed a photograph showing that a misrepresentation of the crowd in the original tweet in their paper, which showed the full extent of the support, depth, and crowd and intensity that existed. These attempts to lessen the enthusiasm of the inauguration are shameful and wrong. The president is committed to unifying our country, and that was the focus of his inaugural address. This kind of dishonesty in the media, the challenging that bringing about our nation together, is making it more difficult. There's been a lot of talk in the media about the responsibility to hold Donald Trump accountable. And I'm here to tell you that it goes two ways. We're going to hold the press accountable as well. The American people deserve better, and as long as he serves as the messenger for this incredible movement, he will take his message directly to the American people, where his focus will always be.
And what's incredible about that statement, Anderson, is that while Sean Spicer is accusing all of us of being spreading falsehoods and misrepresenting what occurred yesterday, he laid out a series of facts that just didn't add up.
That were not true. I mean, he talked about the crowds. He also mentioned the floor covering. I mean, again, I just got to say, it is surreal that we are discussing this on day one of the Trump administration, but we are discussing it because this is what Donald Trump has focused on today.
That's right.
First at the CIA and then at this press conference. So, again, they're presenting stuff which is not true, so we just have to counter it. They talked about floor coverings never being used before out on the mall that were white, and therefore made it look like there were fewer people.
Right.
That is not the case. Those floor coverings have been used to protect the grass in the past.
Not true. And it really didn't take much more than a Google search, Anderson, to ferret this out. Take a look at some of these pictures that we unearthed from 4 years ago at President Obama's second inaugural. You see crews laying out these white ground coverings on the National Mall to protect the grass. So when Sean Spicer says that these had never been used before, you know, a Google search would tell you that that is not the case. He also talked about metro ridership numbers, and we can put that graphic up on screen. He was trying to say that, well, the metro ridership numbers were better for President Trump than it was at the second Obama inaugural. That's just not the case. There you have metro ridership from, basically 4 a.m. to midnight, 570,000 yesterday versus 782,000 4 years ago and 1.1 million back in 2009. Anderson even went as far as to say, well, magnetometers were used around the National Mall, and that slowed people from entering the mall and seeing this inauguration. We called the U.S. Secret Service. The U.S. Secret Service is usually not in the business of contradicting the President of the United States or the White House. They told us no magnetometers were used around the mall during this inauguration. So again, another fact that was, or another line from Sean Spicer that was easily fact-checked, Anderson.
Right. And again, incredible that we were discussing magnetometers around the mall from yesterday or floor coverings. But again, this is what the President of the United States apparently is very concerned about today. Jim Acosta,
this
thanks.
is what
the
they chose to talk about. That's
Kirsten
right.
Powers. Yeah, it's what they chose to talk about. And tell mistruths to the American people, not just to reporters, who cares about that, but to the American people. John King is here, Kirsten Powers, Gloria Borger, Dana Bash, David Axelrod, Jeffrey Lord, Bakari Sellers, and Penny Nance. David, you made the point earlier about, lying to reporters, not telling the accurate numbers to reporters. More importantly, it is not telling to the American people.
Well, right. When the press secretary stands at that podium, he's speaking to the country, not just to the reporters. So, Jeff, when you say, well, they don't trust reporters anyway, so it doesn't matter.
No, I didn't say it
No,
didn't
you
matter.
sort of did.
I said they don't trust them. I mean, that's a fact.
No, but then you implied, so, what the calculation of the president is that because they don't trust reporters, that he can say what he wants to say. But there is a certain obligation on the part of the press secretary and the administration when they stand in front of a podium and they're talking not just to reporters but the American people to tell the truth.
Right, Donald Trump has said, "I will never lie to you." I mean, he said this during the campaign. He made a big deal about saying this, about he will never lie.
Guys, I mean,
has Donald Trump lied?
Perspective here.
Jeffrey, has Donald Trump lied?
I mean, is the Sean Spencer? Look,
I'm just wondering if you believe Donald Trump has now lied.
No.
You don't think he's ever
Look,
lied?
I just was reading the statement, and he said, "Here and around the globe," was his meaning by television.
It was the largest. Again,
what about the magnetometer?
Right? Did he not say that?
What about the magnetometers? And he said it was the largest audience here and around the globe. It actually was not the largest audience here.
The fact that people believe somehow that this, I've even given Donald Trump this leeway to say that it's not fair to compare yesterday. Yesterday was a magnificent
And by the way, we were not even comparing.
I know, but I'm just saying.
let's talk about
Even for Sean Spicer's future reference, I don't think it's fair to compare yesterday to what happened with Barack Obama.
It was an amazing day yesterday. There were hundreds of thousands of people excited, happy from all around the country who came here and had an amazing, incredible day.
That is what I'm telling you, Anderson.
I know.
But I just think it's an unfair comparison.
What I'm trying, and this, it was already in the press a week or two ago, that some anonymous Trump person had said that we view the people in the West Wing press room as a bunch of activist Democrats and we want them out of the building or what have you. I'm simply trying to communicate to you that that's the view out there in America with a lot of people. And the coverage given to this, I mean, how many hours upon hours, David, were spent saying the President of the United States, President Obama, said, if you want your doctor, you can keep it. And
a lot.
Was that a lot? Was that a lot?
Once we found out people couldn't keep their doctor, quite a bit, actually.
Jeffrey, yeah, we did.
Quite a bit. Can I come in on this point for a minute? Because it is the first full day, and everybody's tired. And so let's hope that this is a first full day and everybody's tired. And the president, we know from the campaign, is particularly sensitive to crowd size. And I'm sure he saw the pictures of the protests today. And maybe that got under his skin because he's tired. But I'd rather address the bigger point. What Sean Spicer said today is simply not true. What the president said in the most hallowed ground at the CIA, that the media made up his fight with the intelligence services, is simply not true. Let me finish. And to every Trump supporter out there, God bless you. You voted for him. He's your president. You have one of these in your pockets. It's a supercomputer. Don't believe a word I just said. Do it yourself. But please do it, because he will not be able to pass his infrastructure plan. He will. Yes, his supporters love this. His supporters love when they beat us up. You have a 52-48 majority in the Senate. You have a smaller majority in the House. He is not going to be able to do what he wants to do if he continues to get into these fights about nothing.
John, my question. What about that, though? I mean, does it make sense for him to pick these fights?
Well, I think he thinks he does, using the rationale that Jeffrey's using, which is that the media has a low approval rating, and Republicans have always gotten a lot of approval from attacking the media. But this is moving into another area, I think, where he's trying to delegitimize the media, which is very dangerous. And, I think even when you think of this statement, the magnetometers, is worth really focusing on, because it's so easily disproven. And that Sean Spicer would go out there and say that people weren't able to get in. Well, that would have shown up on the pictures. Hundreds of thousands of people standing, trying to get in. We would have seen that. How can Sean Spicer go out and say something?
Right.
But I mean, it is his job to say to him.
Can I ask you a question for clarification?
You can't do this.
You're saying they couldn't get into the ceremony because of magnetometers?
No, you're saying they couldn't get into the mall. There were
magnetometers
that prevented people.
Which would have shown up.
Well, let me just tell you a personal experience. I tried to get into the parade and couldn't get in.
But that's not the mall.
That's not the mall, though.
No, but Jeffrey, they said hundreds of thousands of people could not get onto the mall. That would show up in the pictures, right?
And the Secret Service said that is not.
But also,
can we just stop talking about the media and the president for a second and talk about the president's thin skin here and what this tells you about how he's going to react every day to
the fact that he woke up today and turned on television to watch coverage of what happened yesterday, that's sort of amazing. To
what a foreign leader, what a foreign leader says about him, to what somebody on this TV show will say about him, to what somebody tweets about him. I have to believe that. Let's take ourselves out of this. Yeah, there's this. Yes, just remove the media from this. But just take a look at this clinically about a thin-skinned president who, on day one, going to the CIA, spent most of his speech talking about himself.
Did he get
in front of a
from these
hallowed wall?
Do you believe he said at the CIA, no one feels as strongly about the CIA as Donald Trump, speaking about himself in the third person, which I'm not even going to address because I think that's a little interesting. But, I mean, I don't know what that means. He didn't say, I mean, Do you really believe that
He's trying to communicate that
no one feels as strongly about the CIA as Donald Trump?
What he's trying to communicate is that he has great respect for him, that he likes him. But he's also their boss.
But he lied about what he has said in the past about it. What he said was not true about what he has said in the past. He claims that it's the media trying to pretend as if he has been antagonistic toward the intelligence.
But Anderson, today, I love this whole. I guess I'm a part of the media now, whatever. But I love this whole media bashing thing because it's as if we created this today. We did not. The press secretary of the United States of America chose to speak about this.
Yes.
This is not something.
He was told to speak about.
Well, regardless,
in fairness, I think that's right.
That's very true. To be accurate, he was told to speak about this from the briefing room. The words that embodied and represented the President of the United States. This is not something that Anderson Cooper and the left-wing media came up with and said we're going to discuss today. This is not how that occurred.
I can guarantee you there was no plan to do reporting on the size or about magnetometers on the mall.
And to that point, Anderson, I think that is an excellent point, and that we should, taking aside all of the back and forth and the very important reality that Sean Spicer was told to, whatever happened, go to the White House briefing room and say things that were not true. Put all that aside. Donald Trump has historically been a master marketer and, frankly, has been very, very good at changing the subject to his benefit. I actually don't necessarily think that was the case, even though if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt, maybe he was trying to do so to change the subject away from the marchers here.
Yes.
This was a situation where this is just a thing for him. He gets under his skin.
I know,
it's
it's all
about
about
crowd
size.
and it's about ratings, it's about everything. But it's unfortunate because what we talked to, as you talked about, from 8:30 in the morning until I was on until 11:30 at night, was the majesty of the day and about the fact that he did something that was and is awesome. He's never been in an elected office. He's never been in the military. He is the president of the United States. Following the pomp and circumstance, the substance of what he said, the balls, what his wife and everybody's wearing, all that stuff. That and then today the story should have been he went to the CIA to make amends with them, and not this.
We got to take a break. We're going to have more with their panel, including President Trump's visit, as Dan just mentioned, to the CIA and the fallout from what he said in front of a memorial to the 170 agency employees who have died in the line of duty. We'll be right back. President Trump spent part of his first full day in office in Langley, Virginia, at CIA headquarters. He spoke on what is hallowed ground to members of the intelligence community, standing in front of a wall bearing a star for each employee killed in the line of duty, 117 in all. He made a commitment to the agency.
I am so behind you, and I know maybe sometimes you haven't gotten the backing that you've wanted, and you're going to get so much backing. Maybe you're going to say, please don't give us so much backing. Mr. President, please, we don't need that much backing. But you're going to have that, and I think everybody in this room knows it.
Oh, that wasn't all he said, of course. The president spoke for exactly 15 minutes and 23 seconds, of which only 2 minutes and 14 seconds were devoted to the intelligence community or intelligence officers memorialized behind him. He spent about another 2.5 minutes on his nominee to run the CIA, Mike Pompeo. The rest went a lot like this, boasting about the inaugural crowds and complaining about the media coverage.
It looked, honestly, it looked like 1.5 million people, whatever it was, but it went all the way back to the Washington Monument. And I turn on, and by mistake, I get this network. And it showed an empty field. And it said we drew 250,000 people. Now, that's not bad, but it's a lie. We had 250,000 people literally around, in the little bowl that we constructed. That was 250,000 people. The rest of the, 20-block area all the way back to the Washington Monument was packed. So we caught them, and we caught them in a beauty, and I think they're going to pay a big price.
Well, as you saw a moment ago, his press secretary came out late today and tore into the press corps for what he says was his reporting. By the way, CNN doesn't give crowd estimates. Now, leaving aside how many people heard him speak yesterday, we want to focus on what he had to say specifically to friends and adversaries around the world, with more on what is emerging as the Trump doctrine. Here's Chief National Security Correspondent Jim Sciutto.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Minutes after taking the oath, President Trump defined a foreign policy focused very much at home.
Every decision on trade, on taxes, on immigration, on foreign affairs will be made to benefit American workers and American families.
Taking particular aim at trading partners China and Mexico.
We must protect our borders from the ravages of other countries making our products, stealing our companies, and destroying our jobs.
Now, reaction from allies and adversaries across the world. Allied Germany pushing back against a new American isolationism.
I believe firmly that it is best for all of us if we work together based on rules, common values, and joint action.
Mexico's president gave a diplomatic welcome to Mr. Trump, tweeting, quote, "I congratulate President Donald Trump for his inauguration. We will work to strengthen our relationship with shared responsibility." While former Mexican President Vicente Fox, an outspoken critic of Trump's pledge to make Mexico pay for a border wall, delivered blistering criticism, tweeting, "Speaking of allegiance, Trump, speaking of greatness, speaking of success, America was already great and successful. Then you happened." Chinese state newspapers predicted a trade war with its largest trading partner. One state newspaper writing, quote, "It is also highly probable that his U.S. might clash with China over trade." Even Russia, which has praised Trump as he has done in return, making clear that Moscow has its own interests. Russian President Vladimir Putin's spokesman saying in an interview, quote, "The acting administration will have to be introduced to all the nuances of our bilateral ties."
Jim Sciutto joins us now, along with Jeffrey Lord, also retired Army Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, and former CIA officer Bob Baer. Jim, I know you've been hearing from folks about the president's comments at the CIA. Does this mean, I mean, in more important terms, that his relationship with the intelligence community, which he now says is fine, are they all of a sudden now all on the same page?
Well, listen, there are places, no question, where intelligence community, military, national security communities did not like the Obama administration or disagreed. Sure. You know, there was frustration with decision-making, concentration of power in the NSC. You had to get 1,000 boxes ticked to carry out an operation, that kind of thing. So Donald Trump, and you heard some sort of oblique references to him saying, "I'm going to give you backing. You know, you didn't get it from the past administration." So he has a message there that he kind of wedged in, but crowded out by perhaps by the other stuff. But at the same time, you have this running public dispute over its assessment that Russia hacked the election, right? And you have his tweets and you have his many public comments. Despite what he said today, he has repeatedly accused the intelligence community of politicizing intelligence, of just being flat out wrong. And that's difficult for the intelligence community, for the intelligence professionals to take. He certainly didn't solve that problem.
And the CIA director just stepped down, John Brennan, who has served Republicans and Democrats, we should point out, over a very long career. He sent out a very strong criticism of the president today.
He did. It was really a blistering statement. I think we could put it up on the screen so we have it word for word here. But the CIA director saying, former CIA director, I should say, by about 24 hours, is deeply saddened and angered at Donald Trump's despicable, very strong word, display of self-aggrandizement in front of the CIA's memorial wall of agency heroes. Brennan says that Trump should be ashamed of himself. I mean, those are really strong words. And as you mentioned, he served under George W. Bush as director of the National Counterterrorism Center. He served 25 years in the agency under presidents of both parties. You know, Trump is sort of portraying him as Obama's guy, and he was Obama's guy as the head of the CIA, but prior to that, he was George Bush's guy.
Bob Baer, a former CIA officer, let me ask you, what did you make of what you heard from the president in front of that wall? Because there were folks, clearly, you know, it was a crowd of, there were a couple, I think, 300 CIA personnel who could come if they wanted. It was on a Saturday, so they could choose to come. There was some applause. What did you make of what you heard?
Well, that's not the forum to do it. 117 dead CIA officers to get into politics makes the CIA nervous. They look at Trump as unpredictable. What he said today, you know, wasn't completely reassuring. We have to remember, Anderson, that the CIA currently is investigating the president for Russian links and his advisors and his connections with Ukraine and on, and it's unclear how that's going to go. And the new CIA director still hasn't made up his mind whether he's going to ask the CIA to go back to using torture, waterboarding. So it's all very much up in the air. Demoralized, I'm not sure I'd call the CIA that, but very wary of the coming days.
General Hertling, you served in Iraq over your long storied career. I mean, you make the point that there are a lot of moving parts in the world right now, military intelligence and otherwise around the globe, that could come into play sooner rather than later. Is that where the president's focus should be right now, rather than on crowd size and, you know, attacks on the media and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think both Jim and Bob would join me, Anderson, in saying that probably sometime within the next 30 to 60 days, we're going to have some type of crisis. And if we don't have a crisis, we're just going to have business as usual in some pretty interesting places. You know, the president keeps talking about ISIS, and certainly that's true, but we also have an ongoing war in Afghanistan. We've got North Korea threatening some things. We have some continued action in Ukraine. We have Russia expansionism across Europe, and we've just bombed several bases in Libya of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. So all of those things are known right now. Those are the things we know about that could certainly confuse. The unknowns, the things that normally happen, are the things we don't predict. Anything from the potential of the South China Sea to the Philippines to NATO allies to what's going on in Jerusalem to the Gaza Strip. I mean, we could sit here and name them for about 15 minutes. And all of those things will come upon Mr. Trump as president as a surprise. Leadership matters. Words are important. The kinds of things he's saying today are being heard all over the world, and allies are reacting. And alliances are fraught with challenges. I think it was Winston Churchill that says the only worse thing than being in an alliance is not being in one. And this is not a business deal. These are not binary operations. It's very complex, and a lot of things are going on in the world, and the world looks to America to be leaders. And that's what we have to see our president as a leader. And in order to do that, we have to trust him. Some of the things that have been going on in the last couple of days have generated a lack of trust, or at least an erosion in that trust.
Jeffrey Lord, what about that?
Well, look, I think his appearance there today was designed to say to the intelligence community, he said it, literally, I love you. I want to give you as much backing as you have. You're going to have, what was his phrase? I'm going to give you so much backing, you'll say, stop backing me. I've heard him do these kind of things in other settings with other people. And what he's doing is trying to communicate who he is and his style to people he sees as his employees, which is what they were, to relate to them on a personal basis. And I understand the point about the wall and all this kind of standing behind him. Clearly, I don't think that was his intention. I mean, I think what he's trying to do is say, okay, I'm here, I'm in charge, let's get to know each other. I want to, tell you some stories. I want you to know a little bit about me. And they cheered him. They laughed.
Right, but in terms of just, folks wasting any time today talking about crowd size as opposed to the important business that General Hertling is talking about. I mean, the myriad of things which are in crisis around the world.
Yeah,
Anderson, I'd suggest too that one of the things that we're talking about, and this is all anecdotal. I have several friends in the CIA. I have several friends in stations around the world, and I received several messages today, as Jim did as well. They were appalled by that. I've been to CIA headquarters about 6 or 7 times during my military career, and every time I go in, I stop at the wall because one of our CIA operatives, when I was in Iraq in 2004, was killed during that time, and his star is on the wall. We stop, say a prayer. It is at the entrance to the CIA, as you well know, because everybody passes by and remembers the solemnness of that part of the headquarters. If Mr. Trump did not see that as a critically important place not to do the kinds of things he did today, then he is very much lacking in situational awareness, and a leader needs to have that.
Well, I'd ask the question, if all of this is to be believed, now, I'm not doubting anyone here, but there were 300 CIA employees sitting there in front of that wall, and they were laughing. Is that appropriate?
Well, they didn't laugh, certainly.
Well, why laugh at all?
They didn't laugh at the wall. No, there were a couple lines that drew applause. CNN had a pool reporter inside
why do
there,
that?
and
why
he said that some were applauding for
some
some
of
the lines, and some did not.
By the way, these are self-selected people who chose to come in on Saturday to see
I understand,
Donald Trump.
but what you're saying, what I'm asking is, if it was inappropriate to say these things in front of 300...
Well, according to the pool report, the leadership, many of the senior leadership sat stone-faced and really just applauded.
All I'm going by is what we've just heard on these tapes,
all I'm going by is what the pool reporter said, which is that in the front row, senior leadership. That was
Well, that is right. So I mean, our pool reporter was there, and the fact is, and you heard it on the tape, and Jeffrey's correct.
People laughed and applauded,
some laughed
absolutely.
for some lines, right? Others did not, right? And I suppose, and Mark Hertling, he's got a lot of friends. I've got some friends in the community, of just people that I deal with who had, and you heard the former CIA director who were appalled by the comment. Listen, there are differences of opinion. You make the point that some chose to be there, but let's be clear, no one was applauding him not revering the wall, right? I mean, there was some rally-like applause lines there, but they weren't.
I'm just saying that if that's the case, then you need to apply the same standards, and CIA employees shouldn't be laughing in front of the wall, and they were.
All right. Appreciate everybody's perspective.
Well, there's something more important.
I'm sorry, Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, he said we should have taken Iraqi oil in the same speech, and maybe we will. I mean, is he going to reinvade Iraq? I mean, that's something a lot of people missed.
Words are important.
Yeah, I mean, that's, he did talk about maybe we'll have another chance to take Iraq's oil. Everyone, thanks. Coming in next, we'll return to the issue that President Trump and then his press secretary latched into, crowd size. Also want to talk about yesterday with the Tom Barrack, who was responsible for the inaugural celebrations. I talked to Tom last night, had a great conversation. He'll be back in just a moment. We've been talking tonight about the one issue that kind of took over the day, mainly because Donald Trump and his press secretary, Sean Spicer, made it their central talking point, namely the size of the crowds yesterday in the mall. Joining us now is Tom Barrack, the chairman of the Presidential Inaugural Committee. It's great to see you again. I had a great conversation with you last night at one of the balls. First of all, you must be exhausted. Looking back, you're happy with how everything went?
Yeah, no, I loved it. I'm especially happy that everything went smoothly, and for 6 days and 22 events, nobody got hurt. Expectations were exceeded, and it was a great tribute to America and the democracy. I was proud of everybody.
You were in charge of the inaugural. You were not in charge of day one, but I'm going to ask you about what happened here on day one today. Donald Trump focusing, Sean Spicer, you heard the press conference, focusing on the crowd size. Is this what you expected day one to be like?
The good news is I had no expectations of day one.
Okay.
But look, the issue, and it probably is my fault. It started with me because the president was elated with the inauguration, and I think truly.
Right. Last night he was even praising media coverage about it at one of the balls. Clearly today he woke up, saw something on the news, and was less than elated about what he believed was reporting about crowd size.
Yeah, I think really the issue for him was he was elated about the media coverage. He was elated about the event, about the partisan passage of this unbelievable governance that only happens that way. And you can imagine standing up there in that platform and looking at, you don't know whether you're looking at 300,000, 400,000, a million, but you're looking at 50 million TV viewers in addition to it. And I think the power of that position and the humility of that responsibility took over. But what happened is not counting. It was from his perception, and when we could spend hours going through the details of what it looks like. But from the platform, when you're looking out,
right,
you're looking all the way to Lincoln.
Right.
And I was sitting, 7 rows behind him, and I was looking, and I said, wow.
Right. It's a different vantage, because I've seen that. The vantage point from there, it looks packed. The vantage point from the rear back, because of the perspective, it is not packed. And that's not a criticism. It's just the reality. I mean, there's different. The photos the White House showed today are from that vantage point that he saw, and it's wall to wall. When you look at it from another way, it's not that way.
Exactly. So the issue with him, it was on my watch. It was my fault because as we were going through this, there were mags. So the reporting that there were no mags, or the Secret Service saying there were no mags. What they were saying is the mags are on the parade route. So to go from north to south, you had to cross the mags to get into the mall. Or if you were already going south to north, you had to cross the mags. And for your viewers, mags are magnetometers that process, if it's a TSA magnetometer, maybe it's 250 people per hour. If it's Secret Service, it's about 400. We had 99 of them. So along the boundary of the parade, you had 100 mags, basically. So if you had 400 people per hour, that's 40,000 people per hour that it could process. So to come from the parade across, and the problem was, because I was communicating with my team, we were backed up. We had started an hour and a half late. The Metropolitan Police had a difficult time getting in place. We had started an hour late, and the crowds were backing up from the parade route over. On the other side, from the north side, it was baggage search. It wasn't mags.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the protesters were larger, so the blockades were about 5 times more. So everybody was kind of right. In other words, people were trying to get into the area, but the mall filled up later. So the president's speech was supposed to be at 11:27. It didn't go to 12:02. So the difficulty, of course, is nobody's trying to do anything inappropriate. But when you're taking photos, this started with the Twitter. And really the thing that set the president off wasn't the counting. Because for sure, I take responsibility. I'm sure that there were 1.5 million to 1.7 million people in the viewing vicinity.
Mm.
When you look at what happened, this was the first year in President Obama's regime, and both of his inaugurations, there was no fencing around the mall. Now the mall was fenced in a designated area.
We got to take a quick break. When we come back, I want to ask you kind of about the larger, I mean, it doesn't, this is not something we would plan to report on today, nor did we even talk about crowd size yesterday, but since the president brought it up, that's why we're discussing it. But it goes to a larger issue about the president, what he focuses on, how affected he can be by media coverage and things. I want to ask you about that because you know him very well. We're going to take a quick break. We'll have more with Tom in just a minute. We're talking tonight with Tom Barrack, chairman of the Presidential Inaugural Committee. Donald Trump also went to the CIA today, praised the intelligence community, certainly seemed to be trying to mend fences. He also then made comments which, CIA Director Brennan has come out very critical of for doing it in front of the wall like that. The larger issue, I guess, for me is not the crowd size and all that, which frankly to me doesn't matter at all because people had an amazing experience. It was an extraordinary day. It was a historic day. And it seemed a very successful day yesterday. Is the judgment and whether or not the president, is this the best use of the president's time, particularly on day one? What do you think about that?
Look, I think the issue that really caught him was not the count, and it wasn't self-gratification for himself. The way he viewed it is the tweet, which started with the New York Times reporter tweeting those pictures. Mm. And again, right, pictures in, I mean, I'm not Inspector Clouseau, but when you inspect the pictures and the time and the cadence and what time the speech was,
that's the picture.
Yeah, so very difficult to verify all of the facts. We had apples to apples.
Right, it's apples and oranges. It's not something, right.
So that wasn't what bothered him. What bothered him was that tweet was then retweeted by the National Park Service.
Which they, I think, apologized for, or at least took down their Twitter account, and then,
yeah, it's just against practice and policy.
Right. Doesn't make
the agency
sense.
itself to do it. And so he viewed it and said, look, I'm held accountable every day on my tweets, and I'm criticized by the media for the relevancy or accuracy of what's available. I would just like parity. If the media is going to tweet about me, I want to hold them equally accountable, and that point of view that I saw seems to me to not be factual. And so I take responsibility for the numbers, which is what I told the president. I said, look, the statistical analysis of what went on there is the Inauguration Committee's responsibility. Here's the estimates of where we think are. So if there was a problem, it's my problem. It's not the president's problem. And here are all the facts that went into it, including, by the way, the white turf cover, which it really was the only time in an inauguration the white turf cover.
But we've seen pictures of, during, I guess, the last Obama inauguration, of them unveiling white things to cover the grass.
I don't think the picture was at the inauguration. The white turf cover has been used before on the mall, but not an inauguration. That's what I mean.
And this picture, you're saying, is not accurate because it's different times?
No. I'm saying at the time that he was taking issue with the tweet, saying, what's the accuracy of this? And the presentation, the point of view of this picture seemed to be for the purpose of saying that this president is less worthy or less celebrated.
So you're not taking issue with the fact of this picture, just the intent, or as the president, it was the president how he perceived the intent of this.
Yes. I mean, we don't have enough information at this point to take issue with that picture because nobody knows where that
He's viewing it as a yet another attempt to delegitimize him or in some way undercut his victory or his amazing day yesterday.
Correct. So this was the issue, saying, I just want parity. I'm not attacking the press. I don't want the press attacking me. Let's just be equal to each
But,
other.
you know, I mean, as you said, it began with the tweet. You know, Hillary Clinton, one of her lines during one of the debates was, you know, for somebody who can, and I'm misquoting it because I don't remember the details of it, but, you know, somebody who can be thrown off by a tweet, do you want it with the nuclear codes? Doesn't Donald Trump being thrown off by a tweet today, doesn't that play into exactly the criticism of what Democrats have been saying?
Well, look, my point of view is he wasn't thrown off. In other words, he has a consistent view that a new mechanism between this presidency and the press is going to be that he always has an option to equalize the playing field.
Right.
Because now with social media and tweeting,
there's no doubt about that. He has an audience.
With 144 characters, he can equalize the playing field. So it's not that he's off. He's saying, I want to be on. Let's all get on. I think his message is, look, let's bury the hatchet. Let's start tomorrow. Let's start a new deal. Let's give him 100 days. Let's say, get your team in place, get the Democrats on board. Say, guys, let's stop playing like this.
Right. That was not obviously the message that Sean Spicer gave today, but certainly I think that would be a message a lot of Americans would certainly embrace. We got to go. We got to go. Tom Barrack, thank you so much. Always good to talk to you. CNN Tonight with Don Lemon starts after this quick break.
Hundreds of thousands of people flood the streets of our nation's capital on a day for the history book. This is CNN Tonight. I'm Don Lemon, live in Washington. But this is not the inauguration of President Trump. This is the Women's March on Washington. And it's not just Washington, it's hundreds of thousands of people in cities all across the country and many more all around the world. On a day of protests against his brand new administration, President Trump travels to CIA headquarters for a briefing from senior agency leaders, speaking in front of the Wall of Honor, where fallen operatives are remembered with stars. The president says this.
I get up this morning, I turn on one of the networks, and they show an empty field. I said, wait a minute. I made a speech. I looked out. The field it looked like 1.5 million people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
We'll get to all of that this hour, for the next few hours here on CNN, but we're going to talk about the protesters first, all across America and around the world, marching today for women's rights and other civil rights they fear could be under threat from President Trump's administration. And if you think it's a phenomenon that's mostly confined to Washington, I want you to take a look at this. Marchers spread across the country. There's Boston and there's Denver. There's Park City, Utah. There's also Chicago. And there's Oakland, California, and more. And in Donald Trump's stronghold in the red states, Indianapolis, Houston, and Phoenix. Plus thousands more marching worldwide from London to Barcelona to Melbourne to Oslo. A lot to discuss. I'm going to bring in now David Swerdlick, Douglas Brinkley, Jeffrey Lord, Kirsten Powers, Mark Preston, J.D. Vance, Brian Stelter, and Jim Sciutto. First day. So how did it go?
Yeah.
So listen, we have a lot to talk about, but I want to talk about massive crowds and protests, and I'm not talking about the inauguration. This is in all 50 states. They protested Donald Trump and his agenda, and they talked about women's issue. They were there to prop up women's issues, bring them to the forefront. Turnout was exceeding the expectations of organizers, and even smaller towns and cities like Anchorage, Alaska, like Peoria, Illinois, Sarasota, Florida, and crowds. They show up, the crowds that showed up, not to mention cities around the globe and even Antarctica. How big of an historic moment is this? David Swerdlick first.
So, I mean, as an exercise in free speech and as an exercise in sort of, nonviolent dissent, I thought it was a big success. I mean, just the pictures you're showing, Don, say it all. I was at the grocery store this morning at 8 o'clock. I saw a lot of moms with daughters. You got this same thing when I checked in with people back home in North Carolina. You got the sense that a more experienced generation was passing on a tradition of activism to a younger generation. In terms of whether this translates for Democrats to gains in 2018 and 2020, no idea. You can protest all you want. President Obama always said, don't boo, vote. This is what he was talking about. Right?
Yeah. So put it in an historical perspective for us, Douglas Brinkley, especially compared back-to-back with a big inauguration.
Well, it's always going to be remembered as two morphed together, Trump's inauguration and this protest. Originally, right after the election, they were calling it a million woman march in Washington, D.C. The organizers and grassroots people got smart and said, in the modern age, let's not do that. Let's let it mushroom up all over America. So some of the cities caught people by surprise today. Denver and Seattle and Atlanta, on and on, the list that you just gave. It's big. I mean, it's a huge moment. We haven't had a women's movement march like this. But it also reminded me of, believe it or not, VJ Day, Victory over Japan, 1945. Because when victory came, people started coming out of apartments and homes and all sorts of unexpected people. I talked to John Kerry today, and he marched, former Secretary of State today. It wasn't like he had on his calendar, I'm going to march today. He got caught up in the spirit of it. And so a lot of extra people in these towns just started coming out.
But historically, you know, we had the March on Washington for this. But as far as a worldwide civil rights movement, this is unprecedented.
For the numbers, the sheer numbers,
yeah.
And the sisterhood around, it's global. It's a global sisterhood, not just here in the United States.
Yeah.
And the main thing, it was very peaceful. Yeah. Any of us walking around DC's here, we're proud. People are hugging each other, taking families. It was a great moment of American dissent.
You saw this broad groundswell of these protesters, Kirsten, and there was also a big celebrity component, especially here in the nation's capital. Watch this.
The president is not America. His cabinet is not America. Congress is not America. We are America.
Having fought a lot of my life to get my rights as a woman, I'll be damned if I'm going backwards.
Trump and his handlers have found a fox for every chicken coop in Washington, and a Twitter finger must not become a trigger finger. He also said he was with the people. Indeed, he was the people. To paraphrase a famous quote, I just want to say, I have met the people, and you are not them.
Kirsten, here's what I thought was interesting. I think, you know, when you see celebrities, that may draw your attention to if you're, you know, watching television. Right. But they were almost an afterthought. Right. And some might say they distracted from it because they didn't think it was such a groundswell, especially Madonna with the comments about the White House.
Well, also we've seen women's, you know, where there's a pro-choice march where you see a lot of these women come out. What we haven't seen is what Doug was talking about. I mean, the pictures from all over the world, and you showed from Anchorage, Alaska. I mean, I tweeted out a picture from my sister-in-law from Fairbanks, Alaska, where I'm from, where like 1,000 people, according to my brother, 1,500 according to my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is obviously right. And, you know, that's a lot of people, but that's a lot of people in Fairbanks, Alaska. You know, coming out in minus 15 weather, you know, in a very conservative state, coming out and marching. And I think that's a really, really touching thing.
Well, it was interesting. They sent me pictures just from my little town in Long Island with people out marching. And, I mean, just little towns that, you know, the cameras aren't there.
That's the story, Don. I'm glad you led with all those towns. It's not about New York and D.C. I was in New York this afternoon. Joy all over the streets. I think the story here is that the marches overperformed, right? So they underpromised and overdelivered. Donald Trump yesterday overpromised and underdelivered compared to what he said he was going to have at his inauguration. He was predicting historic crowds that didn't show up. Today, the crowds in New York were spilling out of Fifth Avenue. There was not enough room for the people because these marchers, they underpromised and they overdelivered.
Yeah, and like I said, cities that we didn't even have up on the screen. I got, you know, people call me from New Orleans and say you should see what's happening here. Atlanta as well. JD, to all these people, should the president possibly have said today, I think it would have been, you know, I think some people would have appreciated it, that I am your president too?
Well, that obviously would have been very gracious of him, but that's clearly just not his style, right? I mean, he's coming in a very adversarial way, and I don't think that's going to change, and we shouldn't expect it to change. One of the things that struck me about these protests is there's an analogy to be drawn here with what we saw in the Tea Party movement in 2008 and 2009. And the analogy is in some ways very lazy, but one way that I think that it's very true is that you have really two constituencies in this group. You have sort of a non-ideological group who are just generally concerned about the direction of the country, maybe the rhetoric coming from President Trump, but then you have a much more committed ideological group on sort of the center or center-left of the country. And it's interesting to think about who will really drive the movement forward, because one of the big offshoots of the Tea Party movement is perhaps the most non-ideological Republican president that could have come out of the 2016 race.
I'm glad you said that, because some of the folks there were also complaining about Democrats, that Democrats are not listening to them as well. So just to say that they're liberal and that they're all Democrats or they were all possibly Hillary Clinton supporters would not necessarily be so. Jeffrey Lord.
Yes, sir.
What do Trump
How are you?
supporters think? I was actually sitting with Trump supporters today in a restaurant having lunch as this happened, and as he was at the CIA. I will share my anecdotes with you later. But what do you think Trump supporters think about this?
Well, first of all, let me just say that I went down and when I was trying to get with a friend to the African American Museum, and it was impossible to do finally because there were so many people. I was stopped many times. All without, a couple exceptions that were, not for television. Most of these folks were just terrific, and I encourage them because, I'm a child of the 60s. I believe in protest and demonstrations. I think it's terrific. I think the Trump people, or the people that I was talking to yesterday, think the same thing. What they also think is we had an election and they won, and they were the forgotten people and they won. And one thing I would caution here, I remember, and you know where I'm going with this, Don. Ronald Reagan, June of 19.
It only took him 11 minutes into the show, 30 seconds into his story to bring it up.
June of 1983, there were 1 million people in the streets of New York, and there were others around the world protesting for the nuclear freeze and calling Ronald Reagan all sorts of names. Ronald Reagan reacted not well. And, I think he questioned their patriotism, he challenged them, et cetera, et cetera. My point is, at the end of the day, all they wound up doing was helping Ronald Reagan, who by the next year won a 49-state landslide, and he carried the day on the issue. So I'm just cautioning here. I think what these people did today was magnificent. God bless them. Good for them. That's their point of view. But I would caution them that just because you do that, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to carry the day on an issue.
The difference is the one with Ronald Reagan was not worldwide. This is.
I thought there were some in London and Paris.
But to the scope and magnitude of this, we'll continue to discuss. Blame him for taking your time in the first segment.
Brevity is a virtue.
I will get to you in the next block. I promise. When we come right back, massive crowds marching against President Trump within earshot of the White House. But the president seems to care a lot more about the size of another crowd. The one at yesterday's inauguration, and his press secretary is hot under the collar about that tonight. President Donald Trump's press secretary lashing out at the news media today over reports about the size of the crowds at yesterday's inauguration. I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Mr. Jim Acosta. Jim, good evening to you. It was very interesting to watch this briefing. Day 2 of the Trump's presidency, and he was actually the first full day. He was confronted by massive protests right outside his window, but the Trump White House is focused on the crowds at yesterday's inauguration. Before we talk, I want to play Sean Spicer today at the White House, where he gave a blistering statement full of inaccuracies and then took no questions.
Secondly, photographs of the inaugural proceedings were intentionally framed in a way, in one particular tweet, to minimize the enormous support that had gathered on the National Mall. This was the first time in our nation's history that floor coverings have been used to protect the grass in the mall. That had the effect of highlighting any areas where people were not standing, while in years past, the grass eliminated this visual. This was also the first time that fencing and magnetometers went as far back on the wall, preventing hundreds of thousands of people from being able to access the mall as quickly as they had in inaugurations past.
Okay, Jim, I can tell you that I was down there. I went in. I wanted to go in like everybody else to experience it. I went in with it because I could have gone through the media entrance. I went in through the public entrance, through the magnetometers, and they searched and all that at the National Mall. I waited in line with the public. There weren't hundreds of thousands of people waiting in line. There were only about 100 or so where I was, in the particular line where I was, and there were weren't that many. What about these magnetometers and the floor coverings that they're blaming?
Right. And two different things. Let's do the ground coverings first. They use those ground coverings to protect the grass, the sod on the National Mall. And what Sean Spicer said was, well, this was the first time that these ground coverings were used. That is just not the case. You're looking at a picture right there from Getty Images from Barack Obama's inaugural in 2013. And we should point out Tom Barrack, who is the inaugural chairman, was just on this network a few moments ago saying, hey, wait a minute, this wasn't used in 2013. That other picture where you saw the workers unloading those ground coverings, if you look at the very back of that photograph, you see the inaugural setup at the Capitol. That is the inaugural setup in front of the Capitol as those ground coverings are being unloaded off of that stack and placed on the National Mall. And then one of our other campaign embeds, Ashley Killow, she also had a picture that she provided to us that shows those ground coverings used back in 2013 for Barack Obama's second inaugural. So they were used then. So that is just not factually accurate. And, you know, a Google search or having your staff do some searching around on the internet would have uncovered that. As for the magnetometers, Sean Spicer said at one point that this use of the magnetometers went as far back as the mall, preventing hundreds of thousands of people from being able to access it as quickly as they could have in inaugurations past. As you mentioned, Don, there were not hundreds of thousands of people waiting in line, and the U.S. Secret Service tells us that these magnetometers were not used to prevent people from accessing the National Mall. Now, there were magnetometers around, and like you said, Don, you went through one, but they were not circling the mall to get people.
Going to the parade route.
To the parade route. They were not circling the mall, keeping people from going to the mall. That's just not the case.
Right. Let's play a little bit more. Something else that sent Sean Spicer, and we'll talk.
Inaccurate numbers involving crowd size were also tweeted. No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. By the way, this applies to any attempts to try to count the number of protesters today in the same fashion. We do know a few things, so let's go through the facts. We know that from the platform where the president was sworn in to 4th Street holds about 250,000 people. From 4th Street to the media tent is about another 220,000. And from the media tent to the Washington Monument, another 250,000 people. All of this space was full when the president took the oath of office. We know that 420,000 people used the D.C. Metro public transit yesterday, which actually compares to 317,000 that used it for President Obama's last inaugural. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
Okay, so Jim, I know you've been doing your homework. You've been fact-checking those numbers. What can you tell us?
Right. Well, we know that that the Metro ridership numbers cited by Sean Spicer were not accurate. I believe we have a graphic prepared for this. Put this up on screen. According to Washington Metro service here in the nation's capital, 570,000 riders took Metro on the inauguration day yesterday for Donald Trump. Back in 2013, it was 782,000, and then 1.1 million back in 2009. That is the full day ridership number from Metro. So Sean came in and he gave Spicer came in and gave numbers that were not complete. And part of the issue that this raises, Don, is and you know, granted, this is the first day out for Sean Spicer giving a briefing in the White House. But when you're White House press secretary, it really pays dividends in the long run for him, his boss, the administration, to have their facts straight and to pick this fight with the news media and go after everybody and accuse journalists of falsely representing what actually took place yesterday, and then not coming armed with any decent facts to back that up. It just strikes me as just being woefully unprepared and doing his boss a disservice. And that is going to be a major problem moving forward for Sean Spicer. If the boss is sending him out there because he's so irate and outraged that he wants his press secretary to go out there and clean it up, there's going to have to come a moment for Sean Spicer to say to his boss, Mr. President, I can't go out and just lie to everybody. I can't go out and just present false information to everybody to get you out of this jam. And they're going to have to work that out. Those are some of the battles that go on behind the scenes at the White House, whatever the administration, Don. But I think today, you know, being the very first full day for this White House, to have what we saw today unfold, I think was just astonishing. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah. I think you're right. There is a thou doth protest too much quality to this. Thank you very much, Jim Acosta. I appreciate that. Let's bring the panel back. Mark, so two things. We didn't talk about this yesterday. And I said this on the air last night. We wanted to give Donald Trump his due. He's the president. He had an inauguration. We didn't focus on crowd numbers. We have all covered inaugurations, and we've been there and we've seen the crowds. And yesterday there were very sparse crowds. The evidence shows it. You can go back and look at the footage that was live at the moment, and that's on tape now. It is what it is. We wouldn't be discussing it had he not brought it up. Why is he obsessing over crowd numbers? Because that was not even part of our coverage. It may have been something on social media that people were obsessing over, but why is he...
Well, a couple things. One is, let's just stop and think about the irony of all this, that Donald Trump is sitting inside the White House right now, and there is a reporter out on his lawn questioning why he would choose to try to blatantly lie. That has got to be eating him up inside. I think that's lost on everyone right here. But I'm sure Donald Trump would love to walk out and probably, punch out Jim Acosta and other reporters who are out there doing.
Maybe he'll tweet.
Let's just tell the truth. But let's just talk about the bigger issue on this, because there is a much bigger issue, because crowd size does not matter, okay? Right. I mean, it is what it is. People watch it on TV. They listen on the radio. They see it on the internet.
Elect him president.
Whatever. It is what it is, right? The bigger issue is that Donald Trump chose to send his spokesperson out to blatantly lie. Now, think if you were in the shoes of Sean Spicer, the spokesperson, first full day on the job, and you have the leader of the free world say to you, go outside, I want you to go out there and you tell the reporters this. Now, do you say, look, no, I'm not going to do that and I quit? Or do you say, okay, I will go out there? Now, think of the quandary you're in at that moment. If you resign...
He's not going to fire Sean Spicer on the first day.
Sean Spicer, look who you're talking about.
He's not going to do it.
We have no idea. I'm just telling you, Don, you don't know. Your communications director and press secretary who runs your communications shop quits on the first day, and it comes out he quits because he refuses to go out and tell a blatant lie. What is worse? Now look, we know that this is terribly wrong what had happened. I just think that it's not about Sean Spicer. Yeah. This is all about Donald Trump. And the fact is, the scariest part, Don, is that Donald Trump is so thin-skinned that something so small. I want to get
to Mr. Sciutto. Mr. Sciutto, I just want to say this before I get to you. Listen, I agree. That's fine. I think the bigger issue is lying to the American people. We have a responsibility to have an informed electorate, and he is misinforming the American people and misleading them.
Let's just forget crowd size for a moment, because it doesn't really matter.
Right.
There was a big, massive lie told about it today, but that doesn't matter. In the hierarchy of inaccuracies told today, the far more important one, in my view, is the president himself went to the CIA, and he lied, I suppose I could use that word, or he told a narrative contrary to the facts about who created this dispute with his own intelligence agencies, which was him. And we have numerous public statements via Twitter and on videotape of him criticizing, disparaging, undermining his own intelligence community because he did not like its assessment that Russia interfered with the election, because it's apparently his read that makes his presidency less legitimate. That's an important lie, right?
Let's play it so the viewer knows what we're talking about, and then you can finish. Here it is.
I think it was disgraceful that the intelligence agencies allowed any information that turned out to be so false and fake out. I think it's a disgrace. And I say that, and that's something that Nazi Germany would have done and did do. I think it's a disgrace. That information that was false and fake and never happened got released to the public.
Okay. That was then. That was what, just over a week ago, and then this is today at the CIA.
The reason you're my first stop is that, as you know, I have a running war with the media. They are among the most dishonest human beings on earth. Right? And they sort of made it sound like I had a feud with the intelligence community. And I just want to let you know, the reason you're number one stop, it is exactly the opposite. Exactly. And they understand that, too.
Go, Jim.
Well, that's not true, what he just said, right? I mean, we have the public statements where he criticized and disparaged the intelligence community. But even that, well, first of all, that actually is important, because he was willing to go public and undermine intelligence agencies that he and the country depends on to keep the country safe, whether it's against Russia or terror attacks or North Korean missiles, because he didn't like their assessment on Russian interference and the hacking. That's important. So you talk about lies. You put your press spokesman out there to lie about crowd size. What if Donald Trump orders troops into battle and they die, right? Do we trust the White House to speak about that honestly if they're going to lie about this, right?
So that's
what if the intelligence agencies say that what if a terror attack happens and they had a warning, or he gets a warning and doesn't share it with the American public? Can you then trust him to share that information that the public deserves to know accurately based on this, whether from his spokesperson's mouth or from the president's mouth? I mean, that's a thing that's essential to the functioning of democracy. Mm-hmm. And if on day one you're willing to tell two inaccuracies like that on issues that don't matter that much, or matter less than when real stuff starts happening, that's a concern.
Was anybody here? Let's just get it. Did anybody, and the producers want to get a little bit more time, please? So just take that into account. Does anybody care about crowd size here? I didn't care one bit. I was on the parade route yesterday, and I said, these people are here. They're happy to see that the person that they went to the voting booth for is now the President of the United States.
I actually do care. I mean, it shows divided America, that fewer Americans showed up.
I don't think it really matters. You never.
And it matters a lot. The press secretary lied about it.
I think the lie matters, but I don't think the crowds matter that much.
I think there's a natural response to this, right? Yeah. Which is that, I mean, what percent of the D.C. population voted for Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton? What was it, 95-5? Yeah. The response is, my voters are from Middle America, and just not enough of them could afford to make the trip out.
George Bush had big inaugurations here, though.
Listen,
I loved those.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of excuses for that.
But there were a lot of. We know that Trump's voting population was lower income relative to George W. Bush's.
Then why did he say all the dress shops in Washington were sold out?
JD, there were a lot of poor people who voted for President Barack Obama.
Of course.
And then, again, I was here, and this is my unscientific polling. There were people from all over the world, from every state in the United States. And people keep saying his voting bloc is from here in urban areas and whatever, African Americans or whatever, people who vote for him. Yeah, but that may be true, but there were a million more people, if not almost 2 million more people at that inauguration.
It's not a fair comparison to compare the first African American president elected in his inauguration than Donald Trump, who clearly has divided the country.
And why didn't Spicer say that instead of lying?
Well, can I say something? Listen, let's talk about the CIA real quick. The CIA. You said, they were applaud. The CIA liked it. But I'm told that he also had staff members there.
Well, he had staff members there, and also there's someone at the CIA that I communicated with today, and who said basically you could go to it if you wanted to. It was very self-selected. The people who went were the people who liked him, and the truth is, most of the people there don't like him.
This is Saturday. It was a day off.
Yeah, most of the people there actually don't like him for obvious reasons, I think. Yeah. And then maybe the not so obvious, which is they really value people who have an interest in what's going on around the world, and they don't feel like he does.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Ready? 4 more years. Thanks, everyone. 8. Yes.
8 years.
Okay. Just ahead, President Trump attends an interfaith prayer service and gets an unexpected message from a leading imam. I'm going to talk to him next. President Trump began his day by attending a prayer service at Washington's National Cathedral. Clergy from various faiths took part, but one had an unexpected message for the president of sorts. He is Imam Mohammed Majid. He's executive director of the Al-Dolas Area Muslim Society, and he joins me now. Thank you, Imam, for joining us. You were supposed to, originally they asked you to do the call to prayer, right?
Yeah, call to prayer. Yes.
And then a couple of days ago, you told them that
like a few days ago, I shared with the National Cathedral and the inaugural team that I would like to use verses from the Holy Quran, and they approved those verses.
Yeah. So you decided to give the verses, and the verses were about diversity, and it was sort of meaning saw it as political messages. Why did you choose to do that?
These verses from the Holy Quran, I use them in various gatherings for the praying for the nation and celebrating diversity of this beautiful country. Those verses really are the verses from the Holy Quran that address that all of us as human beings are equal before the eyes of God, and therefore it's not a political message at all. I think it's well received, first of all, I would like to say. It is a verse that address the principles that this beautiful country was built on.
Yeah. What were the verses? What were the verses you read?
The verse from chapter 49, it says that all mankind or humankind. We have created you from male and female, which is Adam and Eve, and made you to different nations and tribes and communities,
right? And
so that you might recognize one another, get to know one another. And the best among you those are the most righteous.
Right.
Those.
So why did you feel the need to do that?
I feel the need to do this because when I saw the numbers of people coming to this prayer service from various communities with different religious background, I looked to that gathering and saw the American salad bowl.
Yeah. And you thought that they needed to hear that message.
That message.
So you were very well known here in Washington, a very well known imam. You've been criticized by your fellow Muslims for agreeing to take part in this event. Why did you agree to do it?
Yeah, my model and my example is my prophet, peace be upon him. Prophet Muhammad spoke to people who disagreed with him and people who spoke ill of him, and he engaged them. And I do believe that in order to have people to understand who we are, we have to engage with them. And therefore the American Muslims are hurt of what they have heard, the rhetoric they've heard during the campaign. And therefore many of them, they still believe that they been misunderstood, they have not they been mischaracterized by the campaign. And Muslim Americans would like to be looked at as prospect, not suspect. Yeah. None of us would like to be looked at as security threat.
So what would you like to see from this administration?
What I would like to see from this administration.
Did you get to talk to him?
He shook my hand and thanked me for the.
And that was all that.
Yeah. Yes.
So what would you like to see? You had a longer conversation.
What I would like to see from this administration is to understand that American Muslims are part of American social fabric. They contribute greatly to this country. Some of them lost their life for this country. And I have 5 daughters. That's really quite a task. And I want all of them to grow up proudly in America, not to every day to feel that they're not part of America. I don't like them to feel that being looked at as a security threat. Because I want them to be the best American they can be.
And Americans come in all religions, all
absolutely,
all shapes, sizes, and colors. Thank you.
My pleasure.
It was an honor.
It was my pleasure.
Thank you.
The honor is mine. Thank you.
We'll be right back. Massive protests worldwide the day after President Donald Trump's inauguration. Let's discuss now CNN political commentators Bakari Sellers and Kayleigh McEnany. They're both here, as well as Matt Lewis, a senior contributor for the Daily Beast, Simone Sanders, former press secretary for Bernie Sanders, and Selena Zito, columnist for the New York Post. How's everyone doing the day after?
Great. All right.
Get some rest? No.
No, because I'm not the march.
I'm going to sleep all day tomorrow. So, hello, how are you? Good.
Hello.
Congratulations again.
Thanks.
In city after city, you saw all of these crowds of protesting against President Trump. It was massive, even worldwide. Donald Trump likes to claim support, from crowd size, from events like this, today's marches. What kind of a message do you think that sends a day after his inauguration?
I think it shows we are living in a hyper-partisan time. This reminds me of the Tea Party protest. It didn't happen the day after the election. It wasn't a mass gathering of people on the mall. But nevertheless, it was a movement that was loud, and it was sustainable, and it sustained itself all the way, really, into the election of Donald Trump. And my wonder with this is this protest going to turn into a new movement? I think it's hard to do, but it says to me we're in a hyper-partisan environment, just like we were 8 years ago.
Yeah, Simone, it was overwhelmingly women, right? But then today, anybody want to respond to what she said about hyperpartisan before I?
Just that the march organizers, the national conveners, said it wasn't about Donald Trump. It was a march for women, not against Donald Trump.
Okay, well, that's my question then, because it was mostly women. But there were a lot of things that they talked about, a lot of grievances they talked about. Women's rights, LGBT rights, fears over immigration policies, and so on. Is that a risk of getting diluted from the core message, which was women?
I don't think so. I think intersectionality is important and it's key, and that is what the march highlighted. We can talk about the rights of women, but there are so many women that are also dealing with, the fear of their families being snatched away in the middle of the night by ICE. There are women who have children who whose children aren't comfortable with themselves. They don't feel like they can exist in society because, you know, they're being discriminated against because they're LGBTQ. So I think we have to touch on intersectionality, and we do ourselves a disservice when the conversation is one-sided. And that is why the march today was so important, because it was multi-layered.
Were you surprised to see so many men?
No, I wasn't. But
were you surprised at the sizes?
Yeah, I was. I was
sitting watching
surprised
in a
at the
restaurant
size.
that had like different, and it was
big. You can't take that away. And something Kaylee said though makes me wonder. If you look at the Tea Party movement, you could argue, well, you know, Republicans, it all paid off for them because they won midterms. Donald Trump ended up becoming president. A lot of bad things happened along the way too, including the fact that President Barack Obama, if you're a Tea Partier, got 2 terms. And I wonder how much of this energy, like there's, you know, equal and opposite sort of reaction, you know, you take the good with the bad. How much of this energy is going to be good versus how much of it is based on paranoia about Donald Trump, fear, and the Trump derangement syndrome? So I wonder, is this going to be good or bad if you're a liberal activist? That it's alive and well. It's alive and well.
I think that you do what we saw today a disservice around the world if you castigate it out as being liberal, if you castigate it out as being democratic or some part of some.
They're not happy with Democrats.
They're really not.
Right.
And so I think what you saw today was purely American. I think what you saw today was not anti-Trump at all. I think what you saw today.
Did you read the signs of Bakari?
I mean, there is a lot of fear, though, Don. I mean, we talk about this all the time. There's a lot of fear. There's a lot of anger. But I do think what you saw today was something that even surprised me. I mean, I consider myself to be a very, very proud progressive Democrat, even coming from South Carolina. But it surprised me, the numbers. I mean, you're talking about people who were protesting around the world. And so Donald Trump's done 2 things. You give him credit. I mean, his first day was rocky. His first day, I mean, I don't know if this is politically correct, but his first day sucked. But, you know, I think that he's done 2 things very, very well. The first is that he's brought people together who've had those issues that when we talk about intersectionality of economic justice, environmental injustice, women's rights, African-American criminal justice. I mean, he brought all those people together, and he made the Affordable Care Act popular again. I mean, so there are people who have a voice.
Danger, though, the danger of a backlash when you have Elizabeth Warren up there flinging her hands around. You've got Madonna saying controversial things from the podium. That if you're sort of a working class guy out there in middle America and you're watching this on TV,
well, I mean,
and you're saying
that's really cool to say. I mean, but you had a lot of working class women who came to Washington D.C.
Working class white women.
You had a lot of working class white women on a Saturday who came, and this was their first time ever protesting anything.
I'm just saying that I think protest movements are a double-edged sword, and sometimes they show energy and passion and a movement, and sometimes the backlash.
Matt, I hear you. I refer to myself as the child of the civil rights movement, and that may have been a double-edged sword, to use your words. But I will bet on the successes of that protest movement versus anything else you have to say or any other movement you want to compare.
Should the president be reaching out to the people in that crowd? Selena Zito starts off our panel, and we come right back. I'm back now with my panel, and we're talking about the rallies that were these huge rallies that were held all over the world today. Selena Zito, I want to start off with you. Matt was saying he's worried about that there's, you know, it's a double-edged sword. There could be backlash. But these rallies were also held in red states as well, and there were Trump supporters, women who were out there as well.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that President Obama faced when the Tea Party came out was that he never really addressed them, and he paid for it, not personally because he always remained personally popular, but his policies paid for it in the midterm elections and down ballot in state legislative bodies, and I always thought if he would have had this conversation with the people that were upset with him, with the people who didn't like his policies, in some way or form, he would have not lost those down
There may
ballot
be a Democrat in office now. Should Donald Trump do that?
Yeah, I think that there needs to be some sort of olive branch passed out, some sort of conversation. You can avoid the pitfalls that happened to the Democrats, and I mean, and they are decimated. I mean, 1,030 seats in 7 years that's a lot of seats that they lost. And that could happen to Republicans if that line of communication isn't open. I think it's really important.
I told Jeffrey Lord earlier that I would share my anecdote, and I said if there wasn't some olive branch, that if you see these crowds of people and that continues to happen, that doesn't bode well for a re-election if he doesn't give extend some sort of olive branch. And because these people, they can be pulled in because they're not happy with Democrats as well.
No, you're right. And I think there will be an olive branch, but it will come not in the form of words, which I would argue he did that in his address, but it's going to come in the form of action. Because where Obama was governed like a liberal, and he should have, that's what he campaigned as, Trump is going to govern as the first post-partisan president. You are going to see him making deals with guys like Bernie Sanders on issues like trade. You are going to see him trying to ensure that everyone has some form of health care. He's the first post-partisan president. If he governs that way, the people who march today are going to be very surprised at the sort of product you see from a Trump administration.
I'd like to remind everybody Trump ran on the Republican ticket. Okay?
No, I think that's I actually find that to be
this
discussion to be quite fascinating because you brought up the point that if Barack Obama would have done this or done that or reached this olive branch, I mean, the night before Barack Obama got inaugurated and sworn in, what was Barack Obama doing? He was at a dinner honoring John McCain. You had people like Mitch McConnell who said that we're going to make sure this is a one-term president. You have the stories about the Republicans who met under the cover of darkness, making sure that they made his agenda not exist. And so that being said, I do recall very often that people said Barack Obama with something that he even said, which he has now taken back, being the first post-racial president. Yeah. And so to hear that now Donald Trump is the first post-partisan president, it just echoes.
But
so
I'm not talking about going to dinner with John McCain. To me,
Right.
that's not being post-partisan. I'm talking about how congressional Republicans have said this is the first president who didn't pick up the phone and try to call me and work together on issues. He did not extend and reach across the aisle the way we've seen in the Gingrich days.
But these,
15 seconds.
Okay, but the Republicans under Barack Obama literally said their job was to make sure he was unsuccessful. So it's hard to pick up the phone for somebody that vain. Look, for Donald Trump, I think he needs to reach out. Yeah. We have yet to see him actually extend any olive branches.
I also remember people, Democrats, and even some African Americans criticizing him, saying, "Stop trying to work with them. They don't like you. They're not going to work with you," because they said he tried too much to be bipartisan and to work with
Donald Trump has yet to try just a little bit.
But we're going to see the Gingrich-Clinton days again.
Just a smidge. Give me a little something.
Hey, listen, Donald Trump, what else do you have to lose? When we come right back, people around the world taking it to the streets to protest today. One of them, a woman who supports Trump. I'm going to talk to her next. A day of protests from coast to coast and around the world. How will President Trump respond? This is CNN Tonight. I'm Don Lemon, live in Washington. Thank you for joining us. Day 2 of the Trump administration, and marchers flooded the streets in Washington and beyond. Protests even spreading across the red states of Trump country. No response yet from the administration, but Press Secretary Sean Spicer did have crowd size on his mind today, specifically the size of the crowd for President Trump's inauguration. The White House fighting back against reporting that the crowd at yesterday's inauguration was smaller than the crowd when Barack Obama took office in 2009.
This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
This has really been a day for the history books. Hundreds of thousands of people taking to the streets of Washington and beyond, marching against a new administration just one day after Donald Trump's inauguration. CNN's Suzanne Malveaux has more.
Tonight, Americans of all faiths and walks of life converging on the nation's capital, protesting the agenda of the 45th President, Donald Trump.
It's been a heart-rending time to be both a woman and an immigrant in this country. Our dignity, our character, our rights have all been under attack.
I am unafraid to be nasty because I am nasty, like Susan, Elizabeth, Eleanor, Amelia, Rosa, Gloria, Condoleezza, Sonia, Malala, Michelle, Hillary.
A powerful, eclectic group bringing their message of equal rights for all Americans directly to the steps of the White House.
Message is, we're here representing the majority of Americans. The majority of our fellow Americans did not want this man in the White House.
We're not anti-Trump. We're pro-America. We're pro-inclusion. We're pro-grace.
Where do we go from here? We stay here. We keep this fight up. We keep letting them know that we're not going anywhere.
This is a wake-up call.
And who needs to wake up?
Going to sleep again. Anybody who cares about democracy. Anybody who cares about sanity in the presidency.
Do you have a message for President Trump now?
It's time to leave.
And the movement spanned well beyond just Washington, as hundreds of thousands of dissenting Americans gathered in all 50 states, from Chicago to Los Angeles, St. Louis, New York, Denver, and Boston.
Hello, women of Massachusetts.
Celebrities, politicians, and everyday Americans uniting.
This girl is on fire.
In rebuke of President Trump's past statements, standing up to say they will fight for the country they know and love.
President Trump, I did not vote for you.
My husband and I fought for 35 years for marriage, and I lost him right before Christmas. And I'm here for both of us.
Jessica Aguilar's mother fell ill at 48 years old, upending her life, while the old health care system devastated her financially and left her in ruins.
I hope she'd be very proud. I hope she'd be very proud, and I miss her terribly. And I'm sorry she had to go the way she went, because it was not a righteous way to go.
Well, the people who occupy this house behind me making no mention of these massive protests, but just to underscore just how staggering these crowds were. At one point at the beginning of the march on Independence and 4th, when we were trying to move just from a live truck to the camera shot location, at that point people were just arm to arm. You could not move. The announcers were begging people not to go any further. You got a sense that you could not breathe, that people were squeezing in. You could feel the weight, almost as if people were going to be crushed or stampeded. Fortunately, that did not happen. It subsided a bit. The crowds eased a little bit, but it just underscores that the staggering number of people who participated was even unexpected by the organizers, Don.
Suzanne Malveaux at the White House. Thank you, Suzanne. Now I want to bring in Derek Waller, a reporter for our CNN affiliate WEWS in Cleveland, and Camilla Bernal, a reporter for our CNN affiliate KI in Austin, Texas. Hello to both of you. I'm so glad that you could join us this evening. Derek, I want to start with you. It's fascinating that these protests are happening in 50 states, including in red states that voted for Donald Trump in the election. Tell us about the huge turnout in Cleveland.
Well, actually, earlier this week, we heard from organizers of this protest who said they were expecting about 3,000 people. And this morning, they actually had at least 15,000 people. That's according to Cleveland police. There were no arrests, no problems, again, according to Cleveland police, and very peaceful. But yes, thousands more people than they were expecting even just a few days ago.
And Derek, you have been talking to these protesters, to the protesters out there. What's the message that they want to get out today?
There's a variety of things they're concerned about, but I thought that the overarching thing, which you heard from everybody, really is health care. They're worried about health care reform being repealed and what that'll mean, going back to the way it was when, they didn't cover pre-existing conditions and men and women got charged different health care rates, coverage for contraception and maternity care. So that's a real concern from just about everyone we talked to today, was that they're concerned about what health care is going to look like. And right now, Republicans haven't really, offered up what they're going to replace it with.
Yeah, that seems to be the mantra when I hear people, the sound bites from out there when people interview them. Camilla, I want to bring you in now. You're in Austin, where it seems like more people showed up than they had planned for as well. Austin is known for being more progressive than the rest of Texas. But there were also protests in Dallas, and there were in Houston as well. What was it like out there?
That's right. Definitely a lot more people than expected. I think organizers were planning for about 30,000, and actually about 50,000 people showed up. A lot of people from the Austin area, but we did see some people from Dallas, from Houston, who came in buses and here and participated throughout the streets. We talked to police, we talked to EMS, and even they were surprised with the number of people that showed up to the Texas Capitol this afternoon.
So, Camilla, similar question to what I asked Derek. What were protesters telling you? What was their key vision?
So I think the message here is the same one that's being said around the country. It's women's rights, it's human rights, it's the rights of immigrants, of minorities, of everyone who has felt left out or discriminated by the words that have been said from our now President Donald Trump. But I think that what I found interesting is that I asked people What's next? How do you feel about what's coming next? And I think a lot of the people here in Texas felt inspired. They felt united, and they felt that through the march, through these protests, they will now be inspired to do something more for the next 4 years and to act and to get involved in local politics, state politics, and eventually make a change nationally.
It is. Thank you very much. I know it's been a long day for both of you. Thank you, Camilla. Thank you, Derek. We appreciate it. Joining me now is Leslie Simic. She attended the march in Washington today, and she is a Trump supporter, as if you can't tell, because she's got the flag on. She's got Donald Trump. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. And she's full of personality. I'm so glad that you're here, because you attended the inauguration yesterday, right, which was fantastic. You enjoyed that. But then this is a picture of you at the Women's March in D.C. today. And so I want you to tell us why you marched on the first day that the person you voted for, your president, was in office.
Because I want to represent Donald Trump, because he's an amazing person, and people want to march in a march to be united, then they should be united for our President of the United States, Donald
Good for you.
J. Trump.
What was it like for being out there?
It was amazing.
'Cause there were other Trump supporters as well.
There was, and it was amazing. Everybody came together. Everybody got to speak for what they believed in, and it was peaceful. It was beautiful.
What was it like marching? Because there were people, there were women, and there were people, I mean, men from all over, all ages, all races. What was it like marching out there?
It was amazing, because that's what it's all about. We're one nation under God, and we're a melting pot. There's people from all over the world, and everybody's lives matter. And everybody has a right to say what they want.
I see you have a Black Lives Matter
Absolutely.
thing on, yeah, and then you have a Hot Chicks for Trump as well.
Yes, and a Palestinian throw.
Yeah.
This is all the way from Palestine.
Yeah, and this is it's kind of America. I had an imam on earlier, and he's saying, and I said to him that America is about all kinds, and that's why he delivered the address and the message that he gave to Donald Trump today
Absolutely.
at the Interfaith Service,
Yes.
because he feels the same way.
That was a beautiful mass.
What would you say to him? Should he reach out to these people? If you could speak to him, you're the president that you voted for, what would you say to him about that?
You don't have to say anything, because he's going to. That's what people don't realize. Everybody makes mistakes in lives, and nobody's perfect. And if somebody has a way of showing the world that he's not the person he's perceived to be, it's by running for president of the United States. And he's going to prove everybody that he's a wonderful person that I believe him to be. I'm his #1 fan in upstate New York, and he's going to make America great again.
Yeah. How do you think he's going to reach out? If you had any.
He's gonna unite. A lot of things happen, and people feel like we're all struggling in one way or another, and people are afraid they're gonna lose their entitlements, and it's not gonna be that way. We need to fine tune the government and drain the swamp for sure. For the simple reasons is because we need that money to take care of other people, especially homeless. The people that are needy. I mean, it's very hard to buy health insurance with an $8 an hour salary. He's going to work on all those. I mean, there's a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse working for the government. And, you have to figure out which you need to get rid of so you can use it for something more important.
Yeah. Just back to the march real quick. People were happy to see you, right? Were they?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm sure there were some. There's always an uproar somewhere and everything, because that happens.
But I love everybody. So.
Yeah, great. So do you know who Michael Flynn is? He's Donald Trump's pick. He's his national security advisor. Here's what his son tweeted.
Okay.
His son said, "What victory? Women already have equal rights and, yes, equal pay in this country. What more do you want? Free mani-pedis?" What's your response to that? And I know you speak your mind. I can tell.
I want to say that women do have a lot of rights in this country. If you go to other countries, they really struggle. And women, watch too much reality TV, because there's a lot of things going on in the world that are more important than mani-pedis. And yes, salary inequality can be fixed. If you do work and, your evaluation rates your work, then your job performance should be exceptional, then you should get a raise.
Yeah.
It should be based on that.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you're right about that. Today we spent a lot of time, which we weren't going to, because it just wasn't on our radar, talking about crowd sizes.
Yeah.
The crowd size was, he had enough crowds to get him to be elected the president of the United States.
Absolutely.
Had enough people like you who went out to vote for him. He spent the first day talking about how big and arguing, and his press secretary giving wrong numbers about how many people were there and so on and so forth. Do you think that's what he should be focusing on?
Absolutely not. You know, Mr. Trump, you know, is a very sensitive person. And, you know, he's like me. He's a marshmallow. You know, he's hard on the outside, but he's soft on the inside. And, you know, his silly tweets are ways of defending his heart because he has a big heart.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're not president.
I'm going to be someday.
Yeah, no, she told me she's going to run for president one day. Do you think, I had a conversation as they were, you know, talking about the crowd sizes, and he was at the CIA today. I was
at both.
Yeah.
And I was at both, and I think with the inauguration, everything was more spread out. So
you mean you were at the inauguration, you were at the rally,
and the
you
rally.
weren't at the CIA today. Go
No,
on.
but I was at the inauguration and I was at the rally, and I think because it was more spread out and everybody was going through different gates, and it could have been perceived that there wasn't more people there, but really, what does it really matter? Exactly. You know what? There was people there to support him at his inauguration, and there was a march today for women's rights, and both of them are both important issues.
You are awesome. I'm so glad you said that. What would you say to him? As I was telling my story, I was in a restaurant with some Trump supporters, and we were talking about, I asked them what they thought about him and tweeting. And every single one said, I wish he should just
He's
not.
Cute.
You
know
don't mind the tweets?
I don't mind the tweets because you know what? Small minds talk about people, big minds talk about ideas. And sometimes if you just want to tweet to vent out a little bit, it's okay.
Leslie, thank you. I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Good luck. Be safe out there.
Where's the camera?
It's right there. We come right back. President Trump visits the CIA to mend fences and ends up bashing the media. Is that the right message to send to the intelligence community? And we're back. President Donald Trump and his press secretary lashing out at the news media today about the president's relationship with the intelligence community and over reports about the size of the crowds at his inauguration. Back now live from Washington, I want to bring in CNN senior White House correspondent Jim Acosta. He's here with us on the set. Jeffrey Lloyd's with us as well. Selena Zito, senior political analyst Mark Preston, presidential historian Douglas Brinkley, senior media correspondent Mr. Brian Stelter, host of Reliable Sources, and our chief national security correspondent Mr. Jim Sciutto. Here is Donald Trump at the CIA headquarters earlier today.
The reason you're my first stop is that, as you know, I have a running war with the media. They are among the most dishonest human beings on earth. Right? And they sort of made it sound like I had a feud with the intelligence community. And I just want to let you know, the reason you're number one stop, it is exactly the opposite. Exactly. And they understand that, too.
Jim, what's your reaction? What are you hearing from sources in the intel community?
Well, a couple things. First of all, the important part. He's going to the intelligence agencies there. He's standing in front of what, for them, is their Arlington, right? I mean, this is the memorial wall, 117 stars there for CIA agents who've given their lives in the call of duty. Many of them will never know their names. Some names we do know. The first person to die in the war in Afghanistan after 9/11, Johnny Michael Spann. He's one of those stars. The two CIA operatives were killed in the Benghazi raid. Their stars are up there as well. So that's a hallowed spot. Yet the president going there in the midst of a running public dispute with the intelligence agencies. I mean, he said that we created it. That's just factually incorrect. We have many tweets. We have many public comments from him criticizing and undermining the confidence in the intelligence agencies. So there's that. But he makes no mention of where he is, where he's standing, which would have been very simple. It would have taken a line, right, to say, I understand the sacrifice, like you would do when, for instance, he was laying a wreath at Arlington, to be expected. So over the course of the day, my phone's been dinging texts and emails from folks inside or who used to be inside the intelligence community say, listen, that was despicable were the words that the former CIA director used. And I've heard even harsher words. To them, it's an insult, really, to the sacrifice and the work they do.
He actually outright says that he went there in the first place is because of, this war he had with the media going on. But that's not exactly, maybe that's why he says he went there, but the war with the media, it was his war.
Right. No question. I mean, there's a public record of it in his own Twitter feed, right? Where in the midst of, listen, this is a sensitive time with the intelligence communities because you have this assessment that from the intelligence agencies that the Russians interfered with the election. And as that has happened, that's uncomfortable information for him to hear. He takes it as a somehow making his victory illegitimate, which is not something that the intelligence community has judged or even attempted to judge. But perhaps because of that, he has attacked the credibility, and not just the credibility, but also the motivations of the intelligence agencies to say that this is politically driven, to compare it to Nazi Germany, this kind of thing. So it's a sensitive time. And fact is, these investigations are ongoing of Russian interference. There's also an ongoing investigation of people inside his campaign for communications with Russia during the campaign. Very sensitive time. And that was the message that was received when he went there.
Jeffrey Lord, I've said this a couple of times on the show, but I was we were watching on television in a restaurant. I was sitting with a Trump supporter, and we saw the vice president there, and we said, that was a beautiful message, reading the closed captioning. He said, great message from the vice president. Then the president gets up, and people start to go, oh, gosh, just reading the thing. These are Trump supporters. They've got Make America Great hats on. He spent 9 minutes of a 15-minute speech discussing things other than intelligence. Was it appropriate to do it in front of the CIA memorial wall?
Look, here's the thing. I mean, I think this is truly being vastly overblown here. His entire...
Jeffrey, can you just answer my question directly,
sure.
And then you can pivot. Was it appropriate to do it in front of the CIA?
Sure. You want to know. I mean, his audience heard him and laughed and cheered him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's my point. He made
it. But again, I will let you go.
But
again, part of that was staffing that he brought in, and other.
But there was more. I mean, that clearly was coming from regular people.
Who chose to come in today because they may have an affinity.
They're CIA people, and they cheered him, and they applauded.
But go on.
My point to you is that he made it his business to come over there as the first stop. He could have gone anywhere in the government. He made it that first spot because he wanted to underline to them that he's on their side.
Or to intimidate them.
Now, you know, that or to intimidate. I mean, Brian, they work for him. They work for him. And in terms of intimidation...
They're leaking. They're leaking against him. We both know that.
Right. We both know that. And he's got grounds for his complaint. And this is a standard Washington thing that's been going on for years when bureaucrats in Department A or B or C don't like what the President of the United States... Ketchup is a vegetable. I mean, they leak stuff out to try and, you know, jam the president. And that's clearly...
Thank goodness they do.
Well... oh my God! You mean you think it's a great idea?
Otherwise, we wouldn't know about these things, Jeffrey.
So you think it's a great idea to leak classified information?
I'm not saying it's a good idea to leak classified information.
Well, that's what's at issue here.
But sometimes leaks are good.
Yeah, Jeffrey, do you like
No,
whistleblowers?
I don't.
Do you think whistleblowers?
I don't dispute any of that. But I'm saying there should not be leaks of intelligence information, classified information. It's classified for a reason.
Jim Acosta. And what was the reason from the White House point of view to go over there today?
I think this was really a chance for Donald Trump, and I think they saw it as such to mend some fences with the intelligence community. I think that's why he went over there, and I think that was a good instinct to follow.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's going to have to rely on them, and they're going to have to rely on him to keep this country safe, to keep the world safe. I will say, though, after watching that display over there and hearing the crowd cheering over there, I have to say I think that was a very disappointing moment for our country, because I think there are probably a lot of people who work at the CIA who were probably not applauding at that moment and were aghast at what was taking place there. Of course, we heard from the former CIA director saying that he didn't like what he was seeing.
And the leak occurred under his watch.
But
right?
Because a lot of these CIA operatives have been around the world, Jeffrey, and been to countries where there is not a free press. Where there's not a press that has freedoms. And guess what? Those countries aren't very prosperous.
Right.
Those countries aren't very free. And those aren't countries that I want to trade places with any day of the week. So, I mean, I just thought that was disappointing. Now, as for Sean Spicer over at the White House, I think that was also an unfortunate, regrettable moment for our country. Here is the White House press secretary on the very first full day of this administration going in and lambasting the news media. I just thought, listen, there's plenty of time to yell and scream at us.
Jim,
I've had press secretaries yell at me over the phone, but let's take a listen. This was different.
Inaccurate numbers involving crowd size were also tweeted. No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. By the way, this applies to any attempts to try to count the number of protesters today in the same fashion. We do know a few things, so let's go through the facts. We know that from the platform where the president was sworn in to 4th Street holds about 250,000 people. From 4th Street to the media tent is about another 220,000. And from the media tent to the Washington Monument, another 250,000 people. All of this space was full when the president took the oath of office. We know that 420,000 people used the D.C. Metro public transit yesterday, which actually compares to 317,000 that used it for President Obama's last inaugural. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
So, Jim, I'm sitting there, and I think as many people were going, why?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
So, but you check the numbers. And why?
Exactly, and why? Which should I take first, the numbers or the why? The why is unbelievable because of all the things. I was saying to Jeffrey before we came out on this segment, what if the White House had decided, you know what, guys, here's your picture for today. We're going to have you go out in the back and get pictures of Donald Trump playing with his grandchildren. That's going to be our picture that we put out today.
Huh.
Yeah. What if he did that instead?
You're hired.
And so I'm not here to help. I'm here to report.
But what if you tweeted out, I see all the people, I hear your voice, I'm your president too.
I just don't get that. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Could have even addressed the marchers.
It worked it paid dividends during the campaign. Now you have to run the country. How do you have time for that? I don't get that.
Now the numbers.
All right, the numbers. Let me just walk us through the numbers. There were a couple of things. First of all, Sean Spicer said there had never been these white ground coverings on the National Mall before for an inauguration. We have photographs from 2013 where you can see the National Park Service unloading the white ground coverings to cover up the grass on the National Mall. There it is right there. If you look at the back of that photograph, you see the inaugural setup at the front of the Capitol. Okay, that's 2013. So obviously that was not correct. They also said that the fact that there were magnetometers placed around the mall kept, quote, hundreds of thousands of people getting down to the National Mall. There were not hundreds of thousands of people waiting to get through magnetometers. The U.S. Secret Service tells us that there were not magnetometers around the National Mall. And then these Metro ridership numbers that he threw out, they were incomplete. The Washington Post first put these numbers out, but we've confirmed them. Metro ridership numbers for the full day yesterday, 570,000 for Donald Trump. Back in 2013, which is what Sean Spicer was measuring themselves against, for what reason, I don't know. But he said that it was the largest ever. It was not. 782,000 for Obama in 2013 and 1.1 million in 2009. I just don't understand why. But, and you would think by now I would figure it out because I've been covering this guy for so long, why he gets up in the morning and decides to go on these rants and turn it into a public discussion.
Stand by, everyone. Facts do matter. We'll discuss right after this break. And we're back. We've added Kayleigh McEnany to our panel. Welcome to the panel, Kayleigh, because we may end up talking about the women's rally as well. But I want to continue on with the conversation that we had about, crowd sizes. Yeah. And as I said it last night, we didn't talk about it, but the only reason that we were talking about it is because the president brought it up at a ball last night.
So those numbers, they matter for a few hours today. They're going to be forgotten tomorrow. And in the grand scheme of things, they don't matter that much. But honesty from the president and from the White House podium does matter. Let's talk about when the numbers will actually matter. U.S. troops killed in an operation abroad. Terrorist cells identified in the U.S. North Korean missiles fired or North Korean missiles armed with nuclear weapons. When those numbers, when those facts matter, that have a real effect on our lives and our national security, are you going to trust, Jeffrey Lord, the words coming from Jim, the president and the podium?
Here's the problem.
And that matters
here's the
in our
problem.
democracy.
Barack Obama just left the presidency with, a 60% approval rating or whatever it is, given all these accolades. And what was the big lie that seems never to be mentioned or people forgot? If you want to keep your doctor, you can.
What does that have to do?
Never mentioned.
Never mentioned. It has to because it's a lie.
When that happened, though, we discussed
it. was called the lie of the year by PolitiFact.
Yes.
Every American knows it was wrong.
All this
Every American.
That is the kind of lie you were talking about, and why this guy's leaving with a 60% approval rating, and everybody thinks he's great.
You were talking about
what I think.
People lost their health insurance because of that.
Is relaxing in Palm Springs somewhere. This is the first full day of the I'm sure you voted for him, did you not?
I think I did.
Okay, do you want your president talking about crowd sizes on the first day? Be honest.
No, you know what I think.
Do you want him talking about it?
if he thinks,
do you want your president talking about?
Sure. If you
Okay.
want to distract, look, Don, look, if you've got a big event over here, all these people in the streets, and you want to talk about something else to keep the subject, I mean, I think that's
But you would
entirely
think that we get
possible.
the facts right if you want to do that.
Well, you might deflect to something else
Yeah.
besides crowd sizes.
Go ahead,
and all
Douglas.
this, Jeffrey. At that point,
I was just going to say, you know, the Bob Dylan has a line that says, all he believes are his eyes, and his eyes are just telling lies. And there's a problem when presidents only want to hear what they want to hear, and that's what a lot of powerful people do. What you're talking about is what killed the Lyndon Johnson administration. McNamara was afraid to give real facts from Vietnam to LBJ. Nixon didn't want to hear the dark, bad news that something went wrong, so people started making up statistics,
Yeah.
and it led to a crisis in America where people didn't trust the White House anymore. We finally got Gerald Ford, who wrote a memoir, Time to Heal. Jimmy Carter wrote his Keeping Faith, because nobody had trust in the White House. So Donald Trump has a sacred obligation to the American people to tell the truth. They blew it today, but let's...
Thank you. This is what, because everyone says, why is the media, you know, going on about this? Because he lied to the American people. If he did, in fact, tell Sean Spicer to go out there and do what Sean Spicer did, he lied to the American people. And presidents should not do that. Actually, the president works for the people. And he owes it to the people to be truthful with the American people. That's why this is such a big deal, especially on the first day of administration. And I think by him doing this, he thinks he's undermining the media. He's actually making us stronger. He's undermining people.
I do think you have to put this into a bigger context.
Right, but listen, at this point, like the media has, you know, an approval rating. Brian would know this probably. What is it?
Do we have to go there?
It's lower than Trump's. It's lower than Trump's.
Okay, so it's 25%. Okay, so it is easy right now for Donald Trump to target the media, okay, and call the media an enemy, okay?
His
It's easy to
approval
do
rating
so.
is not great either.
However, I will tell you this. You give us 6-8 months right now, and when you start seeing those Republicans who work behind us in this Capitol, and if Donald Trump continues to lie about instances that are in plain view, that are public statements, that are pictures, then Donald Trump is in a lot of trouble.
And he
Because
also
right
said
now,
today that it was sunny when it was cloudy yesterday. I mean, it's that kind of stuff.
Well, and I mean, and to your point about LBJ, that at that moment when that happened, the approval rate for the presidency and trust in government was at its all-time high. It was at 71%, and that's when it started to erode. And the same with trusting in government. And I think that part of the lesson of this election is you want to rebuild this. So why would you pick this moment to be the hill you want to die on? I mean, that's like the cardinal rule of running campaigns.
and isn't it a judgment issue? It's a judgment issue.
Let it go.
That he chose to do this on his first day. That is a question.
Look, but Eric Erickson over at Red State, no fan of Donald Trump, had a fascinating column that just came out. And what he said is he thinks the media is actually hurting themselves because there's this double standard where, look, the Obama kids, when they were attacked by a reporter, that reporter lost their job, whereas Barron Trump is somehow fair game. And he's pushing back on this and saying
not fair game.
Donald Trump, but
No.
many
He's
people
not.
with blue
Nobody
checks,
thinks- nobody thinks-
many people
no,
with
no,
blue
no,
checks
no,
were
no.
attacking Barron Trump yesterday.
Nobody thinks Barron Trump.
Nobody here at
Many
CNN
people,
thinks that.
no one at CNN. No, I'm talking about the media writ large. And so what Donald Trump did today with this press conference is he's the first Republican president in recent history to push back against the
Who are
media
you
narrative.
talking about?
Donald Trump and Sean Spicer in the press conference that was given today on the part of Sean Spicer. He's pushing back against this media narrative that tried to throw water on his inauguration
media
day
narrative?
by saying there was broad swipe media narrative that this was a dark
Who
speech.
specifically?
This was the New York Times, the Washington Post. We can go on and on and on. The frame of yesterday's media narrative was Donald Trump gave a dark speech, when meanwhile, if you go line by line, it was a very uplifting speech, and Donald Trump is the president.
I mean, I know
going
it's
to push
kind of
back on
dark.
that.
It was a dark speech. We know it was a dark speech.
like each
but
other, and
you're right
I
about the
respect your
media.
But it's dark
Totally
to
dark.
say let's give the people their government back. It's dark to say we all bleed the same color and it's
But
red.
Kaylee, I think what happened is that
they zoned in on one line, the word carnage.
There
but
were a dozen
outside
words
of
like that. But I think you're right about the press. There are some Trump supporters who watched today and are even more furious about the mainstream media. And by the way, Fox News is making this worse. today. They are not reporting on Sean Spicer's lies and Donald Trump's lies the way this network is. So unless conservative media help stand up to this misinformation, I'm not sure that the Trump voters are going to change their view.
Well, and it's
of
also
the media.
there. It also provides for a lot of people who are misinformed, and that's really sad. And you mentioned Eric Erickson. Eric Erickson today tweeted about this whole thing, and he said, "This is from Eric Erickson." He says, "So today's fight is over an erroneous tweet about an MLK bust and the number of attendees at the inauguration. Hashtag Putin smiles." We'll be right back. Today's massive marches were not limited to women. Hundreds of thousands of families took to the streets, too, among them the Weaver Cardona family. And joining me now, CNN political contributor Maria Cardona, along with her kids, Maya Luna and Sebastian, her niece, Krista Tranny Rivera, and her husband, Brian Weaver. You have they're all here. You have a beautiful family. Congratulations,
Thank you.
by the way. Congratulations. You're usually
Very
surrounded by pundits, and now
This
you're
is new
here.
for me.
I know.
I
This is
love
actually
it.
a tougher crowd. So
I'm a little nervous.
why did you guys get together for this march today? Why did you do it?
So clearly, we understand the importance, and I want to give kudos to my husband, Brian, who's the one who got a bunch of other folks together from a nonprofit that he runs here in D.C. But we both thought it was really important for our children to be involved in this. And Krista came up from Puerto Rico. She's an activist there on the island, and it was very important for her to be a part of this as a young millennial Latina. But my children, I think I've told you this story, Don, they were very upset when Hillary Clinton lost. They've lived this campaign along with us. And as young Latinos, they also have seen the impact of this, not just on themselves personally, but with their little friends.
Really, you guys, what do you guys talk about, Sebastian? Like, do you about the wall or anything like that?
Well, yeah, we don't really. Well, we disagree with Trump about deporting immigrants and building a wall, as it's not a good idea. As I do have friends and people I know of, like they're immigrants from out of this country, and I'm worried because their parents, they might get deported, but yeah, as immigrants, they're just citizens from other countries who really enjoy this country and just love it and do hard work to work for this country.
Yeah, Sebastian,
And
at 12 years old.
Yeah.
At 12 years old, I'm not sure I'd be that articulate about this particular subject. So good for you, Maya Luna. Did you follow the election? Maya Luna, how old are you? You are 9, right?
Yeah.
Did you follow the election? A little bit. What was it like being out there today with all those folks?
It was good that so many people wanted to support people that were nervous and scared about Trump becoming president, and it was a good experience.
Yeah. So Krista Tranny Rivera, I want to ask you, why did you go today?
Well, I went because I, as well as my
And you're the
Luna-
niece.
Yes.
Yes.
As well as Maya Luna and Sebastian when Trump won, I also was one of those that actually cried. I was a little scared. All the way in Puerto Rico, we didn't really know what was going to happen with us particularly, but it was basically a reaffirmation of everything that he had done throughout his campaign. It kind of brought upon a sense that was okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I came here today was to basically see and be a part of this complete movement of actually acknowledging everybody's existence and actually supporting each other and loving each other and protecting each other.
Yeah.
So I wanted to be a part of that.
Before I get to Brian, I want to ask you, because there's this whole thing that people say, people are concerned about normalizing sort of the rhetoric that we've heard on the campaign trail. Is that an issue for you? Do you?
Definitely. Ever since I was little, but really in college, I studied women and gender studies. So basically a lot of the things that he had been saying or not saying, because a lot of the things that I feel like were kind of indirect, but at the same time, it affected me in a way that I'm 26 and I cried when he actually won. It was 4 a.m. over there in Puerto Rico, and I actually cried, so...
So I don't want you to give you a short shrift. You were comfortable with your family being out there? Why'd you bring them?
Yeah, I mean, I came from a background where my mom was
really kind of raised us to be active, to sort of speak up for what we believed in. And I actually always kind of wanted to take away a little bit that not everybody that was out there today, was speaking against the Republic or speaking against Donald Trump. I had a great experience today meeting 2 Trump supporters who were marching in the march today. And the thing is if there were 500,000 people out there, I bet there were 500,000 different reasons why they were out there. Yeah. The idea of gender pay equality is not something that's defined by Republicans or Democrats. I think that there are a lot of Trump supporters, particularly those that are blue collar, that were out there today and said, you know what, like I may disagree with these people I'm marching with on 90% of what they're here, but this is an issue that I speak to, and I'm going to stand up with them.
There were some arrests in D.C., by the way, related to the march, but I do have to. Zero arrests. Sorry, that came out wrong. There were no arrests, and said some arrests. No arrests in Washington. You have competition.
Right?
They're better spoken than you. No, I'm kidding.
I'm very proud of that, Tom.
Thank you, family. Beautiful family. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting us on. This was important for us.
Pleasure meeting all of you.
Thank you, Don.
Coming up, the son of President Trump's advisors publicly blasts the women at today's march. All right, we're back now with my panel talking about some of the topics of the day, talking about the crowd numbers and also the big march on Washington today. So, Bakari, to you, Michael Flynn Jr., President Trump's national security advisor, Lieutenant General Flynn, he was ousted as from the transition team, talking about the son, for pushing this fake Pizzagate conspiracy theory about Hillary Clinton. Well, he tweeted this today. He said, "What victory? Women already have equal rights and, yes, equal pay in this country. What more do you want? Free mani-pedis? #Women's March."
Yeah, I'm hard-pressed to put every Republican or every white male or anybody in the category of Michael Flynn Jr. Michael Flynn Jr. is everything that's bad with this country right now. I think that he is an example of blatant ignorance, of asinine comments. I think what he said today is disrespectful to the millions of people who marched.
Do you realize who his father is?
Yeah, and I get that, and maybe I'm being hopeful. Matt always talks about the double-edged sword and how he looks at things with a great introspection about how they go both ways. And I just want to say that I don't think that Michael Flynn Jr. I don't want to believe in my heart of hearts that he speaks for more than himself.
Didn't you get the message when you got into the car and you were going somewhere? Boy, don't embarrass me, okay? Y'all.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like his dad is national
one thing I
security
will
advisor.
not do is embarrass Cleveland Sellers Jr.
Right,
on
you know
this
what I'm
show,
saying?
which is
Yeah.
my dad, and so the fact that he had the audacity to embarrass his father is a conversation that they have to have.
I agree with you about the Pizzagate. He should never have tweeted that. That was obviously wrong. This tweet, though, I agree with him. He's making a point. A lot of millennial women feel like we do have equal rights. We're we're making more than our male peers. We're getting degrees at higher rates than our male peers. And to suggest to go out and march as if women don't have rights or aren't getting paid the same, there's a lot of women who don't feel that way. In fact, half of the country. So I think he's making a point.
But would you reduce that to a mani-pedi? I mean, that's just...
He was illustrating a point. What more do you want? We're on equal planes, except the fact that we are on equal planes.
I hear you, and I respect that, because as a millennial, many times we don't have the same construct of some of the people who came before us.
Of
but
course.
I just think that the suffragettes, I just think that the Shirley Chisholms, I just think that the Ella Bakers and Fannie Lou Hamers and all of these people who have given us rights so that we can sit here together today and we can talk, I just think that they gave so much
Of course.
struggle.
And
but I mean,
and I think the feminist movement does them a disservice by acting like we're not.
I've got to get mad.
We ain't at the mountaintop yet.
I agree with both, actually. I think that the mani-pedi thing is the bridge too far. That's what crossed the line. I think Kaylee is right. Actually, the numbers bear out that if you adjust for things like women leaving the workforce on their own volition to raise children, that we do have equal pay. I also think that you could say that. Well, that's
an if.
That's a big if. The other point I think is that a lot of working class white men who voted for Donald Trump don't feel all that privileged, and frankly, women are beating them in the workforce in many cases, outperforming them. They're not there's a thing called marriageable. and a lot of these guys are not marriageable.
Whose fault is that?
Women,
Is that the woman's
the
fault?
women are actually women are doing better.
Credit to start.
Women are doing better.
I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Women are doing better in America today in a lot of cases. Maybe I'm not explaining it, but I think you.
No, you're exactly right.
She's doing
You're
better.
exactly right. And I think when Hillary went down this whole woman card route, you have your woman card. There were a lot of women who were offended, conservative women who said, "I don't need a woman card." People did fight for my rights, and I'm thankful for that. And I'm doing them a disservice to march on Washington, acting as if
I'm getting yelled at like I didn't realize. They're like, "We got to go." I'm sorry. Thank you.
Pitch it to the.
Thank you. Thanks for watching. I'll see you back here on Monday night. Good night.